Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we begin the zombie apocalypse, I want to ask for your support by subscribing to the channel. Your subscription is very important to me and helps me a lot, so please subscribe to support me. Maybe that way I can stay alive a little longer. Now let's go to day 0. How it all began. "They're dead," Sarah whispered. "Like Marcus. They're all dead and they're still moving." The word echoed in my head. Dead. The Walking Dead? Zombies? It was a concept from movies and video games, not from real life, not from a major hospital in Charlotte, North Carolina on a Tuesday morning in October. But my eyes weren't lying. The evidence was irrefutable. These people had no heartbeat, no respiration, and yet they moved and attacked with singular purpose. "The service corridor," I said. "Now. Kevin, grab whatever supplies you can carry. Sarah, can you move?" She nodded, though her face was gray and sweat poured down her temples. The black veins had spread to her shoulder now. I knew what that meant, knew what was happening to her, but I shoved the knowledge down. Deal with the immediate threat, survive the next 60 seconds, then the 60 seconds after that. That was how you survived combat. I pulled open the supply cabinets and grabbed anything that could be useful. Sterile packs, surgical instruments, bottles of saline, antibiotics, pain medication. Kevin found a canvas surgical pack and started filling it. Patricia and Martinez were frozen, staring at the doors as the mass of bodies pressed against them. The glass was beginning to crack. "Move!" I barked, using the command voice I'd learned in the Corps. They jolted into action. I grabbed Martinez by the shoulders and physically turned him away from the doors. "David, I need you functional. You understand? We need to move or we die here." Something in my voice penetrated his shock. His eyes focused on mine. He nodded. Okay, I'm with you." The OR had a secondary exit, a door leading to the scrub room, and from there to the service corridor Patricia had mentioned. We moved toward it, but Sarah stumbled. I caught her before she fell. Her skin was burning up, fever spiking fast. "I don't feel good," she said. "Tom, something's wrong." "I know. We're going to get you help." The lie came easily. I didn't know if there was any help to get. I didn't know if anyone could help her. The scrub room was empty but trashed. Someone had torn through here in a panic, knocking over the scrub sinks, leaving wet footprints on the tile. We paused at the door to the service corridor. I put my ear against it, listening. Screaming echoed from somewhere distant. Gunfire, more sporadic now. The bass rumble of something heavy collapsing. But the corridor itself sounded clear. "I'll go first," I said. "Kevin, help Sarah. David, Patricia, stay close." I eased the door open. The service corridor was a utilitarian space, concrete floors and exposed pipes running along the ceiling. Fluorescent lights casting harsh shadows. To the right, the corridor led toward the main elevators in the central atrium. To the left, it ran toward the east stairwell. Left was our only option. We moved quickly but carefully, our footsteps echoing. The corridor was littered with debris, overturned equipment carts, scattered medical supplies, a trail of blood leading toward the elevators. I tried not to think about whose blood it might be. Tried not to think about the people I knew who worked in this hospital, the friends and colleagues who might already be dead or worse. Behind us, the sound of breaking glass echoed from the OR. They were through the doors. We picked up our pace. Sarah was leaning heavily on Kevin now, her breathing ragged. The black veins had reached her neck, creeping up toward her jaw like diseased roots. I'd seen infections spread fast, but never anything like this. This was something else entirely, something outside my medical experience. The stairwell door was ahead, a heavy fire door with a push bar and a small reinforced window. Through the window I could see the concrete stairs leading up. The door was closed, which was a good sign. I reached for the push bar, but before I could touch it, the door exploded outward. A security guard burst through, running at full sprint. His uniform was torn and bloody. His eyes were wide with terror. "Run!" he screamed. "They're right behind me! Run!" He didn't stop, didn't slow down, just kept sprinting past us toward the main corridor. A second later, 3 figures emerged from the stairwell. They had been patients, I could tell by the hospital gowns and ID bracelets, but now they were something else. Their movements were predatory, heads tilted forward, arms outstretched. They fixed on us with those black, empty eyes and charged. "Back!" I pushed Patricia and Martinez behind me. The first one reached me in seconds, a young woman who couldn't have been more than 25. Her hospital gown was soaked with blood from a wound in her abdomen. She lunged for my throat. I grabbed a heavy equipment cart and shoved it into her path. She crashed into it but didn't fall, just scrambled over it with disturbing agility. I grabbed a metal IV stand and swung it like a baseball bat, connecting with her head. The impact made a sickening crunch. She went down, but immediately started to rise again. The second one, an older man with a surgical drain still dangling from his side, grabbed Kevin from behind. Kevin screamed and dropped Sarah, who collapsed to the floor. The thing bit into Kevin's shoulder, teeth sinking deep. Blood sprayed. Kevin's scream reached a pitch I didn't know was possible from a human throat. I drove the IV stand into the old man's skull like a spear, using my full weight. The pointed end punched through bone with a wet crack. The man dropped instantly. I pulled the stand free. It came out with a sucking sound and spun to face the third one, a teenage boy with a broken arm flopping uselessly. He was fast, faster than the others, and he was on Martinez before I could react. They went down together, the boy's teeth snapping at Martinez's face. Martinez screamed and tried to push him away, but the boy was impossibly strong. I brought the IV stand down on the back of the boy's head, once, twice, 3 times. The skull caved in. The boy stopped moving. I grabbed his body and hauled it off Martinez, who scrambled backward, hyperventilating. "Did he bite you? David, did he bite you?" No, I don't think so, no." Martinez was patting himself frantically, checking for injuries. The young woman I'd hit was on her feet again, coming at me. I drove the IV stand through her eye socket. She dropped like a puppet with cut strings. I'd learned the lesson. Destroy the brain. That's the only way to stop them. Just like the movies. Fucking hell. Kevin was on the ground, clutching his shoulder. The bite was deep, ragged, a chunk of muscle torn away. Blood poured between his fingers. Sarah was beside him, trying to sit up, her movements sluggish and uncoordinated. Patricia was frozen against the wall, her hands over her mouth, eyes wide with horror. "We need to move," I said. "Now." "Kevin, can you walk?" "I don't know, It hurts, God, it hurts." I ripped open one of the sterile packs and pressed gauze against his shoulder, applying pressure. The bleeding slowed but didn't stop. I'd need to properly dress the wound, but there was no time. "Patricia, help him. We're going up the stairs. Move." She didn't respond. She was in shock, her breathing shallow and rapid. I stepped close to her, put my hands on her shoulders, and spoke directly into her face. "Patricia, Dr. Wells, I need you to help Kevin right now. Can you do that?" Something in her eyes focused. She nodded. Yes, okay. Good. Take his other arm, help him up." Between Patricia and me, we got Kevin on his feet. He was pale, shaking, but he could move. Sarah was another problem. I knelt beside her. Her eyes were half closed, pupils fully dilated now. The black veins covered her entire neck and were creeping across her cheeks. Her skin was burning hot. "Sarah, can you hear me?" Her eyes opened. For a second, they were her eyes, clear and frightened. "Tom, I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to..." Then her pupils swallowed the irises completely, and whatever was left of Sarah Chen disappeared behind those black voids. I knew what was coming. I'd already seen it. I stood up and stepped back. Sarah's body convulsed once, twice, then went still. Her breathing stopped. Her heart stopped. I couldn't hear it, but I knew it with the certainty of 15 years of cardiac surgery. She was dead. "We have to go," Martinez said. "Tom, we have to go right now." "I know." I couldn't take my eyes off Sarah's body. She'd been my surgical nurse for 6 years. We'd saved hundreds of lives together. She had a husband, 2 kids in elementary school. She'd shown me pictures of their trip to Disney World just last week. Her eyes opened, black, empty, hungry. "Go!" I shoved Patricia and Martinez toward the stairwell. Kevin stumbled along with them. I backed away from Sarah's reanimating corpse, watching as she climbed to her feet with that jerky, unnatural movement. She turned toward me, mouth opening wide. I saw her teeth, stained with blood from where she'd bitten her own tongue during the transformation. I ran. We all ran, bursting through the stairwell door and slamming it behind us. The crash bar had a lock, a simple deadbolt that wouldn't hold for long but might buy us seconds. I engaged it. Through the small window, I saw Sarah hit the door, her face pressing against the glass. Her mouth worked soundlessly. Behind her, more figures were emerging from the corridors. So many more. "Up," I said. "Keep moving up." The stairwell was concrete and metal, designed to be fireproof and secure. Our footsteps echoed as we climbed. Kevin was slowing down, his breathing labored, blood still seeping through the gauze on his shoulder. We were on the 3rd floor when we heard the stairwell door below us burst open. They were in the stairwell with us. Their footsteps echoed, uneven but relentless. They were coming up. 4th floor. 5th floor. Kevin collapsed on the landing. I can't keep going." "Yes, you can," I said, grabbing his good arm and hauling him up. "Just a few more floors. You can do this." 6th floor. The black veins were visible on Kevin's neck now, spreading from the bite wound. He was burning up with fever, his skin slick with sweat. But he was still conscious, still himself. How long did it take? Sarah had transformed in minutes. Marcus had come back 18 minutes after his heart stopped. There was no consistency, no pattern I could identify. 7th floor. The footsteps below us were getting closer. I could hear them clearly now. The slap of bare feet and the shuffle of hospital slippers on concrete. I risked a glance down the stairwell. They were 3 floors below us, a crowd of them climbing with single-minded purpose. Some were fast. Others were slower but no less determined. They filled the stairwell like a rising tide. 8th floor, the ICU. We burst through the door into another service corridor. This one was empty and quiet, the fluorescent lights still functioning normally. The contrast with the chaos below was surreal. For a moment it felt like we'd imagined everything, like we could turn a corner and find the hospital functioning normally. Nurses making rounds, doctors reviewing charts. Then the fire alarm started blaring and the illusion shattered. Emergency lights flashed red. The intercom crackled with automated instructions. All personnel evacuate to designated assembly points. This is not a drill. All personnel evacuate immediately. The ICU is through here, Patricia said, pointing down the corridor. We followed her, Kevin leaning on Martinez now, his steps dragging. The ICU entrance was a set of double doors with keycard access. Patricia swiped her card. The light turned green and we pushed through into the unit. The ICU was in chaos, but it was human chaos, not the nightmare below. Nurses and doctors were moving patients, pulling them from rooms on gurneys and wheelchairs. An orderly pushed past us with a ventilator on a cart, the patient still intubated and sedated. Dr. James Morrison, the ICU director, was in the center of it all. Shouting orders, he saw us and his face went pale. Tom, what the hell is happening? We got orders to evacuate, but nobody's saying why. The ER is offline, surgery is offline, and I'm hearing reports of of people attacking staff. It's real, I said. The ER is overrun, surgery is lost, we just came from there. The patients are reanimating after death and attacking people. If they bite you, you get infected and transform. It takes minutes. Morrison stared at me like I'd lost my mind. Reanimating? Tom, that's not medically possible. I know what I saw. I killed a patient on my table after he came back and attacked my team. Then my nurse got bitten and turned into one of them. I pulled Kevin forward, showing Morrison the bite wound. This is Kevin Braxton. He was bitten less than 10 minutes ago. Look at his neck. The black veins were unmistakable, crawling up Kevin's throat toward his jaw. Morrison pulled out a pen light and checked Kevin's eyes. His expression changed from disbelief to horror. His pupils are fully dilated. His pulse is thready and irregular. His temperature has to be north of 105. This doesn't match any infection I've ever seen. Because it's not a normal infection, I said. It's something else. Some kind of virus or prion that reanimates dead tissue. I don't know the mechanism, but I know the result. Where's the nearest TV? We need to see what's happening outside the hospital. Morrison led us to the break room where a television was mounted on the wall. He switched it on. Every channel showed the same thing. Chaos. The local news had a helicopter shot of Charlotte, and what I saw made my stomach drop. Smoke rose from multiple points across the city. Traffic was gridlocked on all the major highways. I could see accidents, overturned vehicles, fires. The camera zoomed in on the area around the hospital. The streets were packed with people running in every direction. And among them, moving in those distinctive jerky motions, were the infected. The anchor's voice was barely controlled panic. Reports coming in from all over the city of violent attacks and what witnesses are describing as cannibalistic behavior. The governor has declared a state of emergency and is calling in the National Guard. Citizens are advised to stay in their homes, lock their doors, and avoid contact with anyone exhibiting aggressive behavior. The feed cut to a street-level camera. A reporter stood outside the hospital, her face pale but professional. Sarah Chen reporting from Carolina Medical Center, where sources tell us the outbreak may have originated. Hospital staff are evacuating and police have established a perimeter, but behind the reporter, someone screamed. The camera swung wildly, showing the hospital entrance. People poured out, staff and patients mixed together, and among them the infected grabbing and biting anyone they could reach. The camera captured it in horrifying detail. A security guard pulled down by 3 of them, his screams cutting off abruptly as they tore into him. A nurse running with a child in her arms, an infected patient in a wheelchair somehow pushing itself after her with terrifying speed. The reporter was screaming now, backing away from the chaos. The camera tilted, showing the sky, then the ground. We heard wet tearing sounds, screaming, then silence. The feed cut back to the studio where the anchor sat speechless, his face the color of old snow. Jesus Christ, Morrison said, this is happening everywhere. Not everywhere, I said, not yet, but it will be. We need to secure this floor and figure out what to do. I looked at Kevin. He was sitting on the break room couch, his head in his hands. The black veins now covered half his face. His breathing was shallow and rapid. Kevin, how are you feeling? Bad. Really bad. I'm so hot. Everything hurts. He looked up at me and I saw tears running down his cheeks. Am I going to die, Doc? I wanted to lie, but he deserved the truth. Yes. And then I'm going to turn into one of those things? I don't know. Maybe. Probably. He nodded slowly. Then you need to kill me before that happens, you understand? I don't want to be one of those things. I don't want to hurt anyone. Kevin, promise me, Doc, please don't let me turn. I looked into his eyes and saw the fear there, but also the determination. He knew what was coming. He was choosing his end. I promise. Morrison was staring at us, horrified. Tom, you can't. We're doctors. We save lives. We don't... He's already dead, I said flatly. The man he was is already gone. We're just waiting for the body to catch up. A crash echoed from somewhere on the floor. We all jumped. Morrison went to the door and looked out. They're in the ICU. God, they're in the ICU. He slammed the door and locked it. We have maybe a dozen critical patients we can't move. Ventilator-dependent, dialysis, the works. We can't evacuate them. Then we leave them, I said. The words tasted like ash, but they were true. We can't save them. We can't even save ourselves if we stay here. I'm not leaving my patients, Morrison said. I won't. Then you'll die with them. I turned to Patricia and Martinez. We need to find a secure location and figure out what's happening. The roof. If we can get to the roof, maybe we can signal for help. The roof access is 2 floors up, Patricia said. We'd have to go through the administrative wing. More crashing, closer now. Voices, some human, some not. Screaming. The sound of medical equipment being overturned. The infected were systematically clearing the ICU room by room. How many staff had been up here? How many patients? All of them would soon be dead or transformed. Kevin stood up. The movement was shaky, uncoordinated. You should go now, while you still can. Kevin, I promised. I know, but not yet. I can still think. I can still feel. When that changes, when I'm gone, then you do it, but I'm not gone yet. He managed a weak smile. I can still help. I can buy you time. No. Doc, I'm dead already. You said it yourself. Let me die doing something that matters. He walked to the door before I could stop him. Unlocked it. Opened it. The corridor outside was chaos. Infected patients and staff. Some still in the process of transforming. Others already fully gone. They turned toward the open door, toward the fresh prey standing in the frame. Kevin Braxton, surgical tech, father of 2, amateur guitarist, good man, stepped out to meet them. He screamed at them, waved his arms, drew their attention. They swarmed him. He didn't fight. He just stood there and let them come, buying us the seconds we needed. I grabbed Patricia and Martinez and ran. We went the opposite direction, toward the stairs that would take us to the administrative wing. Behind us, Kevin's screams cut off abruptly. I didn't look back. Looking back wouldn't change anything. It would only slow us down. The stairs were clear. We climbed fast, my lungs burning, my legs aching. 9th floor, 10th floor. Behind us, new sounds. More breaking glass, more screaming, the building itself seeming to groan under the weight of what was happening. The administrative wing on the 10th floor was a different world. Carpeted hallways, executive offices, conference rooms. It was also empty. Everyone had either evacuated or was dead. The roof access is at the end of the hall, Patricia said, pointing. We ran. The access was a metal door with a warning sign. Roof access. Authorized personnel only. Alarm will sound. I didn't care about alarms. I slammed my shoulder into the push bar and the door burst open. No alarm sounded. Either the system was down or nobody was monitoring it anymore. The roof was a flat expanse of tar and gravel, dotted with HVAC units and satellite dishes. The Charlotte skyline stretched out before us, and what I saw confirmed my worst fears. Smoke rose from dozens of points across the city. Fires burned unchecked. I could see crashed helicopters, one on the roof of the Duke Energy building, another smoking in the street below. Traffic was completely frozen on I-277, vehicles abandoned as far as I could see. And in the streets, tiny figures ran and fought and died. The sound was worse than the sight. Even from 10 stories up, I could hear it. The screaming, the gunfire, the car alarms, the sirens, all blending into a cacophony of civilizational collapse. Fighter jets streaked overhead, their sonic booms rattling the building. I saw them circle back and release missiles into the city center. The explosions bloomed like orange flowers, and entire buildings disappeared in fire and debris. They're bombing us, Martinez said. They're bombing Charlotte. Trying to contain the outbreak, I said. But I could see it wasn't working. The infection was spreading too fast, too wide. The city was lost. Maybe the whole country was lost. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, shocked it still had signal. A text from my ex-wife, Rachel. "Are you safe? The news is showing what's happening. Please tell me you're safe." We'd divorced 3 years ago, but remained friends. She lived in Asheville now, 2 hours west. I texted back, "I'm alive. Stay away from Charlotte. Lock your doors. Don't let anyone in. I love you." Her response came instantly. "I love you too. Be safe. Please be safe." I put the phone away and looked at Patricia and Martinez. "We need a plan. We can't stay here. The building is compromised and it's only a matter of time before they reach the roof." "Where can we go?" Patricia asked. "The whole city is falling apart." "We need supplies first. Food, water, medical equipment, weapons. Then we find transportation and get out of the city." I walked to the edge of the roof and looked down. The hospital parking lot was chaos. Abandoned cars, overturned ambulances, bodies everywhere. Both types of bodies. Some that stayed down, some that got back up. A hospital helicopter sat on the helipad on the east side of the roof. It was a medevac chopper, a Eurocopter EC-145, capable of carrying 6 people plus crew. The rotors were still, but the bird looked intact. "Can either of you fly a helicopter?" They both shook their heads. "Can you?" Martinez asked. "I can fly a Black Hawk. Did 2 tours flying wounded out of hot zones. Never flown a civilian bird, but the principles are similar." I jogged over to the helicopter and tried the door. Locked. I picked up a piece of gravel and smashed the window. The alarm blared, but I ignored it, reaching through to unlock the door from inside. The interior was clean and well maintained. The fuel gauge showed 3/4 full. I checked the instruments. Everything looked functional. This could work. If I can get it started, we can fly out of here. "And go where?" Patricia asked. "If the whole city is infected." "West, into the mountains. Find somewhere remote, somewhere defensible. Wait this out." "Wait it out?" Martinez laughed, a sound with no humor in it. "Tom, did you see what's happening down there? This isn't something you wait out. This is the end of the world." Maybe he was right, but I hadn't survived 2 tours in Afghanistan and 15 years of surgery just to give up and die on a hospital roof. "Then we survived the end of the world. You coming or not?" Before they could answer, the roof access door burst open. Not from the inside, from the outside. Someone had been climbing up the exterior of the building and had reached the roof. He was a big man in a security uniform, but the uniform was torn and bloody, and his eyes were black voids. He fixed on us and charged. I grabbed a metal pipe from near one of the HVAC units and met his charge. He was strong and fast, but I had combat training and a weapon. I sidestepped his lunge and brought the pipe down on his head. He dropped. I hit him twice more to make sure he stayed down. "Get in the helicopter," I ordered. "Now!" They scrambled in. I climbed into the pilot's seat and started going through the startup sequence. It had been years since I'd flown, and this bird was different from the military choppers I was trained on, but the basics were the same. Battery on, fuel pump on. Start the auxiliary power unit. The instruments came to life, screens glowing in the dim interior. More figures appeared at the roof access door. They poured out, stumbling over the security guard's body, spreading across the roof. I counted at least 20, some I recognized. Dr. Lisa Chen from oncology, Nurse Prakash from the ER, orderly Marcus Williams, all dead, all hungry. I hit the starter and the turbine began to spin up. The sound was a rising whine that quickly became a roar. The rotor blades started turning, slowly at first, then faster. The infected were running toward us now, 30 feet, 20 feet. The rotor was at 60% speed, not enough for liftoff. I needed 80% minimum, 10 feet. I could see their faces clearly, the black eyes, the snapping teeth, the complete absence of anything human. The rotor hit 70%, 75. One of them reached the chopper and started pounding on the door. The window cracked, but held. 80%. I pulled on the collective and the helicopter lurched off the helipad. We rose 10 feet, 20, the infected falling away below us. I pushed forward on the cyclic and we tilted, moving away from the hospital roof. The city spread out below us, a panorama of destruction. I could see the full scope now. Fires burning in every neighborhood, crowds running through the streets, the infected everywhere, a plague that had consumed Charlotte in a matter of hours. "Oh my God," Patricia whispered. "Look at that." She was pointing toward the hospital entrance. The infected had broken through the police perimeter and were flooding into the surrounding streets. But that wasn't what caught my attention. What caught my attention was the convoy of military vehicles rolling down the street. Humvees and armored personnel carriers, soldiers in full combat gear. They were setting up a new perimeter, pushing back the infected with sustained gunfire. Bodies dropped by the dozens, but more kept coming. And behind the military vehicles, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A convoy of civilian trucks, unmarked except for a logo on the side. Even from this distance, I recognized it. Sterling Pharmaceuticals, one of the largest drug companies in the country, headquartered right here in Charlotte. I'd done work for them occasionally, consulting on cardiac drugs and clinical trials. I knew their CEO, Victoria Sterling, from medical conferences. She was brilliant, ambitious, and ruthless. A woman who'd built a pharmaceutical empire through a combination of genius and absolutely cutthroat business practices. She was also known for pushing ethical boundaries in pursuit of profit. What the hell were Sterling Pharmaceuticals trucks doing in the middle of a zombie outbreak? I didn't have time to dwell on it. The helicopter's low fuel warning light started blinking. 3/4 of a tank wasn't enough to get us out of the city and into the mountains. We needed to find a place to land, refuel, and gather supplies. I scanned the cityscape below, looking for somewhere relatively clear of infected. "There," Martinez said, pointing. "The First Bank parking garage. Top level looks empty." I angled toward it. The garage was a massive structure in Uptown near the Bank of America Tower. The top level was open air and should give me enough space to land safely. I brought the helicopter around, descending slowly. The rotor wash scattered debris across the concrete as we touched down. I killed the engine and the rotors spun down to silence. For a moment we just sat there, breathing hard, trying to process what had happened. In the span of a few hours, our entire world had ended. The hospital where I'd worked for a decade was overrun with the walking dead. The city I'd called home was burning. My nurse, my surgical tech, colleagues, and patients I'd known for years, all dead or transformed into monsters. "What now?" Patricia asked. "Now we survive," I said. I climbed out of the helicopter and surveyed the parking garage. It was on the 32nd floor of the structure, giving us a clear view of the surrounding area. I could see the chaos below. Abandoned cars, fires, bodies in the streets. But the garage itself appeared secure for the moment. "We need to find supplies," I said. "Water, food, medical equipment, and weapons, lots of weapons." "Where do we find those in a parking garage?" Martinez asked. "We don't. We go to the building below. The First Bank building has executive floors, break rooms, probably a security office. We raid those, take what we need, and get back here before dark." "And then what?" "Then we figure out how to survive the night." We found a stairwell access and descended into the building. The executive floors were abandoned but intact. No signs of infected yet. We moved quickly, hitting the break rooms first. Coffee, snacks, bottled water, not much but better than nothing. The security office was on the 15th floor. The door was locked, but I kicked it in. Inside, we found a small arsenal, 2 9mm pistols, a shotgun, maybe 100 rounds of ammunition. Also a first aid kit, flashlights, and a portable radio. I turned on the radio and scanned channels. Most were dead or broadcasting emergency alerts. But I found one, a news station still on the air. The anchor sounded exhausted, terrified, but professional. Confirmed reports of similar outbreaks in Raleigh, Greensboro, Atlanta, and Columbia. The governor has ordered the evacuation of all major cities in North Carolina and has requested federal assistance. The president has declared a national emergency and is mobilizing the military. Citizens are advised to shelter in place if possible, or evacuate to designated safe zones if shelter is not secure. Do not approach anyone exhibiting violent or unusual behavior. Do not trust anyone showing signs of infection, black veins, dilated pupils, high fever. If you are bitten or scratched by an infected individual, seek immediate medical attention if available. But be aware that medical facilities in urban areas have been overwhelmed. Static cut in, and when the signal returned, the anchor's professional composure had cracked. Fucking everywhere. They're in the building. Oh God, they're in the building. We have to... Screaming. Gunshots. Silence. I turned off the radio. We're on our own. We hauled our supplies back up to the parking garage roof. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of blood and fire. The city below was descending into darkness, the power grid failing section by section. Fires provided the only illumination, their orange glow reflecting off the glass towers. We should take shifts, I said. Keep watch, 2 hours each. I'll take first watch. Patricia and Martinez curled up in the back of the helicopter using emergency blankets we'd found in the security office. I sat on the roof's edge with the shotgun across my lap, watching the city die. The night brought new horrors. The screaming never stopped, but it changed in character. Fewer human voices, more of the wet, rattling growls of the infected. I saw fires spread unchecked, entire blocks consumed. I saw military helicopters circling, searchlights sweeping the streets. I saw them fire missiles into dense concentrations of infected, the explosions bright and brief. Around midnight, I heard helicopters approaching from the west. Not military birds. These were civilian choppers, expensive models, the kind owned by corporations and wealthy individuals. They flew in a tight formation, heading toward the Sterling Pharmaceuticals headquarters building a few miles north. I watched through a pair of binoculars we'd found, trying to see details. The Sterling building was a gleaming tower of glass and steel, 30 floors of corporate power. The helicopters landed on the roof and figures disembarked. Even from this distance, I could tell they were heavily armed. Not infected, but professional security moving with military precision. They disappeared into the building. What was Sterling Pharmaceuticals doing? Why were they moving personnel into the city when everyone else was evacuating? I didn't have answers. I just had questions piling up like bodies in the street below. Questions about the outbreak's origin. Questions about how it spread so fast. Questions about why a pharmaceutical company was operating in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. My shift ended and Martinez took over. I tried to sleep but couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sarah's face as she transformed, or Kevin standing in that doorway, or Marcus sitting up on the operating table with his chest split open. I saw the security guard I'd killed on the roof, and the teenage boy, and the old man with the surgical drain. I'd killed 5 people today. 5 living, breathing human beings, except they hadn't been living or breathing. They'd been dead things walking, and I'd put them down. Dawn came slowly, the sun rising over a city transformed. In the gray morning light, I could see the full extent of the destruction. Entire neighborhoods were gone, reduced to smoking rubble by military strikes. The highways were graveyards of vehicles. Bodies littered every street, both types, those that stayed down and those that kept moving. "Tom, look at this," Patricia said. She was pointing at the Sterling Pharmaceuticals building. In the daylight, I could see activity. Trucks moving in and out of the underground garage, people on the roof setting up what looked like satellite equipment. They'd turned the building into a fortress and command center. "They were ready for this," I said. "They knew it was coming." "That's insane," Martinez said. "How could they know?" "Maybe they caused it." The words hung in the air. It sounded paranoid, conspiracy theory nonsense. But as I thought about it, pieces started to fit together. Sterling Pharmaceuticals was one of the largest biotech companies in the world. They had labs across the country, including several here in Charlotte. They specialized in cutting-edge research, gene therapy, immunology, viral vectors for drug delivery, and the outbreak had started in a hospital where Sterling Pharmaceuticals supplied the blood products. "We need to get to that building," I said. "Are you crazy?" Patricia stared at me. "That building is miles away through a city full of infected. We'd never make it. Then we fly. The helicopter doesn't have enough fuel to get us anywhere safe. If we use it to go to the Sterling building, we're stuck there. Maybe that's where we need to be. Maybe they have answers. Maybe they have a cure. Or maybe they'll kill us to protect their secrets," Martinez said. He had a point. But doing nothing wasn't an option either. We were running out of food and water. The parking garage wouldn't stay secure forever. Sooner or later, the infected would find us. We needed a better plan, and that meant getting information. "I'm going," I said. "You two stay here. If I'm not back by sunset, take the helicopter and fly west. Find somewhere safe." "Tom, you'll never make it on foot," Patricia said. "Then I'll have to be very careful." I took one of the pistols, the shotgun, and all the ammunition I could carry. I filled a backpack with water bottles and energy bars. I checked the edges of the parking garage, looking for a way down that wouldn't take me through the infected-filled interior. The exterior had maintenance ladders at regular intervals. Fire escape protocol from when the building was constructed. I slung the backpack on, tucked the pistol into my belt, and started climbing down. The ladder was old and rusty, but it held my weight. I descended 32 floors, my muscles burning, my hands cramping on the metal rungs. The street below was quiet in the gray morning light. Too quiet. The infected were still out there, I knew, just not in sight at the moment. I hit the ground and started moving, staying close to buildings, avoiding open spaces. The city was a horror show. Blood everywhere, body parts scattered, the smell of death and smoke choking. I moved from car to car, using them as cover, my every sense hyper-alert. I'd done this in Helmand, moving through hostile territory where any shadow could hide a Taliban fighter. The skills came back easily. Too easily. A figure stumbled out of an alley ahead, infected. A businessman in a torn suit, one arm missing. Black blood crusted around the stump. He saw me and charged. I raised the shotgun and blew his head apart. The boom echoed off the buildings. Stupid. Noise attracts them. I needed to be smarter. I switched to the pistol and kept moving. More infected appeared, drawn by the gunshot. I dropped them with headshots, the suppressed training taking over. Squeeze, don't pull, controlled breathing, sight alignment. Bodies dropped. I kept moving. The Sterling building was still 2 miles away. I made it 3 blocks before I ran into serious trouble. A pack of infected, maybe 20 strong, were feeding on something in the middle of an intersection. They looked up as I approached, their faces covered in gore. I backpedaled, but they were already running at me. I ducked into the lobby of an office building and slammed the glass doors shut. The infected hit them seconds later, their bodies crashing against the glass. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface. The doors wouldn't hold long. I ran deeper into the building looking for another exit. The lobby opened into a shopping arcade. High-end stores, all looted or destroyed. I ran through, the infected smashing through the doors behind me. Their footsteps echoed in the cavernous space, amplified by the marble and glass. I found a stairwell and started climbing, my lungs burning. Behind me, the infected poured into the stairwell, their growls echoing. 5th floor, 10th floor, 15th floor, they were relentless, never tiring, never stopping. I burst out onto the roof and immediately regretted it. There was no exit up here, just HVAC units and ventilation shafts. I was trapped. The infected poured out of the stairwell, spreading across the roof. I fired the pistol, dropping them one by one, but there were too many. My slide locked back. Empty magazine. I dropped the pistol and brought up the shotgun. Boom, boom, boom. Bodies fell, but more kept coming. The last shell ejected and the gun was empty. I grabbed it by the barrel and used it as a club, swinging at the nearest infected. The stock connected with its skull and the wood splintered. I tossed the broken gun aside and pulled out a knife from my belt. A tactical knife I'd carried since Afghanistan. 3 infected left. They circled me, moving with disturbing coordination. I'd noticed this before. When there were enough of them, they seemed to coordinate, like a hive mind or pack intelligence. They attacked simultaneously from 3 sides. I ducked under the first one's grab and slashed its throat. Useless, they don't need to breathe, then drove the knife up through its jaw into its brain. It dropped. The second one grabbed my arm. I headbutted it, feeling its nose crunch, then stabbed it through the eye. It fell. The third one hit me from behind, slamming me to the roof. My head cracked against the concrete and stars exploded across my vision. I rolled, trying to get my knife up, but the infected was on top of me, its weight pinning me down. Its mouth opened wide, teeth descending toward my throat. A gunshot. The infected's head exploded, spraying me with black blood. The body slumped. I shoved it off and looked up. A woman stood at the roof's edge, holding a sniper rifle. She was in her 30s, athletic build, short dark hair, wearing tactical gear. Behind her, a rope dangled from a helicopter hovering overhead. She gestured at me. "You want to live? Grab the rope." I didn't hesitate. I ran to her and grabbed the rope. She did the same, and the helicopter pulled us up. We dangled there, 50 feet above the roof, 100 feet above the street, the city spreading out below us in all its ruined horror. The helicopter banked and flew north toward the Sterling Pharmaceuticals building. They pulled us up into the helicopter's interior. I collapsed on the floor, breathing hard, my body shaking with adrenaline come down. The woman knelt beside me, checking me for bites. "You hurt? Any wounds?" "No bites, just bruised." "Good. That would have been awkward if I'd saved an infected." She offered her hand. "Captain Alexis Martinez, Sterling Pharmaceuticals Security Division." I shook her hand, confusion warring with gratitude. Dr. Thomas Blake, cardiac surgeon, was a cardiac surgeon. What's Sterling Pharmaceuticals doing with a security division that operates like a military unit? Protecting company assets in a crisis. We saw you on the security cameras heading toward our building. Director Sterling wants to talk to you. Victoria Sterling? The same. She's running operations from HQ. We've secured the building and are coordinating with what's left of the government. You're lucky we spotted you. The helicopter descended toward the Sterling building. Up close, I could see they'd fortified it extensively. Armed guards on the roof, barricades, heavy weapons emplacements. This wasn't a hastily assembled defense. This was professional military-grade security that had been planned well in advance. We landed and Alexis led me inside. The building's interior was pristine, untouched by the chaos consuming the rest of the city. Armed security personnel moved through the halls with crisp efficiency. Scientists in lab coats worked in offices visible through glass walls. It was surreal, an island of order in a sea of apocalyptic chaos. Alexis took me to the 30th floor, the executive level. Victoria Sterling's office occupied the entire corner of the building, floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Charlotte's destruction. She stood at those windows now, her back to us, watching the city burn. "Dr. Blake," she said without turning, "I've been hoping someone from the medical community would make it here. We need people with your expertise." "For what?" She turned to face me. Victoria Sterling was in her 50s, elegantly dressed despite the circumstances, her silver hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her eyes were ice blue and utterly cold. "To help develop a cure, of course. This outbreak was an unfortunate accident, but we're working to contain it and reverse the effects." "An accident?" I stared at her. "How do you accidentally create a zombie virus?" The technical term is necrotizing hemorrhagic encephalopathy with post-mortem reanimation syndrome. We were developing a revolutionary treatment for traumatic brain injury. A viral vector that could repair neural damage and restore function even hours after clinical death. The early trials were incredibly promising, but there were side effects we didn't anticipate. Side effects? People are eating each other in the streets. Yes, that is an unfortunate complication. Her tone was clinical, detached. The virus was designed to reactivate dead neural tissue and restore minimal brain function. It works perhaps too well. The reanimated individuals retain only the most primitive brainstem functions: hunger, aggression, motor coordination. Higher cognitive functions are completely absent. I felt sick. You created this. Sterling Pharmaceuticals created the zombie virus. We created a potential medical breakthrough. The applications were extraordinary, reversing brain death, curing degenerative neurological diseases, restoring function to stroke and trauma victims. The profit potential was in the tens of billions. So you tested it on people without proper safety protocols? The testing was extensive and followed all approved channels. But her eyes flickered just for a second. She was lying. How did it spread? How did it get from your lab into the general population? Victoria walked to her desk and pulled up a map on her computer screen. It showed Charlotte with red dots marking infection sites. The densest concentration was around Carolina Medical Center and 3 other hospitals. Our research division supplies blood products to medical facilities across the southeast. The virus was introduced into the blood supply approximately 72 hours ago. We didn't realize it had happened until it was too late. Introduced? You mean contaminated? Yes. How? Lab safety protocols should have prevented... Then it hit me. Someone did this deliberately. Someone contaminated the blood supply on purpose. Victoria's expression didn't change. We believe so, yes. Who? Why? That's what I'm trying to determine. Someone within Sterling Pharmaceuticals had access to the virus and the blood processing facility. They deliberately contaminated multiple batches and distributed them to hospitals before we could stop it. By the time we realized what had happened, hundreds of patients had received the contaminated blood products. They died and reanimated, spreading the infection to staff and other patients. It cascaded from there. I thought about Marcus Riley, dying on my operating table. What blood type was Marcus Riley? I don't know. Why? He was my patient this morning, triple bypass. He crashed during surgery and we couldn't bring him back. Then he reanimated and attacked my team. If he received contaminated blood products during the procedure... Victoria pulled up another screen. Marcus Riley, age 58, admitted for coronary artery bypass grafting. Required 4 units of O-negative blood during surgery. She checked another file. That batch was flagged in our investigation. It was contaminated. So this is your fault, your company, your virus, your contaminated blood. You killed Marcus Riley. You killed Sarah Chen and Kevin Braxton and everyone else who's died today. I didn't contaminate the blood supply, Dr. Blake. Someone working for me did. But yes, the technology is ours, and we bear responsibility for its misuse. That's why we're working to fix this. By developing a cure? Exactly. We have the best virologists and neuroscientists in the country working around the clock. If anyone can reverse the effects of the virus, it's us. But we need more data. We need to study infected subjects, understand exactly how the virus is affecting neural tissue, identify potential treatment vectors. You want to experiment on them? We want to save humanity. If that requires studying the infected, then yes. I've authorized Captain Martinez to assemble teams for field collection. We need live, or rather reanimated subjects for study. I looked at Alexis, who'd been standing silently by the door. You're going out there to capture zombies and bring them back here? That's the mission, Alexis said. We've done 3 collection runs already, brought back a dozen subjects. They're in the secure research wing. And you want me to help with this? We need medical expertise, Victoria said. You're a surgeon with combat experience. You've already survived direct contact with the infected. You know how to function under pressure. And frankly, Dr. Blake, what else are you going to do? Go back to that parking garage and wait for the food to run out? She had a point. Painful as it was to admit, she had a point. I had no plan beyond surviving the next few hours. At least here they were working toward a solution. Maybe. Or maybe Victoria Sterling was the one who'd contaminated the blood supply in the first place, creating a crisis she could then profit from by developing the cure. I want to see your research, I said. I want to talk to your scientists. I want full access to everything related to this virus. If I'm going to help, I need to know exactly what we're dealing with. Victoria smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. Of course, transparency is essential in this crisis. Captain Martinez will escort you to the research wing. I'll have our head virologist brief you on our findings. Alexis led me through the building, down to the 25th floor where the research wing was located. The corridors here were more heavily secured, keycard access at every door, armed guards at checkpoints, biohazard symbols on the walls. We entered through an airlock into a laboratory space that looked like something from a science fiction movie. The lab was divided into observation areas and containment cells. In those cells, I saw them, the infected strapped to examination tables, their bodies restrained but still moving, still trying to reach the technicians and scientists studying them. I recognized some of the subjects. Dr. Morrison from the ICU, Jenny Albright from post-op. Others I didn't know but who wore hospital gowns or scrubs, indicating they'd been staff or patients at the hospitals. This is Dr. Richard Chen, Alexis said, introducing me to a man in his 40s wearing a lab coat and carrying a tablet. He's heading up the viral research. Dr. Chen shook my hand. Dr. Blake, good to meet you. Ms. Sterling said you'd be joining us. Come, let me show you what we've learned. He led me to one of the observation windows. Inside, a female subject, she looked like she'd been a nurse, was strapped to a table, electrodes attached to her skull. A monitor showed brain activity in real time. What we're seeing is fascinating and terrifying, Chen said. The virus completely rewrites the brain's function. It kills the higher cortical functions, personality, memory, reasoning, everything that makes us human. But it preserves and actually enhances the brainstem and cerebellum, the parts that control basic motor function, aggression, and feeding behavior. How does it spread so fast? I asked. Bodily fluids, blood, saliva, any transfer of infected tissue. Once introduced to the bloodstream, the virus replicates exponentially fast. It has an affinity for neural tissue and crosses the blood-brain barrier within minutes. Death occurs when it overwhelms the cardiovascular and respiratory systems. Reanimation occurs when the virus restarts minimal brainstem function and hijacks the motor cortex. What about a cure? Chen's expression darkened. That's the problem. To cure this, we'd need to reverse the neural damage, restore the dead tissue, and eliminate the virus, all without killing the subject. The virus is integrated into every cell by the time reanimation occurs. It's not just an infection, it's become part of their biology. So there's no cure. I didn't say that. There might be a way. We're testing antiviral compounds, neural growth factors, targeted gene therapies. Something might work, but it will take time. And time is the one thing we don't have. The infection is spreading exponentially. Every person who dies becomes a potential vector for transmission. How widespread is it now? Based on our modeling and the reports we're receiving, the virus has already reached every major city in North Carolina and is spreading into Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee. The infection rate is approximately 70% in urban areas. Rural areas are less affected but still vulnerable. At current transmission rates, the entire Southeast will be compromised within 72 hours. The rest of the country within a week. A week. 1 week until the entire United States fell to this plague. What's the government doing? Mobilizing the military, establishing quarantine zones, evacuating uninfected populations to designated safe areas. But it's chaos. Command structures are breaking down, communication is failing, and every dead soldier becomes another infected. The military can't contain this with conventional tactics. What about unconventional tactics? Chen glanced at Alexis, then back to me. The president has authorized tactical nuclear strikes on major urban centers if conventional containment fails. Charlotte is on the list. If the infection isn't controlled within 48 hours, they'll sterilize the city. Nuclear weapons. They were going to nuke Charlotte. Then we have 48 hours to find a cure. 36, Chen corrected. The countdown started 12 hours ago. I looked through the observation window at the infected nurse, at what she'd become. She'd been someone's daughter, maybe someone's mother. Now she was a thing, a monster, a problem to be solved or eliminated. What do you need me to do? We're planning another collection run tonight, Alexis said. We need more subjects, particularly fresh infections. The longer the virus has been active, the more degraded the tissue becomes. We need subjects who've been infected within the last few hours to maximize our research effectiveness. You want me to go out there and capture newly infected people? Yes. You're medical. You can assess subjects in the field, determine who's viable for study. And you're ex-military, you can handle the operational side. It's perfect. Perfect. Right. I was going back out into hell to capture zombies for a pharmaceutical company's research while a nuclear countdown ticked down over all our heads. This was fine. Everything was fine. When do we leave? Sundown. 6 hours from now. Get some rest. Eat. Familiarize yourself with the equipment. We'll brief the team at 1700 hours. Alexis showed me to a small room on the residential floor. Apparently, Sterling had executive apartments in the building for exactly this kind of emergency. I collapsed on the bed, exhausted beyond measure. But sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw their faces. Sarah, Kevin, Marcus, Morrison, all dead. All my fault? No, not my fault. Victoria Sterling's fault. Her virus, her contaminated blood, her company. But was it really her? She claimed someone had deliberately sabotaged the blood supply, but who? And why? What did they have to gain from unleashing a zombie apocalypse? I needed answers. I got up and started exploring the building. The residential floor had a small gym, a cafeteria, and a common area with computers. I logged into one using my medical credentials to access Sterling's internal network. If I was going to work for them, I needed to know exactly what I was working for. The network was heavily secured, but I'd learned some basic hacking from a Marine in my unit who'd been a cybersecurity specialist before enlisting. I bypassed the basic security and started searching through files, research reports, clinical trial data, financial records. What I found made my blood run cold. The virus, officially designated NHE-177 in Sterling's files, hadn't been an accident. The side effects hadn't been unexpected. Victoria Sterling had known exactly what her researchers were creating. The early trials had shown the reanimation effects from the very beginning. Subjects died and came back, exhibiting the same aggressive cannibalistic behavior. And instead of stopping the research, Sterling had pushed it forward. Why? I dug deeper into the financial records. Sterling Pharmaceuticals was in trouble. Deep trouble. They'd bet billions on several drug candidates that had failed in late-stage trials. Their stock was tanking. They were facing bankruptcy within the year. They needed a miracle. NHE-177 was supposed to be that miracle. But not as a cure for brain injury. That was just cover. The real application was military. I found emails between Victoria Sterling and Department of Defense contractors discussing the potential of NHE-177 as a weapon. Imagine being able to reanimate your dead soldiers, turn them into fearless, relentless fighters who felt no pain and never stopped. Imagine dropping the virus on enemy populations, watching their own dead rise up and attack them. The military applications were worth hundreds of billions. But something had gone wrong. The virus had gotten out before Sterling could secure the military contracts. Before they could control it. And now, it was consuming the world. Had Victoria done this deliberately? Had she released her own virus to create a crisis, knowing she was the only one who could provide a cure? Create the disease and the treatment, corner the market, save the company? Or had someone else sabotaged her plans? Someone within the company who'd discovered what she was doing and wanted to stop her? I needed more information. I needed to find out who had contaminated the blood supply. I searched through personnel files, looking for anyone with access to both the virus research and the blood processing facility. The list was short. Only 12 people had the necessary clearances. I cross-referenced them with recent activity logs. One name stood out: Dr. Amanda Price, senior virologist on the NHE-177 project. According to the logs, she'd accessed the blood processing facility 3 days ago, exactly when the contamination would have occurred, but there was a flag on her file. She'd submitted her resignation a week before that, citing ethical concerns about research direction. I searched for more information on Amanda Price and found her personal files. She had a brother, Marcus Price, who died in a military experiment 3 years ago. An experiment conducted by Sterling Pharmaceuticals under DoD contract. An experiment involving early versions of NHE-177. She'd sabotaged the blood supply as revenge. She'd known exactly what the virus would do, and she'd unleashed it deliberately to destroy Sterling Pharmaceuticals and expose what they'd been doing. But she'd also unleashed hell on Earth. Millions would die. Millions already had died. All for revenge. I copied the files to a thumb drive and logged out. I had evidence. But what could I do with it? The normal channels didn't exist anymore. There was no police, no FBI, no justice system. There was only survival. I needed to confront Victoria Sterling. I needed to know if she'd known about Amanda Price's revenge plot, if she'd expected this, if she'd planned for it. I found her in her office, still watching the city burn. "Dr. Blake, shouldn't you be resting?" "I know what you did," I said. "I know about the military contracts. I know NHE-177 was designed as a weapon. I know you knew about the side effects from the beginning." She turned to face me, her expression unreadable. "You've been doing research. Good. I need people who ask questions." "You're not denying it?" "Why would I?" Yes, NHE 177 was developed with military applications in mind. Yes, we knew about the reanimation effects. Yes, I was negotiating contracts that would have been worth billions. None of that is illegal. You created a doomsday weapon. I created a potential tool for national defense. The same way scientists created nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, biological weapons. Sometimes terrible things are necessary for the greater good. There's nothing good about this, isn't there? She walked closer. Before the outbreak, we were on the brink of World War III. Russia, China, North Korea, they were all pushing toward conflict. Conventional war would have killed billions. Nuclear war would have ended civilization. But imagine if the US military had NHE 177. Imagine if we could reanimate our fallen soldiers, create an army that never stops, never retreats, never fears death. We'd be unstoppable. No one would dare attack us. You're insane. I'm pragmatic, but it doesn't matter now. Someone, likely Dr. Amanda Price, though I haven't confirmed it, sabotaged the project and released the virus before we could control it. Now, instead of a weapon under military control, we have a plague consuming the world. And ironically, I'm the only one who can stop it. Can you? Really? Or are you just planning to profit from the cure? Why not both? Yes, Sterling Pharmaceuticals will make money from the treatment, assuming we develop one, assuming there's still an economy left to make money in. But right now, profit is the least of my concerns. I want to survive this, Dr. Blake. I want humanity to survive this. And to do that, we need to work together. I stared at her, trying to read the truth in those cold eyes. Was she sincere? Or was this another manipulation? The collection run tonight, I said. Who's on the team? Captain Martinez will lead. She'll have 4 security personnel and you, 6 total. You'll go to areas of recent infection, capture viable subjects, and return them for study. It's dangerous, obviously, but necessary. And if we don't find anything useful, if there's no cure, then in 36 hours, Charlotte becomes a nuclear crater and we evacuate to our backup facility in the mountains. Either way, we survive. The question is whether anyone else does. I left her office feeling sick. I wanted to believe she was the villain, that everything wrong with this situation was her fault. But the truth was more complicated. She'd created a weapon, yes, but someone else had unleashed it. And now we were all paying the price. I went back to my room and tried to sleep. This time exhaustion won out and I dropped into restless dreams filled with black eyes and snapping teeth and Sarah's face as she transformed. Alexis woke me at 16:30. Team brief in 30 minutes. Gear up. The equipment room was like something from a military armory. Tactical vests, assault rifles, sidearms, flashbangs, zip ties for restraining subjects, even tranquilizer guns for safe capture. The security team was already there, 4 men and women who looked like they'd come straight from special operations. They introduced themselves with call signs: Rook, Bishop, Knight, Castle. Only Alexis used her real name. Our target zone is Presbyterian Hospital, 3 miles southeast, Alexis said, pulling up a map. Reports indicate fresh infections within the last 2 hours. The ER was overrun when an ambulance brought in multiple infected patients. Most of the staff evacuated, but some are trapped in the upper floors. We go in, secure subjects, extract any survivors we find, and get out. Time on ground, 30 minutes maximum. What about the infected already there? I asked. Eliminate as needed. Our priority is capture, but don't take unnecessary risks. Rules of engagement are simple. Headshots only. Preserve viable subjects when possible. Leave nothing that can follow us back. And if we encounter other survivors, non-Sterling personnel, we offer them extraction to our facility. If they refuse, we leave them. We're not heroes. We're researchers collecting data. The team loaded into 2 armored SUVs. The vehicles were heavily modified, reinforced frames, run-flat tires, gun ports in the sides. We drove out of the Sterling building's underground garage and into the nightmare that Charlotte had become. The streets were a war zone. Fires burned everywhere, bodies lay in twisted piles, abandoned vehicles blocked most roads, forcing us to drive on sidewalks and through storefronts. The infected were everywhere, stumbling through the wreckage, feeding on the dead, attacking anything that moved. We ran over dozens of them, the modified SUVs crushing their bodies under reinforced tires. Presbyterian Hospital loomed ahead, a sprawling medical complex that had once served hundreds of thousands of patients. Now it was a monument to death. The parking lot was full of crashed ambulances and police cars. Bodies lay everywhere. The infected wandered through the chaos, some feeding, others just shambling aimlessly. We parked in the ambulance bay and deployed quickly. The team moved with practiced efficiency, securing a perimeter while Alexis and I approached the ER entrance. The doors were shattered, glass everywhere. Inside was worse. Blood on every surface, bodies torn apart, the stench of death overpowering. "Rook Bishop with me," Alexis ordered. "Knight, Castle, secure the entrance. Doc, you're on subject assessment. Anything that looks recently turned, tag it for collection." We moved into the ER. The infected were everywhere, dozens of them feeding on the dead or wandering aimlessly. Alexis and her team fired with clinical precision. Single shots, headshots only, bodies dropping in perfect sequence. I followed behind, checking the fallen for signs of recent transformation. Most were too far gone, the tissue already degrading. But I found 3 that looked viable. Staff members based on their scrubs, dead less than an hour based on the blood pooling patterns. "Tag these 3, I said. Rook and Bishop zip-tied their hands and feet, then carried them out to the SUVs. We moved deeper into the ER, clearing room by room. The infected kept coming, drawn by our noise and movement. Alexis was calm under fire, her shots precise, her commands clear. This woman had done this before, probably in actual combat zones. We found survivors on the 3rd floor, a group of nurses and patients barricaded in a supply room. They'd been there since the outbreak started, surviving on bottled water and stolen snacks. There were 8 of them, terrified and traumatized. "We're evacuating to a secure facility," Alexis told them. "You can come with us, but we leave in 5 minutes. Anyone who's not ready gets left behind." They didn't need 5 minutes. They were out the door in 2. We escorted them back to the SUVs, loading both survivors and captured infected. The trip back to Sterling headquarters was tense. Several infected threw themselves at the vehicles, and we had to plow through a massive crowd that had gathered on Trade Street. But we made it back, pulling into the underground garage just as night fell completely. The infected subjects were taken directly to the research wing. The survivors were processed through medical screening, checking for bites, scratches, any sign of infection. All 8 came up clean. They were given rooms, food, and sedatives. They'd live, at least for now. I went back to the research wing and watched through the observation windows as Dr. Chen and his team examined the new subjects. They drew blood, took tissue samples, monitored brain activity. The infected struggled against their restraints, mouths working soundlessly. Those black eyes fixed on the humans, studying them with desperate hunger. "Anything useful?" I asked Chen. "Maybe. These are fresher than our previous subjects. The viral load is high, but the tissue degradation is minimal. We might be able to identify the exact mechanism of neural takeover, find a way to interrupt it." He pulled up scans on a monitor. "Look at this. The virus is concentrating in the limbic system, the emotional center of the brain. It's literally hijacking fear and aggression responses, amplifying them to pathological levels while suppressing everything else. Can you reverse it?" "In theory. If we could introduce a competing viral vector that targets the same neural pathways, we might be able to overwrite the infection. But designing that vector, testing it, manufacturing enough doses, it would take months. We have hours. Then we're fucked. Probably, but I'm not giving up yet, neither should you. I left the research wing and went to find food. The cafeteria was serving hot meals, one benefit of Sterling's obsessive emergency preparedness. I sat alone, eating mechanically, trying not to think about the countdown running in the background. 32 hours until Charlotte became a nuclear crater. Patricia and Martinez found me there. They'd been picked up by one of Sterling's collection teams and brought to headquarters. Seeing familiar faces was a relief I hadn't expected. "You made it," Patricia said, sitting across from me. "We thought you were dead when you didn't come back." "Almost was." Victoria Sterling's security team pulled me out. "You two okay?" "Physically, yes. Mentally, no." "Tom, what the hell is this place? They've got a whole research operation going, private military, survivors from all over the city." It's like they were ready for the apocalypse. They were. Sterling Pharmaceuticals created the virus. Someone sabotaged them and released it early, but this was their project all along. I told them everything I'd learned. The military applications, the DoD contracts, Amanda Price's revenge, Victoria Sterling's cold calculation. They listened in horror. "We have to get out of here," Martinez said. "We can't work for these people." "Where would we go? The whole city is infected, the whole state, soon the whole country. At least here we have resources, protection, a chance at developing a cure." "You really think they'll develop a cure? Or are they just collecting data to sell to the highest bidder after this is all over?" I didn't have a good answer. Before I could try to form one, alarms started blaring. Red emergency lights flashed. The intercom crackled. "Security breach, Sublevel 3. All personnel to secure positions. This is not a drill." Sublevel 3 was the research wing, where they kept the infected subjects. We ran. The security teams were already mobilizing, weapons ready, moving toward the stairwells. I grabbed a pistol from an emergency locker and followed. Alexis was at the Sublevel 3 entrance, her face grim. "What happened?" I asked. "One of the subjects broke free, tore through its restraints like they were paper. It attacked a technician, bit him, and now we've got an infected loose in the research wing. We're evacuating all personnel and sealing the level." "What about the technician?" "Already dead and reanimating. We have 2 infected in the research wing now. Possibly more if they reached other staff before we could lock it down. We can't just seal the level. We'll lose all the research, all the samples. We don't have a choice. If the infection spreads through the building, we're done. The entire facility is compromised." She was right. But watching her seal the level felt like sealing our last hope. Without the research, without the data, what chance did we have of developing a cure? The answer came faster than I expected. Dr. Chen emerged from the stairwell, his coat torn, blood running from a cut on his arm. But it was red blood, not black, not infected yet. "We got the data," he said, holding up a portable hard drive. "Everything we learned from the subjects, all our analysis, the viral genome, the neural pathway maps, it's all backed up here. We can reconstitute the research elsewhere." "Where elsewhere?" I asked. "Sterling has a backup facility, a research station in the mountains of West Virginia, underground, self-sufficient, designed to survive exactly this kind of catastrophe. We evacuate there, continue the work, develop the cure in safety." "How many people can you evacuate?" "All essential personnel, researchers, security, medical staff. About 50 people total. The helicopters will start evac runs within the hour." "What about the survivors we rescued? The people in the residential wing?" Chen hesitated. "We'll take as many as we can. But the facility has limited capacity." "Bullshit! You're leaving them to die. We're prioritizing mission-critical personnel. Without them, there's no cure. Without a cure, everyone dies anyway. It's a numbers game, Dr. Blake. Save 50 now to save millions later. I wanted to punch him. I wanted to tell him that every life mattered, that we couldn't just abandon people. But he was right. Tactically, strategically, he was right. It was the same calculation I'd made in Afghanistan, deciding which wounded Marines to evacuate first when there weren't enough helicopters. Save the ones you can save. Let the rest die. I'm going on the evac, I said. I'm essential personnel. Agreed. You're on the first flight with Ms. Sterling and the senior research team. The next hour was organized chaos. Personnel assembled on the roof, boarding helicopters in waves. I made sure Patricia and Martinez were on the evac list. Both had medical training, both were essential. The survivors we'd rescued were given supplies and directions to a supposed safe zone 40 miles north. It was a lie. There were no safe zones. But it was kinder than telling them they were being left to die. I was boarding the helicopter when I saw her, Amanda Price, being escorted by security toward one of the evac choppers. She was in restraints, her face bruised, blood on her clothes. They'd found her. "Wait," I said, stepping toward her. "Dr. Price?" She looked up, her eyes meeting mine. "You're Dr. Blake, the cardiac surgeon. I've seen your papers. You contaminated the blood supply. You unleashed this. I exposed what Sterling Pharmaceuticals was doing. Yes, I knew people would die, but they were going to use NHE-177 as a weapon. They were going to turn it over to the military. Do you know what that would mean? Armies of the dead controlled by whoever had the activation codes? They'd use it on civilians, on enemy populations. Millions would die in ways that make this outbreak look merciful. So you decided to kill millions yourself? I decided to make sure the world knew what Sterling was doing. I thought if people saw the horror, saw what the virus really did, there'd be no way they could weaponize it. No government would touch it. The project would be shut down. You were wrong. Now the world is ending. I know. Tears ran down her face. God help me, I know. I thought I could stop them. I thought I could prevent something worse, but I was wrong. I was so wrong. They dragged her away, loading her onto a helicopter. Victoria Sterling would want her alive. Someone to blame, someone to punish, a scapegoat for the apocalypse. But she told the truth. She tried to stop something terrible and created something worse. I boarded my helicopter. The rotors spun up and we lifted off, rising above the Sterling building, above Charlotte, above the ruins of civilization. I looked down at the city I'd called home for a decade. Fires burned everywhere. The infected roamed the streets in crowds that numbered in the thousands. And somewhere in all that chaos, people were still alive, still hiding, still hoping for rescue that would never come. In 28 hours, it would all be ash. We flew west toward the mountains. The night was clear and I could see for miles. More cities burning, highways clogged with the fleeing and the dead. Military units trying and failing to contain the spread. The infection had already reached Richmond, Raleigh, Atlanta. It was spreading faster than anyone had predicted. Dr. Chen's estimate of a week was optimistic. At this rate, the entire country would be overrun in 72 hours. The backup facility was exactly what Chen had described, an underground research complex carved into a mountain, accessible only by helicopter or a single reinforced road. It had been built during the Cold War as a government continuity bunker and later purchased by Sterling Pharmaceuticals for private research purposes. Now it would be our tomb, or our salvation. We landed on a helipad carved into the mountainside. Armed guards met us, checking IDs, screening for infection. I passed and was escorted into the facility. It was larger than I'd expected. Multiple levels, laboratories, living quarters, storage areas, all lit by harsh fluorescent lights and humming with filtered air circulation. Victoria Sterling assembled us in the main conference room. This is now Sterling Continuity Site Alpha. We are the last hope for developing a cure for NHE 177. Our timeline is compressed, but our resources are complete. Dr. Chen and his team will resume research immediately. Security will maintain perimeter defense. All other personnel will support the primary mission, developing a treatment and distributing it to surviving population centers. What about Charlotte? Someone asked. Charlotte will be destroyed by fuel-air explosives in approximately 27 hours. The military has decided that conventional containment has failed. They're sterilizing all major urban centers in the southeast. Charlotte, Atlanta, Raleigh, Columbia, all scheduled for demolition. The death toll will be in the millions. Silence. Complete horrified silence. Our job, Victoria continued, is to make sure those millions don't die in vain. We develop a cure. We save whoever we can. We rebuild. Questions? I raised my hand. What about the people we left behind, the survivors in Charlotte? Regrettable but necessary. We can't save everyone, Dr. Blake. We focus on saving the species. And who decides who deserves to be saved? I do. This is a Sterling Pharmaceuticals facility. I'm in command. If you don't like it, you're free to leave. I looked around the room. Patricia and Martinez were there, Chen and his research team, Alexis and her security personnel. Maybe 40 people total. The last hope for humanity, led by a woman who'd created the virus in the first place. This was insane. All of it. But what choice did we have? No, I said. I'm staying. But when this is over, if we survive, you and I are going to have a conversation about accountability. I look forward to it, Victoria said. Her smile was cold. The next day was a blur of activity. Chen's team reconstituted their research, analyzing the data they'd collected, running simulations, testing compounds. I assisted where I could, my medical training coming in handy for understanding the physiological impacts of the virus. Patricia and Martinez worked in the medical wing, preparing treatment protocols for if we developed a cure. Around noon, Chen called me to his lab. I think I've found something. He showed me a molecular model on his computer screen. The virus binds to specific receptors in the limbic system. If we can block those receptors, we might prevent the emotional hijacking. The person would still die, but they wouldn't reanimate. That's not a cure. That's just preventing new infections. It's a start, and I think we can go further. If we introduce a modified version of the virus, one that's been engineered to restore higher brain function instead of suppressing it, we might be able to reverse the effects in recently infected individuals. Might? How certain are you? 30%, maybe 40%. The theory is sound, but we'd need to test it. We'd need infected subjects. We left all the subjects in Charlotte. Then we need to go back. Before the city is destroyed, we need fresh infected individuals for testing. I stared at him. You want to fly back into Charlotte, which is scheduled to be bombed in less than 24 hours to capture zombies for experiments that have a 40% chance of working? Yes. That's suicide. It's also our only chance. Without test subjects, we can't verify the treatment works. Without verification, we can't produce it at scale. Without scale production, we can't save anyone. Dr. Blake, this is the mission. This is why we're here. He was right. God help us all, he was right. I found Victoria Sterling in her office. She'd taken over the facility director's quarters. Chen wants to go back to Charlotte. I know, he already briefed me. I'm authorizing the mission. Captain Martinez will lead a retrieval team. You'll go as medical officer. Departure in 2 hours. We might not make it back. I know. But we need those subjects. Take whatever risks you must. I assembled my gear, tactical vest, weapons, medical supplies. Patricia found me in the armory. You're going back? Have to. We need infected subjects for testing. Tom, the city's going to be bombed. You could die. Could die here too. Could die anywhere. At least this way I'm doing something useful. She hugged me. It had been years since anyone had hugged me like that, with genuine affection and worry. Come back. Please come back. I'll try. The helicopter, a different bird, a military Black Hawk that Sterling had somehow acquired, took off at 1400 hours. Alexis was pilot, with Rook and Bishop as security. Chen came along to assess subjects in person. 5 of us flying back into hell. The flight took 90 minutes. As we approached Charlotte, I saw the full extent of the destruction. The entire city was dark except for fires. No power, no lights, no signs of functioning infrastructure. The infected filled the streets in massive crowds, tens of thousands of them, a sea of shambling dead. Where do we land? Alexis asked. Carolina Medical Center, I said. The research wing. It's isolated enough that we might find subjects without being overwhelmed. She brought the helicopter down on the hospital's helipad, the same helipad where I'd landed just yesterday, a lifetime ago. The hospital below was dark and still. We deployed quickly, weapons ready. The research wing was on sub-level 3. We'd sealed it when the infected broke loose. Getting down there meant going through the hospital, through the infected. We moved fast, clearing hallways, dropping anything that moved. The infected were everywhere, feeding on the dead, wandering aimlessly. Some still wore hospital badges, and I recognized faces, colleagues I'd worked with, patients I'd treated. Now they were targets. I shot them without hesitation. We reached sub-level 3. The door was still sealed. Alexis entered the override code and it hissed open. The smell hit us first. Death and rot and something chemical. Inside, the infected subjects were still strapped to their tables, struggling against restraints. The technician who'd been bitten was there too, fully transformed, pacing in a corner like a caged animal. These will work, Chen said, examining the subjects. Fresh enough for testing. Let's sedate them and prep for transport. We sedated 6 subjects with tranquilizer darts and loaded them onto gurneys. The trek back to the helicopter was tense. Every noise could mean infected converging on our position. But we made it, loading the subjects one by one. That's when we heard the sound. A deep bass rumble that shook the building. I looked up and saw them. Fighter jets streaking across the sky, and falling from them dark shapes that tumbled through the air. They're bombing early, Alexis said. We need to leave. Now. We scrambled into the helicopter. Alexis hit the throttle and we lifted off just as the first explosion hit. It wasn't a nuclear weapon. It was fuel-air explosives, massive thermobaric bombs designed to create rolling walls of fire. The explosion consumed entire city blocks. A wave of flame and overpressure that incinerated everything in its path. We flew away as fast as the Black Hawk could manage, but the shockwave caught us. The helicopter tumbled, alarms screaming, controls fighting against Alexis's grip. She wrestled it under control, climbing hard, putting distance between us and the expanding fireball. I looked back and watched Charlotte die. Block after block disappeared in flames. The Bank of America Tower, the city's iconic skyline feature, swayed and collapsed. The stadium imploded. Neighborhoods I'd driven through 1,000 times turned to ash in seconds. 20 minutes later, a second wave of jets arrived. These carried real bombs, bunker busters and incendiaries designed to completely sterilize the area. They methodically worked across the city grid, leaving nothing but burning craters. Charlotte was gone, erased, 1 million people dead in an afternoon. We flew back to the facility in silence. What was there to say? We'd gotten our subjects. We'd completed the mission. and the price had been the complete destruction of a major American city. Chen immediately began testing on the infected subjects. I assisted, though my hands shook and my mind kept replaying the image of Charlotte burning. The modified virus, designated NHE-177R for reversal, was administered to 3 subjects while 3 were kept as controls. The results were immediate and dramatic. The control subject showed no change, still aggressive, still non-responsive, still completely dominated by the virus. But the test subjects began to show changes within an hour. The black veins faded, the dilated pupils contracted. Brain scans showed activity returning to the higher cortical regions. After 6 hours, one of the test subjects, a middle-aged woman who'd been a hospital administrator, opened her eyes and spoke. "Where am I? What happened?" Chen nearly wept. "It works. God help us, it actually works." But there were complications. The woman was weak, confused, traumatized by the experience of dying and being reanimated. Her memories of the time she'd spent infected were fragmented nightmares, and the treatment only worked on recently infected. Those who'd been dead and reanimated for more than 12 hours showed minimal response. The neural damage was too extensive to reverse. Still, it was hope. Real, tangible hope. We had a treatment. Not a cure for everyone, but a way to save the newly infected. A way to prevent the transformation. A way to fight back. Victoria Sterling called an emergency meeting. "The treatment works on a limited basis. We can prevent new infections and reverse recent ones, but we can't save those who've been infected for extended periods. And we don't have the manufacturing capacity to produce enough doses for the entire population." "So what do you propose?" I asked. "Triage. We identify surviving population centers, establish secure treatment zones, and focus on saving those we can save. The rest, the heavily infected areas, the ones too far gone, we write off." "Write off? You mean abandon millions of people?" "I mean acknowledge reality. We have limited resources. We can't save everyone. So we save who we can and rebuild from there." I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell her that every life mattered, that we had a responsibility to try. But I'd made these calculations before, in Afghanistan, in the OR. Save the ones you can save. Let the rest go. "Fine," I said, "but I want to be on the ground. I want to see who we're saving and who we're abandoning. I want to know the cost of your triage." "Granted. You'll lead one of the treatment teams. Captain Martinez will provide security. Dr. Chen will supply you with enough doses for initial trials. Your first target is a refugee camp near Asheville. Approximately 5,000 survivors isolated from major infection zones." The next morning we flew to Asheville. The city itself was intact but under siege. Infected pressed against hastily erected barriers while National Guard units held the perimeter. The refugee camp was 10 miles outside the city, a collection of tents and temporary structures housing people who'd fled Charlotte and other fallen cities. We set up a treatment station and began screening refugees. Anyone showing signs of infection received NHE-177R immediately. The results were extraordinary. People pulled back from the brink of death, restored to themselves, given a second chance. But there weren't enough doses. For every person we saved, 10 more went untreated. I watched them transform, watched the light die in their eyes as the virus took hold, watched them become the monsters we had to put down. Patricia worked beside me, administering treatments, comforting the dying. "We can't save them all," she said, echoing Victoria's words. But there were tears running down her face as she said it. Martinez and his security team held the perimeter as infected refugees tried to breach the treatment station. They dropped them efficiently, professionally. But I saw the toll it took, shooting people they'd just been talking to, killing neighbors and friends who'd transformed in the time it took to get them to the front of the triage line. After 3 days, we'd treated 1,000 people. We'd killed twice that many, and we were out of doses. More are being manufactured, Chen told me over the radio. But production takes time. You'll have to wait. While we waited, the infected broke through the perimeter. The camp descended into chaos, people running, screaming, dying. We evacuated who we could, loaded them onto helicopters and fled. We left thousands behind. I watched from the helicopter as the camp burned. Another failure. Another mass grave added to the list. We returned to the facility and I confronted Victoria Sterling. This isn't working. We're not saving enough people, we're just prolonging the inevitable. What would you suggest, Dr. Blake? Full-scale production, military distribution, government coordination. We need to treat this like the Manhattan Project. Every resource dedicated to manufacturing and distributing NHE-177R. And who's going to coordinate that? The government is barely functioning. The military is overwhelmed. Infrastructure is collapsing. We're the only ones with the capability to produce the treatment. Then share the formula. Give it to other pharmaceutical companies, to universities, to anyone who can manufacture it. And lose control of the process? Let inferior versions flood the market? Create resistant strains through improper application? Yes, if that's what it takes to save more people, yes. I won't do it. Sterling Pharmaceuticals developed this treatment. We control its production and distribution. That's final. I wanted to hit her. I wanted to force her hand. But what could I do? She controlled the facility, the research, the security. I was just a surgeon trying to save lives in a world where that had become meaningless. I went to the lab and found Dr. Chen. Can you synthesize NHE-177R without Sterling's production facilities? In theory, if I had the right equipment and materials. But we're talking industrial-scale synthesis. You'd need a pharmaceutical manufacturing plant. What about a university lab or a hospital? Maybe. It would be slower, lower quality, but possible. Then we steal the formula and give it to people who'll actually use it. Chen stared at me. You're talking about theft, corporate espionage. I'm talking about saving lives. Will you help me? He thought for a long moment, then nodded. The formula is already on my personal drive. I backed it up when we evacuated Charlotte. You want it? It's yours. That night I found Alexis. I need a favor, a big one. I'm listening. I need you to fly me to Duke University. Their medical school has a pharmaceutical manufacturing lab. I'm going to give them the formula for NHE-177R. That's treason. Against Sterling. It's humanity. Will you do it? She looked at me for a long time. My contract with Sterling is for security services, not moral compliance. I'll fly you. But this is a one-way trip. We won't be coming back here. Understood. Who else can we take? Rook and Bishop will come. They're loyal to me, not Sterling. We can fit maybe a dozen people in the Black Hawk. I found Patricia and Martinez. We're leaving. Tonight. Want to come? Where are we going? Patricia asked. Duke, to distribute the treatment formula, to actually try to save people instead of playing Sterling's resource management game. I'm in, Martinez said immediately. Patricia hesitated. Tom, if we do this, Sterling will come after us. She'll send security teams, maybe military assets. We'll be fugitives. I know, but I can't stay here and watch people die while Sterling hoards the cure. I won't. She nodded. Then I'm with you. We assembled our group, myself, Patricia, Martinez, Alexis, Rook, Bishop, Dr. Chen, and 5 others who'd grown disillusioned with Sterling's approach. 12 people total. We loaded the Black Hawk with supplies, weapons, and Chen's research data. At 0300, we made our move. The facility's night security was minimal. Sterling assumed no one would be stupid enough to steal a helicopter and flee into an infected world. She was wrong. We reached the Black Hawk without incident. Alexis fired up the engines while we loaded. Alarms started blaring. Someone had noticed the theft. Security personnel rushed onto the helipad, weapons drawn. "Go!" I shouted. Alexis lifted off as gunfire erupted. Bullets pinged off the helicopter's armored skin. We climbed hard, banking away from the facility, disappearing into the night. Behind us, I saw lights activating, helicopters powering up. Sterling would pursue us. She'd send everything she had. But we had a head start and a destination. Duke University was 3 hours east by air. We flew low, avoiding military radar, navigating by terrain features in the pre-dawn darkness. The sun was rising as we approached Durham. The city was a war zone like everywhere else, but the university campus was fortified. Survivors had turned it into a fortress, using the Gothic architecture and stone buildings as defensive positions. We landed on the medical school's roof and were immediately surrounded by armed guards. "We have the cure," I shouted over the rotor noise. "NHE 177 reversal treatment. We need to see whoever's in charge." They took us to Dr. Elizabeth Warren, the medical school dean. She'd been coordinating survivor efforts, organizing the defense, treating the wounded. When I showed her Chen's formula, I saw hope kindle in her eyes for the first time in days. "We can produce this," she said. "Our pharmaceutical lab is intact. We have the equipment, the materials. It will take time to set up production, but we can do it." "How much time?" 24 hours for the first batch, then continuous production after that. "Do it. Start now. I'll help however I can." While Chen and the Duke researchers set up production, I worked in their field hospital, treating survivors, administering what little NHE 177R we'd brought with us. The stories I heard were nightmares. Families torn apart, children lost, impossible choices made in moments of terror. But there was also resilience, courage, hope. On the second day, Sterling's forces arrived. 3 helicopters, heavily armed, demanding we surrender the research and return to the facility. Dr. Warren refused. The Duke defenders refused. I refused. The helicopters opened fire on the campus. We returned fire from fortified positions. The battle lasted 3 hours. Bullets tearing through Gothic stone, explosions shattering windows, people dying on both sides. In the chaos, I saw her. Victoria Sterling herself emerging from one of the helicopters with a squad of security personnel. She moved through the combat zone like she owned it, utterly fearless, and she was coming straight for the pharmaceutical lab. I intercepted her in the corridor outside the lab. "You need to leave. Now." "Give me the research, Dr. Blake. This isn't about money anymore, it's about control. If everyone can produce NHE 177R, quality control fails. Resistant strains develop. The treatment becomes useless. Or it saves more people. You're willing to let millions die to protect your profit margins. I'm willing to let millions die to save billions. This treatment is humanity's only hope. It needs to be managed carefully, distributed systematically, not scattered to every desperate lab that thinks they can help. You don't get to make that choice for everyone. Someone has to. Might as well be the person who understands the science." She drew her pistol and aimed it at my chest. "Last chance. Hand over the research or I will shoot you and take it from your corpse." I believed her. I'd seen her cold calculation, her ruthless pragmatism. She would kill me without hesitation if she thought it served the greater good. But I'd seen too much death already, too much suffering. I wasn't going to let her hoard the cure while people died. I grabbed a syringe from the lab counter. It was full of NHE 177, the original virus, not the reversal treatment. We kept samples for research purposes. I lunged forward and stabbed it into Victoria Sterling's neck, depressing the plunger. She stumbled backward, hand going to her neck. What did you do? I gave you what you created, the original virus, concentrated dose. You'll be dead in minutes, and then you'll come back. And I'll put you down like the monster you helped create. Her face went pale. She knew what was coming. She'd seen the research. She knew exactly what NHE-127 did to human tissue. You murdered me. No. I gave you justice. You created this plague. You weaponized death. You let greed and ambition blind you to the consequences. Now you get to experience those consequences personally. Her security team burst into the corridor, weapons raised. But Victoria held up her hand. Stand down. This is between him and me. She looked at me, and for the first time I saw fear in those cold blue eyes. I was trying to save the world. You were trying to profit from saving the world. There's a difference. Her pupils were already dilating. The black veins were spreading from the injection site. She had maybe 2 minutes before the transformation. If I die, my security team will kill everyone here. The research will be lost. Then tell them to stand down. Tell them to leave. You still have time to do one good thing before you die. She looked at her security team, at the men and women who'd followed her orders without question. Leave. All of you. Return to the facility. Tell them. Tell them the mission failed. Tell them Dr. Blake has won. They hesitated. Ma'am, that's an order, go! They went. Reluctantly, but they went. Victoria Sterling slumped against the wall, her breathing becoming labored. The black veins covered half her face now. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. The virus was supposed to help people, save lives. It killed millions instead. I know. Her voice was getting weaker. I know. God forgive me, I know. She collapsed. Her breathing stopped. Her heart stopped. I stood there and watched Victoria Sterling die. Watched the woman who'd created the zombie plague take her last breath. Then I waited for her to come back. It took 3 minutes. Her eyes snapped open, black and empty. She lunged at me with that terrible, hungry growl. I put my pistol against her forehead and pulled the trigger. She dropped. Victoria Sterling was dead. Really finally dead. I walked out of the corridor and found Dr. Warren. It's done. Sterling's forces have withdrawn. We can continue production. Over the next week, Duke became a beacon of hope. They produced NHE-127 in massive quantities, distributed it to survivor camps across the region. Other universities and pharmaceutical companies replicated the process using the stolen formula. The treatment spread faster than the infection, saving thousands, then tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands. But it wasn't enough. The virus had spread too far, too fast. Entire regions were lost. Major cities were reduced to ash. The death toll was catastrophic. Conservatively, 200 million Americans dead in the first month. Globally, the numbers were even worse. The world I'd known was gone. The United States government had collapsed. Most major cities were destroyed. Infrastructure was shattered. Humanity had been knocked back centuries in the span of weeks. But we survived. Small pockets of civilization held on. Survivor camps, fortified towns, agricultural communities. The treatment gave us a fighting chance. A way to prevent new infections, a way to save the recently turned. I stayed at Duke for 6 months, working in their field hospital, training new medical teams, helping coordinate treatment distribution. Patricia and Martinez worked beside me. Chen led the research efforts, constantly refining the treatment, making it more effective. One day, a convoy arrived from the mountains. Sterling Pharmaceuticals survivors led by Alexis. They'd abandoned the facility after Victoria's death, taking whatever resources they could salvage. They wanted to help, to make amends. I could have turned them away, but we needed every hand, every mind, every resource. I let them join us. Slowly, painfully, we began to rebuild. Not the world we'd lost, that was gone forever. But something new, something forged in the crucible of apocalypse. The zombies didn't disappear. They roamed the ruins of cities, the abandoned highways, the dead zones between survivor settlements. But we learned to fight them, avoid them, clear them out when necessary. The world belonged to them now, but we could carve out spaces where humanity still lived. 2 years after the outbreak, I stood on the roof of what used to be Duke Chapel, looking out over Durham. The city was still a ruin, but there were signs of life. Lights in windows, smoke from cooking fires, people moving through the streets in organized patrols. We'd reclaimed maybe 10% of the city. It was a start. Patricia found me there, thinking about what we lost. Always. Every day. We saved some people, that counts for something. Does it? Millions died. Civilization collapsed. And all because one woman wanted to profit from curing death. No. Because someone wanted to stop her and chose the wrong method. Amanda Price could have gone public, exposed Sterling's research through legitimate channels. Instead, she unleashed a plague. And I killed Victoria Sterling with her own virus. That makes me no better than Amanda. You stopped her from hoarding the cure. You saved countless lives by distributing the treatment. That makes you a hero. Heroes don't murder people. In war, they do. And this was war, Tom, still is. We fight every day to hold on to what little we've rebuilt. She was right. But knowing she was right didn't ease the guilt. I'd killed Victoria Sterling in cold blood, watched her die and reanimate and die again. I'd become what I'd fought against, someone who made cold calculations about who deserved to live and die. But maybe that's what survival required. Maybe in this new world, heroes and villains were just different shades of gray. The sun was setting, painting the sky in colors that reminded me of blood and fire. Somewhere in the ruins, a zombie howled. Others answered. The night would bring danger, as always, but we'd survive it, as always. We had to. There was nothing else left. Now let's move on to the next story. We made it as far as the interchange where I-70 meets I-270 before we hit gridlock. Thousands of vehicles packed onto the highway, nobody moving, horns blaring uselessly, people abandoning their cars and running on foot. From the overpass, I could see the whole mess stretching west toward the city, an endless parking lot of metal and glass catching the afternoon light. Somewhere in that frozen river of traffic, Sarah was probably stuck, trying to get home from her job at the hospital. St. Anthony's right in the heart of Lakewood, which meant she was close to ground zero of whatever hell was breaking loose downtown. I tried her number again. Still nothing. Martinez was crying quietly in the passenger seat, her phone pressed to her ear even though I could hear the recording saying the number was unavailable. "We need to go on foot," I said, checking my weapon. I had maybe half a magazine left, 15 rounds, plus one spare mag on my belt. Not nearly enough if we ran into more of those things. Martinez looked at me with red-rimmed eyes, nodded, pulled herself together with visible effort. She was a good cop, 8 years on the job, mother of 2 kids in elementary school. Her husband Carlos worked construction, probably somewhere in this mess, trying to get to them. "My kids," she said. "Jake, my kids are at school in Thornton. Carlos was supposed to pick them up at 3. It was past 4 now. I saw on my cruiser's dashboard clock. "We'll find them," I lied, because what else could I say? I didn't believe it myself, couldn't imagine how anyone was getting anywhere in this chaos, but she needed to hear it. We abandoned the cruiser, took everything useful. First aid kit, water bottles, emergency blankets, 2 flares, my Remington 870 shotgun from the trunk with a box of shells. Martinez had her service weapon, a Glock 19 and 1 spare magazine. Not an arsenal, but it would have to do. Other people were abandoning their vehicles too, some running west toward the city, others east back toward the plains, most just standing around looking lost and scared. A middle-aged man in a business suit grabbed my arm as we passed, demanded to know what was happening. Why weren't we directing traffic? Why weren't we doing our jobs? I shook him off without answering because I had no answers to give. We moved west on foot, staying on the highway shoulder, passing cars full of people who stared at us with desperate eyes. Some shouted questions. Was it safe to go north? Were the tunnels open? Were they bombing the city? A woman in a minivan with 3 kids in car seats was praying out loud, rosary beads wrapped around her hands, face streaked with tears. I wanted to stop. Wanted to help every single person we passed, but there were thousands of them and 2 of us and no help to give anyway. The best I could do was keep moving, get to Sarah, get to my house in Westminster, figure out the next step from there. The first gunshots came from somewhere ahead, rapid fire, maybe fully automatic. Military weapons, I thought, which meant the guard or the army had finally shown up. The crowd on the highway reacted like a living thing, a wave of panic rippling through the mass of people, everyone trying to run at once. We got caught in the stampede, bodies pressing against us from all sides, someone stepping on my foot hard enough to make me stumble. Martinez grabbed my arm to keep me upright, and we fought through the crush toward the shoulder again, trying to get clear before we got trampled. More gunfire, closer now, and screaming, the kind of screaming that meant people were dying. The crowd broke around a school bus that had been stopped across 2 lanes, and on the other side we saw them. Dozens of those things pouring out from between abandoned vehicles, grabbing people, biting, pulling them down. The ones they caught would fight for a few seconds, then go still, then get back up and join the hunt. It was spreading like wildfire through the packed highway, more infected with every passing second. Behind them, maybe 200 yards away, I could see military vehicles, Humvees and trucks, soldiers in full combat gear firing into the crowd. They weren't discriminating between infected and uninfected, I realized with horror. They were just shooting anything that moved, trying to contain the outbreak by any means necessary. "We need to get off the highway," Martinez yelled over the chaos. I agreed, looked around for an exit. The Sheridan Boulevard overpass was 50 yards ahead. We could climb down from there, get into the side streets. We ran for it, weaving through abandoned cars, jumping over debris. Behind us, the gunfire intensified, became a sustained roar like a thunderstorm. I risked a glance back and wished I hadn't. The infected had reached the military line, were overwhelming it through sheer numbers, pulling soldiers out of their vehicles even as the guns cut them down. This was wrong, all wrong. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in America, didn't happen in the real world. This was movie shit, video game shit, not reality. We made it to the overpass and climbed down the concrete embankment, sliding the last few feet and landing hard on Sheridan Boulevard. The street was chaos too, but at least we had room to move. Cars were still trying to drive, going the wrong way on one-way streets, running red lights, crashing into each other at intersections. A liquor store was being looted, people running out with bottles and cases while the owner stood in the doorway with a baseball bat, not even trying to stop them anymore. A police cruiser raced past us going north, lights and sirens going, didn't even slow down. Martinez was trying her phone again, still nothing. My own phone showed 1 bar of signal, but every call attempt failed immediately. The networks were down, or so overloaded they might as well be. We needed a plan. Going west toward downtown was clearly suicide based on the radio traffic we'd heard. East was blocked by the highway jam. North would take us toward Thornton where Martinez's kids were, but that was 10 miles through city streets that were clearly falling apart. South led toward my house in Westminster, 4 miles, maybe manageable. I was working out the route in my head when the explosion hit. We both felt it before we heard it. A compression wave that made my ears pop and my chest tighten. Then the sound rolled over us like a physical thing, deep and catastrophic. I turned west and saw a massive fireball rising into the sky from somewhere downtown. Mushroom cloud of smoke and flame climbing higher and higher. Martinez grabbed my arm, her grip painful. "That's near St. Anthony's," she said. Sarah. My wife worked at St. Anthony's. Worked past tense maybe if that explosion was what I thought it was. I started running west without thinking, just pure instinct to get to Sarah. But Martinez hauled me back, stronger than she looked, yelling in my face. "Jake, you can't. It's miles away and the whole downtown is gone to hell. You'll die before you get there." I knew she was right, knew it intellectually, but every fiber of my being was screaming to get to my wife. We'd been married 16 years, met when I was a rookie cop and she was a nursing student, built a whole life together in our little house in Westminster with its fenced backyard and the garden she'd spent years perfecting. We'd talked about having kids but never quite gotten around to it, always one more thing to do first, one more reason to wait. Now maybe we'd never get the chance. I pulled out my phone again, tried one more time, and by some miracle it rang. Once, twice, 3 times, then Sarah's voice, distant and crackling with static. "Jake?" "Sarah, oh God, are you okay? Where are you?" "I'm at the hospital, Jake. It's bad. We've got hundreds of patients and they're all..." The line cut off, went dead. No amount of redialing brought it back. But she was alive. At least she'd been alive 30 seconds ago, and St. Anthony's was 4 miles west of that explosion, maybe far enough to be out of the immediate danger zone. I had to get to her, had to try, even if Martinez was right that it was suicide. Martinez saw the decision on my face before I spoke it. "I'm going to my kids," she said. "Thornton, you head to Westminster, get your wife, then get the hell out of the metro area. North toward Fort Collins or south toward Colorado Springs, anywhere but here." I nodded. Knew we were probably both going to die, but at least we'd die trying to reach the people we loved. We split up there on Sheridan Boulevard, her heading north and me heading west, and I never saw her again. I hope she made it to her kids, hope they got out. But I don't believe it. The odds were too long, the chaos too complete. I moved through the streets like I was in a combat zone, which I guess I was, checking corners, keeping to cover, my hand never far from my weapon. The Remington shotgun was heavy across my back but reassuring. More useful than the Glock at close range, and everything about this situation screamed close-range combat. I passed houses where people were boarding up windows, businesses that had been looted down to bare shelves, a church that had thrown open its doors and was accepting anyone who came. An old priest stood on the steps urging people to come inside, promising safety and salvation. I kept moving. Safety was an illusion, and I'd seen what those things could do to a defensive position. 3 blocks from Sheridan, I ran into my first infected since the highway. A woman in yoga pants and a sports bra, probably out for an afternoon run when whatever this was hit her. Now stumbling down the middle of the street with most of her right arm missing, bone showing white through the ragged meat. She saw me, turned with that horrible jerking motion, and came at me with her remaining hand outstretched. I didn't hesitate this time, drew the Glock and put a round through her forehead from 10 feet away. She dropped like a puppet with cut strings, and I kept walking, stepped over her body without a second glance. I was getting used to it already, I realized. The first one on the highway had shaken me badly, but this was number 9 by my count, and I barely felt anything. Maybe that was good, maybe emotional shutdown was the only way to survive this. Or maybe I was losing my humanity piece by piece with every trigger pull, turning into something that could kill without remorse. Either way, I had to keep moving. The streets were getting worse the further west I went. More abandoned cars, more bodies, more of those things wandering in groups. I had to detour south to avoid a pack of maybe 20 infected tearing apart something in the middle of an intersection. Couldn't tell if it had been a person or an animal. Just a red mess spreading across the asphalt. Gunfire was constant now, coming from every direction, some of it controlled single shots, but most of it wild panic fire, people with guns shooting at shadows. I made it to Federal Boulevard and had to go to ground behind a dumpster while a running gun battle played out in front of me. 5 or 6 men with rifles, looked like civilians, not military, were fighting a rearguard action against dozens of infected, falling back toward a sporting goods store that had been fortified with shopping carts and barbed wire. They were screaming at each other, uncoordinated, wasting ammunition, firing on full auto and hitting maybe 1 in 10 shots. I watched them make their stand for maybe 3 minutes before the infected overwhelmed them, pulled them down one by one despite the barricades and the gunfire. The screaming went on for a long time after that, then stopped suddenly. Then started again when the infected got back up. I waited until the new batch of infected shambled off in another direction before moving from my hiding spot. The sporting goods store was still standing, front doors hanging open, and I risked going inside to scavenge supplies. The place had been thoroughly looted, but I found a backpack and managed to fill it with useful items. Water bottles, energy bars, a first aid kit someone had dropped, a hunting knife in a sheath, a box of 12-gauge shells for my shotgun, and a handheld radio that actually had batteries. I tried the radio, scanned through channels, heard mostly static but occasionally a voice, people calling for help, organized groups trying to coordinate, military channels using jargon I couldn't follow. One station was broadcasting what sounded like official instructions. This is an emergency broadcast. All citizens are ordered to shelter in place. Do not attempt to travel. Avoid all contact with infected individuals. Symptoms include aggressive behavior, fever, loss of cognitive function, and death followed by reanimation. If you or someone you know exhibits symptoms, isolate immediately and await medical assistance. Medical assistance from where? I wondered. The hospitals were overwhelmed or destroyed. Emergency services had collapsed. The government was in disarray. This was the kind of thing that happened in third world countries after a coup, not in Denver, Colorado on a random October afternoon. I left the sporting goods store and continued west, moving faster now, desperate to reach St. Anthony's before dark. The sun was already low in the sky, maybe an hour of daylight left, and I did not want to be out in the open after nightfall. The infected seemed to operate fine in low light. Their clouded eyes probably didn't work any better than ours, but they relied on sound and smell more than sight anyway. I'd noticed that on the highway, the way they'd zero in on movement and noise. If I could move quietly, stay out of sight, I might be able to avoid most of them. The streets were getting quieter as I moved deeper into residential neighborhoods. Fewer people, fewer infected, just empty houses and abandoned cars. Some houses showed signs of hasty evacuation, front doors standing open, belongings scattered on lawns. Others were locked up tight, curtains drawn, no indication whether anyone was inside or if they'd already fled or died. I wanted to knock on doors, check for survivors, but I couldn't afford the time and didn't have resources to help anyone anyway. The cold calculus of survival, a math I'd never wanted to learn. A dog barked frantically from somewhere nearby, then yelped and went silent. I tried not to think about what that meant. St. Anthony's Hospital came into view just as the sun touched the horizon, and my heart sank. The entire west wing was on fire, flames pouring from broken windows, smoke so thick it blocked out the reddening sky. The parking lot was a junkyard of crashed ambulances and civilian vehicles, bodies everywhere, some moving and some not. The main entrance had been barricaded with gurneys and furniture, but the barricade had been breached, torn apart, doors hanging open. I could see infected wandering the halls inside, dozens of them, hospital gowns and scrubs making them easy to identify. There was no way Sarah was still in there, not alive. No way anyone was. I circled around to the east side, hoping for a staff entrance, something less compromised, my chest so tight I could barely breathe. This couldn't be it. I couldn't have made it this far just to find Sarah dead or worse. We were supposed to grow old together, retire somewhere quiet, maybe finally have those kids we'd always talked about. The universe couldn't be so cruel as to end it all in a random outbreak of some impossible virus. Except it could, and it was. The universe didn't care about our plans or our love or anything else. It just was, indifferent and brutal, and we were insects getting crushed under its heel. I found a service door on the east side that was blocked but not destroyed, pushed through into a hallway that reeked of blood and smoke and chemicals. Emergency lights still working, giving everything a hellish red glow. I moved through the corridor with the Remington up and ready, clearing corners the way I'd been trained, hyper-aware that every infected in this building was a person who'd come here for help and gotten death instead. I passed a nurse's station where someone had tried to make a stand. Bullet holes in the walls, shell casings on the floor, blood everywhere. Bodies in scrubs, bodies in hospital gowns, all of them with the characteristic head wounds that meant someone had done the mercy killing. Further down the hall, I found a supply closet that had been turned into a makeshift shelter. Blankets on the floor, empty food containers, a battery-powered lantern. Someone had survived here for a while before moving on or dying. I took the lantern, added it to my pack. The hospital was a maze, all the corridors looking the same, signs on the walls pointing to departments I didn't recognize. I was looking for the ER, figuring that's where Sarah would have been working when things went bad. But every turn just led to more identical hallways, more bodies, more evidence of complete collapse. I called her name a few times, softly at first, then louder when I didn't immediately attract infected. No response except my own voice echoing off tile walls. On the second floor, I finally found signs of organized survivors. A section of the ICU had been barricaded properly, not just furniture thrown together, but methodical defensive construction. Beds and metal shelving bolted together, access points covered with sheet metal from somewhere. I approached carefully, called out, "Anyone there? I'm Colorado State Patrol looking for survivors." Silence for a long moment, then a voice from behind the barricade, male, exhausted. "You armed?" "Yeah, but I'm not here to start trouble. My wife works here, Sarah Reynolds, ER nurse. I'm just trying to find her." Another pause, then sounds of metal being moved, a section of the barricade pulled aside to reveal a narrow gap. "Come through, quick." I squeezed through into what had been the ICU waiting room, now converted into a refugee camp. Maybe 30 people packed into a space meant for half that, sitting on floors and chairs, some injured, all terrified, medical staff identifiable by their scrubs, civilians in street clothes, a few security guards in uniform. The man who'd let me in was a doctor, late 50s, ID badge still clipped to his blood-stained coat, reading Dr. Michael Chen, infectious disease. "Sarah Reynolds," I repeated. ER nurse, 5'4", brown hair, would have been working the day shift. "Have you seen her?" Dr. Chen's expression told me the answer before he spoke. The ER was the first section to be overrun. We tried to evacuate everyone when the first infected patients started arriving, but it happened so fast. Most of the ER staff... He trailed off, and I knew. I'd known since I saw the fire, really, but hearing it confirmed still felt like taking a bullet to the chest. "Did anyone make it out?" I managed to ask. "A few. We pulled back to this position with whoever we could grab. I can check if any ER nurses made it." He moved through the crowd, asking questions, and I stood there trying to process the information, trying to feel something other than the numb static filling my head. Around me, the survivors were in various states of trauma. A woman was rocking back and forth, mumbling to herself. A kid, maybe 17, had a bandage wrapped around his arm, blood seeping through. A security guard was checking the barricade with the mechanical precision of someone who'd given up hope but not discipline. Dr. Chen came back shaking his head. "No one from the ER, I'm sorry." The words felt hollow, meaningless. Sorry didn't bring Sarah back, didn't undo whatever had happened to her in the chaos of the outbreak. Sorry was what you said when you were alive and someone else wasn't. I should have left then, should have cut my losses and tried to make it out of the city while there was still time, but I couldn't move. My legs felt like concrete, my mind stuck in a loop of the last conversation I'd had with Sarah, her crackling voice on the phone saying it was bad. Dr. Chen put a hand on my shoulder. "You can stay here if you want. We've got food for maybe another day, water if we ration carefully. After that," he shrugged. "They were dead anyway, we all were. It was just a question of timing." I forced myself to focus, to think like a cop instead of a grieving husband. "What happened here? What is this?" Dr. Chen's laugh was bitter. "You're asking the wrong person. All I know is patients started coming in around noon with extreme fever, violent behavior, rapid onset sepsis. We thought it was a bad flu, maybe bird flu making the jump to humans. Then they started dying and coming back, and..." He gestured at the barricaded doors, the cowering survivors. It spread through the hospital faster than we could react. Bit patients, bit staff, bit other patients. Within an hour, we'd lost most of the building. Those of us who made it to this section locked it down and have been holding ever since. "The radio said something about a research facility," I said, grasping for any explanation that made sense. "Downtown, some kind of outbreak there too." One of the security guards spoke up, a younger guy with a Marine Corps tattoo on his forearm. "I heard it was Gentech, that biolab near the Capitol. Someone said they were doing military research, biological weapons, and it got loose." "That's ridiculous," Dr. Chen said. "Bioweapons research is heavily regulated. There are protocols." "Protocols didn't stop this," the guard interrupted. "Whatever it is, it came from somewhere, and a lab downtown makes more sense than natural mutation." They continued arguing, but I'd stopped listening. Gentech. I'd heard that name before, couldn't remember where. The news maybe, some controversy about government contracts, protesters claiming they were doing unethical experiments. I dismissed it as the usual conspiracy theory nonsense, but maybe the conspiracy theorists had been right. Maybe there really was a secret lab doing illegal research, and maybe they'd created something they couldn't control. It didn't matter now either way. Whether this was natural or man-made, accidental or intentional, the result was the same. Denver was dying, civilization was collapsing, and Sarah was gone. I sat down against the barricade and put my head in my hands, letting the exhaustion and grief wash over me for just a moment, allowing myself that small weakness before I'd have to get up and keep moving. The moment stretched into an hour, then two. Night fell, turning the hospital into a tomb, the only light coming from our battery-powered lanterns and the distant glow of fires across the city. The infected were more active at night. I could hear them in the corridors, moaning and shuffling, occasionally throwing themselves against our barricade before losing interest and wandering away. Dr. Chen had organized the survivors into watch rotations, 3 people at a time monitoring the barricades and the windows. I took a watch with the Marine Corps security guard. His name was Dave Miller, 26 years old, 2 tours in Iraq before getting out and taking the hospital security job. We sat in the darkness listening to the sounds of the dying city, not talking much, just 2 people trying to process the impossible. "My wife's in Arizona," Dave said eventually. "Phoenix. I was going to fly out next week for her birthday. Now..." He didn't finish the sentence. Didn't need to. Commercial air travel was done. Probably had been since the first infected showed up in an airport. The whole country was probably locked down by now, martial law, borders closed. Even if we survived Denver, getting to Arizona would be a journey measured in months, not hours, assuming Phoenix wasn't in the same shape as Denver. Around midnight, the emergency broadcast system kicked in again on Dave's radio, a synthesized voice reading what sounded like a pre-recorded message. This is the emergency alert system. A state of emergency has been declared for the entire state of Colorado. All citizens are ordered to remain indoors and await emergency services. The Colorado National Guard has been deployed to major population centers. Federal assistance is en route. Avoid all contact with infected individuals. Symptoms of infection include fever, aggression, loss of motor control, and violent behavior. If you or someone you know has been bitten or scratched by an infected individual, seek medical attention immediately. Dave snorted. Medical attention from where? Every hospital is a death trap. He wasn't wrong. I thought about all the people out there following those instructions, showing up at hospitals and clinics only to walk into slaughterhouses. How many more would die because they trusted the government's outdated guidance? The message repeated word for word, clearly automated, nobody updating it to reflect the reality on the ground. It made me wonder how bad things were at the state level. Was the governor even still alive? Was there anyone coordinating a response, or had the command structure collapsed along with everything else? My question got answered an hour later when a very different broadcast came through. Military channel, encrypted, but Dave's radio picked it up anyway. The encryption must have failed or been disabled. A clipped professional voice that still couldn't hide the strain underneath. All units, this is Northcom. Denver metro area is lost. Repeat, Denver is lost. Infection rate has exceeded containment threshold. We are implementing contingency protocol 7 Bravo. All military personnel are ordered to fall back to the green line. I say again, fall back to green line positions immediately. Civilian evacuation is no longer feasible. God help us all. The broadcast cut off, replaced by static. Dave and I looked at each other in the dim glow of the lantern. What's contingency protocol 7 Bravo? I asked. Dave's face had gone pale. I don't know the official designation, but green line is the fire break perimeter. It's what you establish when you're going to... He stopped, unable or unwilling to say it out loud. I said it for him. When you're going to nuke the city. The words hung in the air between us, too enormous to really process. They were going to drop nuclear weapons on an American city. On Denver. On us. The survivors took the news about as well as could be expected, which is to say they didn't take it at all. Dr. Chen insisted it was impossible, that the government would never do such a thing, that someone had misheard or misinterpreted. Others descended into immediate panic, wanting to flee the hospital, flee the city, flee anywhere, the barricade be damned. A few just shut down completely, curled up and stopped responding to anything. Dave and I tried to maintain order, but what could we say? We didn't have answers, didn't have hope to offer. All we had were guns and the knowledge that we were probably going to die screaming within the next few hours or days. I thought about Sarah again. Wondered if she'd died quickly or if she'd suffered, if she'd been afraid. Wondered if she'd turned into one of those things or if someone had done her the mercy of a bullet before she could. I hoped for the bullet. Selfish as it was, I hoped she'd been killed by a friend or colleague who cared enough to end it clean rather than condemned to shamble around as a mindless corpse for however long those things lasted. I had no way of knowing, would never know, and that uncertainty was almost worse than confirmed death. Dawn came with smoke and sirens. I'd managed maybe an hour of broken sleep, nightmares full of Sarah's face with those clouded eyes reaching for me with broken fingers. Dave was still on watch, staring out a window at the burning city with the expression of a man watching the end of everything he'd known. More broadcasts trickled in through the radio, civilian stations going off the air one by one, military channels becoming more frantic and disorganized. We caught fragments of reports from around the country, outbreaks in Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, Atlanta. Some cities were holding, their emergency response more effective than Denver's. Others had fallen even faster, overwhelmed in hours. It was a coordinated attack, I realized. Too many outbreaks in too many places at once to be natural spread. Someone had deliberately released this virus in multiple cities, timed to cause maximum chaos and prevent any kind of coordinated response. Biological terrorism on a scale that made 9/11 look like a warm-up exercise. The Marine Guard's theory about Gentech was starting to sound less crazy. Dr. Chen came over with a bottle of water and a granola bar, sat down beside me. "We're not going to make it, are we?" he asked quietly. "No," I said, because there was no point in lying. "Best case, we've got maybe 48 hours before the food runs out or the barricade fails or the government nukes us. Worst case, we've got less." He nodded, took a sip of water. "I've got grandchildren in Boulder. 3 grandkids, 7, 9, and 12. I was supposed to take them to a Rockies game next week. Now I'll never." His voice caught, and I saw tears in his eyes, the first real emotion I'd seen him show since I arrived. "I'm sorry," I said, even though sorry was useless, even though the word had lost all meaning in the past 12 hours. We lasted another 6 hours before the barricade failed. Not from infected, from desperate survivors trying to break in from the floor below, where the fire had spread to a new wing. They hammered on our defenses with fire axes and crowbars, screaming to be let in. And when we refused, when Dr. Chen made the impossible choice to condemn them to death rather than risk our position, they weakened the structure enough that the infected could break through behind them. It happened fast. One moment we were secure, the next the barricade was coming apart, metal screeching, people screaming, infected pouring through the gaps like floodwater through a cracked dam. Dave went down under 3 of them, firing his pistol until it clicked empty, then using it as a club until they bore him to the ground. I grabbed Dr. Chen and 2 others, a nurse named Patricia and a teenage kid whose name I never learned, and we ran for the stairwell, abandoning the rest to their fate. The screams followed us down 3 flights of stairs, through corridors choked with smoke, past more infected than I could count. We fought our way out a ground floor exit into an alley, and that's where Patricia died, grabbed by an infected in a UPS uniform who pulled her down before any of us could react. The kid tried to help her and got bitten on the hand, and I shot him before he could turn, put the barrel of my Glock against his temple and pulled the trigger while Dr. Chen vomited onto the pavement. Sometimes mercy looked like murder, and there was no time for prayer or last words or anything human, just the cold equation of survival. Dr. Chen and I made it 4 blocks before we had to split up. He was heading west toward Boulder to his grandchildren, even though we both knew he'd never make it that far. I was heading east back toward the interstate, no particular plan except to put distance between myself and the burning city center. We shook hands in the middle of an abandoned street, 2 strangers who'd shared hell together for a night and would never see each other again. "Good luck," he said. "You too," I replied, and we walked in opposite directions. I never looked back, didn't want to see if he made it past the next intersection or if the infected got him. Some things were better not known. I walked through suburbs that looked like war zones, past houses that had been fortified and then breached, cars that had been packed for evacuation but never moved, bodies that no longer shocked me because I'd seen too many. My mind was starting to fracture. I could feel it, the psychological stress of sustained horror grinding away at my sanity. I caught myself laughing at inappropriate times or stopping to examine something insignificant while ignoring real dangers. Combat stress, PTSD developing in real time, the human brain's defense mechanisms kicking in to prevent complete breakdown. I'd seen it in accident victims, people who joked about their injuries while bleeding out, or became fixated on retrieving a shoe while their car burned around them. Now it was happening to me, and I didn't have the luxury of falling apart. Not yet. Maybe later, if I survived, I could have my breakdown in safety. For now, I had to keep moving. I made it back to I-70 around noon on the second day, found a section of the highway that had been abandoned so long the infected had moved on. The gridlock remained, thousands of empty vehicles creating a maze of metal, but at least the immediate area was clear. I holed up in a semi-truck's trailer, found it was full of canned food, whole pallet loads of beans and soup and vegetables, enough to last me months if I could keep it secure. This would be my base, I decided. Safe elevation, single point of entry, resources to survive. I could see the smoke columns from downtown, watch the city burn from a distance, wait out whatever was coming. The radio still worked, still spat out fragments of news from the dying world. The president had addressed the nation, declared a national emergency, suspended habeas corpus, authorized the military to use any means necessary to contain the outbreak. The word quarantine was being used a lot, safe zones being established in rural areas, refugee camps in states that hadn't been hit yet. The list of affected cities kept growing: Miami, Houston, Seattle, Detroit. The virus was global now, reports coming in from Europe, Asia, South America. Some countries were trying to close their borders, shoot anyone who approached, but it was too late. The infection was everywhere, and it was winning. I spent 3 days in that truck trailer, rationing food and water, listening to the radio, watching Denver die. The fires eventually burned themselves out, leaving whole sections of the city as blackened ruins. The infected roamed the streets in massive herds now, thousands of them moving together like schools of fish, following some collective instinct towards sound and movement. At night I could hear them, this low collective moan that echoed across the empty city. Millions of vocal cords producing a sound that wasn't quite human and wasn't quite animal. Just a noise that represented the end of everything we'd built. On the 4th day, the broadcast stopped mentioning Denver. We'd been written off, excised from the national conversation like a tumor that had been cut out. The remaining military units had pulled back to the foothills, established that green line perimeter they'd mentioned, and Denver was left to the infected. 7 million people lived in the metro area before the outbreak. I wondered how many were left. Hundreds, dozens, maybe just me, alone in a truck trailer full of canned beans pretending I had a future. That's when I heard the truck convoy. Big rigs, lots of them, moving down the highway from the east, engines roaring, air horns blaring. I risked looking out through a crack in the trailer door and saw them. Maybe 20 semis in a loose formation, painted in matching colors. Corporate logo on the sides. Web Trucking, the logo read, with a slogan underneath, America's Highway Backbone. They were moving fast, faster than was safe given the obstacle course of abandoned vehicles, and as I watched, one of them deliberately swerved to crush infected that had wandered onto the highway, running them down without slowing like kids popping bubble wrap. The lead truck was pulling an unmarked white trailer, pristine and new-looking despite the apocalypse around it. Something about the convoy felt wrong, too organized, too purposeful for the chaos we were living through. I grabbed the handheld radio, cycled through channels, and caught their communications. Web lead to convoy. Maintain formation. We're 10 miles from the Denver drop point. Corporate confirms payment on delivery. Web 3 to lead, we've got infected on the shoulder, should we engage? Negative Web 3, conserve ammunition, just run them down if they get in the way. Time is money, gentlemen. Payment? Drop point? Who the hell was coordinating trucking deliveries in the middle of a zombie apocalypse? I watched them disappear west toward the city center, then made a decision that probably saved my life and definitely changed everything that came after. I climbed down from my safe trailer and followed them on foot, moving parallel to the highway through the suburban ruins, keeping the convoy in sight but staying out of view. Whatever was happening, it smelled wrong, and after 11 years as a cop, I'd learned to trust my instincts about wrong. The convoy made it about 3 miles before I saw what they were really doing. They pulled off at an exit near the old Stapleton development, drove into what looked like a prearranged staging area, a strip mall parking lot that had been cleared of debris and marked with chemical light sticks. More trucks were already there, maybe 15 of them, all with the same Webb Trucking logo. And in the center of the lot, directing operations like a general commanding troops, was a man I'd later learn was Marcus Webb himself, owner and operator of Webb Trucking, and the person responsible for more death than any zombie virus. Webb was maybe 60, built like a former linebacker gone to fat, wearing an expensive suit that looked absurd in the apocalypse. He had 3 armed guards with him, ex-military types with AR-15s and tactical gear, and they were overseeing a group of maybe 10 workers in hazmat suits. The workers were unloading the white trailers, and what they pulled out made my blood freeze. Bodies. Dozens of bodies, infected bodies, stored in refrigerated containers and now being systematically released into the city. They'd roll a container out, pop the latch, and infected would pour out, immediately beginning to search for prey. Webb was deliberately seeding the city with more infected, making the outbreak worse, and he was doing it with military precision and corporate efficiency. I crouched behind a burned-out car 50 yards away, recording everything on my phone. Habit from years of police work, even though there was probably no one left to prosecute crimes and no courts left to present evidence in. One of the guards spotted movement and fired a burst in my direction, bullets sparking off the pavement 10 feet to my left. I ran, pure instinct, heard shouting behind me and more gunfire. Made it to a strip of trees between the parking lot and a residential street, crashed through brush and came out in someone's backyard, kept running through a maze of fences and gardens. Behind me, I could hear engines starting, vehicles giving chase. Webb's people were hunting me, and they had numbers and weapons while I had a pistol with maybe 8 rounds left and a shotgun with even fewer shells. This was not a fight I could win through direct confrontation. I needed to be smart, needed to use the environment, needed to survive long enough to figure out what Webb was doing and why. The radio I'd stolen from the sporting goods store crackled on my belt. I pulled it out, heard Webb's voice, surprisingly cultured and calm. "Unknown individual who just fled the staging area, I know you're listening. Webb Trucking owns every frequency the civilian radios use. We control the communications infrastructure in this region. You saw something you shouldn't have, which makes you a loose end. My people are going to find you, and when they do, they're going to kill you. But if you turn yourself in now, I'll make it quick and painless. You have my word as a businessman." His word as a businessman. The absurdity of it almost made me laugh. We were in the middle of the apocalypse, and this guy was still playing CEO, still making deals and contracts and promises. I kept the radio on but didn't respond, used the background chatter to track his people's movements. They were spreading out through the neighborhood, methodical search pattern, 3 teams of 2. I was outnumbered 6-1, but I'd spent more than a decade working these streets, knew the area better than any out-of-state truck drivers would. I worked my way east, staying low, using parked cars and fences for cover. Heading toward a shopping center I knew had good sight lines and multiple exit routes. Behind me, I could hear Webb's men calling to each other, coordinating, getting closer. One of them nearly walked right past my hiding spot behind a dumpster, close enough I could smell his cigarette smoke, close enough I could have reached out and touched him. I waited until he moved on, counted to 30, then continued my retreat. The shopping center was a tactical nightmare. Too much open space, too many angles of approach, but it had something I needed. A sporting goods store that hadn't been completely looted. I made it inside, found the gun counter had been smashed open, but there were still a few boxes of ammunition scattered on the floor. I grabbed everything that fit my weapons, 9 more for the Glock, 12 gauge for the Remington, and suddenly I had options again. Maybe 50 rounds for the pistol, 20 shells for the shotgun. Enough to fight if I had to. Enough to make Webb's people think twice about pressing the hunt. I moved to a maintenance corridor in the back of the store. Found a good defensive position where I could see 2 approaches and had a 3rd exit if things went bad. Webb's voice came through the radio again. "Officer Reynolds, yes, I know who you are. I know exactly who you are. Colorado State Patrol, badge number 2847, wife Sarah Reynolds, deceased, age 42, no children. You think you're hiding, but I've got access to every database in this city, every camera still working, every resource the government abandoned when they fled. You cannot hide from me, and you cannot win. The question is how many of my people you want to kill before you die, because that outcome is inevitable." How did he know my name? How did he know about Sarah? The databases were down, the government networks were offline, unless Webb had them. Unless Webb had been connected to this from the beginning, had access to systems that ordinary civilians shouldn't have. The puzzle pieces were starting to come together in my mind. Gentech, the biolab downtown. Webb Trucking, a national company with access to every major city. The coordinated outbreaks across the country. Webb was part of it, maybe not the architect, but certainly a facilitator. He'd transported the infected, distributed them to maximize chaos, and now he was making sure Denver stayed infected, stayed chaotic, stayed hell on earth. But why? What could anyone possibly gain from the collapse of civilization? The answer came from the radio, not from Webb, but from one of his men. "Boss, just got confirmation from the insurance adjusters. They're processing the claims now. Full value on all the destroyed loads, equipment loss, driver fatalities. Looking at about $700 million in payouts once this all shakes out." "Excellent," Webb's voice replied. "Make sure the documentation is thorough. We want every penny we're entitled to." Insurance fraud. He'd caused a zombie apocalypse for insurance money. The sheer banality of it was almost worse than if he'd been some terrorist mastermind with ideological motivations. This was just business, just profit margins and quarterly returns, human life reduced to line items in a spreadsheet. I'd worked fraud cases before, investigated people who'd burned down their own businesses or staged car accidents for insurance payouts. But this was a scale I couldn't even process. Millions dead, civilization collapsing, and Marcus Webb was worried about his profit margins. I wanted to kill him then, wanted it with a clarity and intensity that scared me, not as a cop executing justice, but as a human being demanding vengeance for every life lost, every person who'd turned into a monster, every child who'd watched their parents die. I'd never felt that kind of rage before, hadn't known I was capable of it, and it was liberating in a terrible way. All the rules I'd lived by, all the training about appropriate use of force and due process and protecting civil rights, it all burned away in the face of that rage, leaving nothing but the primal need to make Marcus Webb pay for what he'd done. But rage without a plan was just suicide. I needed to be smart, needed to survive long enough to get to Webb, needed to turn this into an execution rather than a firefight I'd inevitably lose. I studied the situation like a tactical problem. Webb had numbers, weapons, and resources. I had local knowledge, police training, and motivation. He wanted me dead to protect his secret, but he was also arrogant, used to problems being solved with money and hired muscle. If I could make myself enough of a problem, expensive enough in terms of resources and time, he'd either commit personally to the hunt or make a mistake I could exploit. I just had to stay alive long enough to create that opening. The hunt continued through the afternoon, Webb's people sweeping through the shopping center in a grid pattern, clearing stores one by one. I stayed ahead of them, moving like a ghost through maintenance corridors and storage rooms, leaving no trace, making no sound. Twice I had opportunities to ambush searchers who got separated from their partners, but I held my fire, didn't want to reveal my position until I had a target worth the risk. By sunset, they'd given up on the shopping center and pulled back to their staging area, and I followed at a distance, watching their procedures, learning their patterns. Webb had set up a command post in an old truck stop off the highway, fortified position with good sight lines, walls made from shipping containers arranged in a defensive square. Maybe 40 people inside, not all of them armed, but enough gun carriers to make a frontal assault impossible. I watched from a distance with a pair of binoculars I'd looted from the sporting goods store, cataloging weapons, counting sentries, looking for weaknesses. The place was well organized, almost military in its discipline, which made sense if these were all Webb's hand-picked people rather than random survivors. They had fuel tanks, generators, supplies for a long siege. This was a prepared position set up before the outbreak, which meant Webb had known exactly when and where to position his assets for maximum profit from the chaos. The smoking gun of premeditation if anyone was left who cared about evidence and prosecution. The night was cold, temperature dropping into the 40s, and I hadn't eaten in almost 24 hours. My body was starting to shut down, exhaustion and hunger and psychological stress all compounding. But I couldn't afford to rest. Not yet. I needed to get inside Webb's head, understand his next move, find the angle that would let me get close enough to put a bullet in his brain. The answer came at dawn on the 6th day after the outbreak, when a convoy of military vehicles approached Webb's truck stop from the north. Humvees and transport trucks, National Guard markings, a force of maybe 30 soldiers. They stopped at the perimeter of Webb's position, and an officer with a bullhorn called out, identifying themselves as Colorado National Guard, 157th Infantry Brigade, operating under martial law authority. Webb came out to meet them personally, hands raised in a gesture of peace, big smile on his face like he was greeting customers rather than armed soldiers. I couldn't hear the conversation from my position, but I could see the body language, relaxed, friendly, lots of handshaking. The officer gestured toward the city, toward the smoke columns and the distant sounds of gunfire. Webb nodded, seemed to be agreeing with whatever was being said. Then money changed hands. Actual banded stacks of cash pulled from a briefcase and handed to the officer, who counted it carefully before nodding and calling his soldiers back to their vehicles. They drove away, and Webb returned to his command post, and I understood. He just bribed the military to leave him alone, to not investigate his operations, to not interfere with whatever he was doing. How high did this corruption go? Were individual officers on the take, or was this institutional? Either way, it meant I couldn't count on military assistance, couldn't hand this off to someone with more firepower. I was on my own, one cop against a conspiracy that had infected the ranks of law enforcement, military, and civilian government. That night, I made my first real move against Webb's operation. 3 of his trucks were parked outside the main perimeter, presumably being loaded for another delivery of infected to some fresh target. I waited until the guards rotated, then moved in fast, planted thermite grenades I'd constructed from materials looted from an auto shop under each truck's fuel tank. The grenades were crude, maybe wouldn't work at all, but I'd watched enough YouTube videos before the internet died to have a basic idea of the chemistry. I set them on 5-minute fuses, retreated to a safe distance, and watched the trucks go up in spectacular explosions. fuel tanks erupting in mushroom clouds of flame that lit up the night sky. Alarms blared, people ran out of the compound, gunfire erupted as guards shot at shadows, and in the chaos I slipped away into the darkness, grinning like a maniac. First blood. Not enough to stop Webb, not even close, but enough to show him that the cop he'd written off as a loose end was still fighting, still dangerous, still coming for him. His response was swift and brutal. The next day, his trucks rolled through the surrounding neighborhoods, and anyone they found who wasn't part of their organization was shot on sight or handed over to the infected. I watched from hiding as they executed a group of survivors who'd been sheltering in a church. Elderly people and children among them lined up and shot without hesitation. Webb's voice came over the radio afterward, that cultured businessman tone never wavering. "Officer Reynolds, those deaths are on you. Every civilian I find is a potential ally of yours, a potential informant, a potential threat. I will kill them all to find you, do you understand? Every man, woman, and child in this city will die unless you turn yourself in. Their blood is on your hands." He was trying to manipulate me, I knew that intellectually, but emotionally it was working. How many people had died because I'd struck at his operation? How many more would die before this ended? The rational part of my mind said it wasn't my fault, that Webb was the murderer and I was just trying to stop him, but the irrational part, the part that had been a cop for 11 years and sworn to protect and serve, couldn't escape the guilt. I'd become what I'd always feared, someone who caused more harm than good, whose actions led to civilian casualties, who couldn't save the people who needed saving. I almost turned myself in then, almost walked into his compound with my hands up, let him kill me if it would stop the executions. But then I thought about Sarah, about Dr. Chen and his grandchildren, about Karen Martinez and her kids in Thornton, about all the millions of people who died because Marcus Webb and people like him had valued profit over human life. If I died now, Webb would continue his operations, continue spreading the infection, continue profiting from chaos while the world burned. Someone had to stop him. Someone had to make him pay. It had to be me because there was no one else left. No cavalry coming over the hill. No reinforcements or backup or authority to delegate to. Just me, Jake Reynolds, Colorado State Patrol Officer, badge number 2847, last cop in a dead city, armed with a stolen pistol and a thirst for vengeance that bordered on madness. I spent the next 3 days planning Webb's execution with the methodical care of someone plotting an assassination. I studied his patterns, learned his schedule, identified the moments when he was most vulnerable. He left the compound once a day to personally oversee operations at various sites around the city. Always accompanied by guards, but always in predictable patterns. The man was arrogant, used to being invincible, hadn't adjusted his behavior to account for the apocalypse. That arrogance would kill him. I mapped out every route he took, every stop he made, looking for the perfect ambush point. I found it at an old truck stop on the eastern edge of what had been Denver, a place called the Denver Junction Travel Plaza, where Webb stopped every day to refuel his personal vehicle, an armored SUV that probably cost more than I'd make in 10 years of police work. The Travel Plaza was large, multiple buildings, good sight lines, but also plenty of cover. I could set up a kill zone, control the approaches, turn his routine stop into his last mistake. I spent a day setting the trap, using every trick I'd learned from tactical training and adding a few innovations born of desperation. Claymore mines improvised from ball bearings and black powder explosives, positioned to cover the main approach roads. Tripwires connected to shotguns mounted in hidden positions aimed at head height. A sniper nest on top of the Travel Plaza's main building with clear sight lines to the fuel pumps. I turned that truck stop into a killing ground, and when I was done, even I was a little afraid of what I'd created. This wasn't law enforcement anymore, this was war. and I was prepared to commit war crimes if it meant taking Webb down with me. The infected were starting to gather in the area, drawn by the noise of my preparations, but I used them as part of the defenses, herding them into positions where they'd block Webb's escape routes. Let him try to flee through a wall of zombies. See how his money helped him then. Webb arrived the next day right on schedule, SUV rolling up to the fuel pumps with 2 chase vehicles full of guards. I watched through my rifle scope. A hunting rifle I'd found in a pawn shop, not military grade, but good enough for the range I needed. As Webb climbed out of the vehicle, stretching, looking bored and entitled even in the apocalypse, his guards formed a perimeter. Weapons ready, but clearly not expecting trouble. Why would they? They'd owned this city for days, faced no significant opposition, grown complacent. I let them get settled. Let Webb start pumping fuel into his gas-guzzling monument to excess. Then I triggered the first claymore. The explosion was enormous, ball bearing, shredding through the guards on the north side, dropping 3 of them instantly. The survivors scattered, returning fire blindly, not sure where the attack was coming from. I triggered the second claymore, caught 2 more guards, then opened fire with the rifle. Carefully aimed shots dropping 1, 2, 3 more guards before they could reach cover. Webb dove behind his SUV, screaming into a radio, calling for reinforcements that wouldn't arrive in time. His chase vehicles tried to retreat and hit my tripwires. Shotgun blasts taking out drivers, vehicles crashing into fuel pumps and exploding in spectacular fashion. The infected, drawn by the noise and the carnage, started shambling in from all sides, dozens of them, then hundreds. A tide of undead flesh converging on the truck stop. I climbed down from my sniper nest and moved in on foot, shotgun in hand, moving through the smoke and fire like some kind of avenging angel. Webb's remaining guards tried to form a defensive line, but the infected overwhelmed them, pulled them down screaming, and I let the zombies do my work for me. I reached Webb's SUV and found him trying to hotwire it. The explosion had damaged the ignition, killed the engine. He looked up as I approached, and for the first time since I'd been watching him, I saw fear in his eyes. Real fear. Not the performative concern of a businessman worried about quarterly earnings, but genuine animal terror at his imminent death. "Officer Reynolds," he said, trying to sound calm, trying to negotiate. "We can make a deal. I have resources, money, supplies. Whatever you want, I can provide it. Just let me go." I raised the shotgun, pointed it at his face from 3 feet away. "You killed my wife," I said. "You killed millions of people for insurance money. You turned the world into hell for a profit margin. There's no deal that makes that right." He tried to run, got maybe 3 steps before I shot him in the legs with both barrels, buckshot shredding his kneecaps, dropping him to the pavement screaming. The infected were getting closer. I could hear them moaning, smell them on the smoke-filled air. I had maybe 30 seconds before they reached us. I pulled the tire iron from my belt, a 2-foot length of hardened steel I'd been carrying since I started hunting Webb, a weapon that felt right for this particular execution, brutal and personal and final. Webb was still screaming, crawling away on his elbows, leaving a trail of blood. I walked after him unhurried, savoring this moment even though I knew it made me a monster. He'd turned me into this, turned me into someone who could take pleasure in another person's suffering, and I hated him for that almost as much as for everything else. I brought the tire iron down on his skull with all the strength I had left, felt bone crack and cave in, raised it and struck again and again and again until his head was a pulped mess and I was covered in his blood and brain matter. The infected reached us then, dozens of them, and I ran, left Webb's body to be torn apart by the things he'd helped create, scrambled up onto the roof of the travel plaza as hands grabbed at my feet. I made it with seconds to spare, collapsed on the roof gasping for breath, the tire iron still in my hand, Webb's blood drying on my face. From the roof I could see the whole city, or what was left of it. Denver was a graveyard, Smoke columns rising from 1,000 fires, entire neighborhoods reduced to burned-out shells, the downtown skyline a shattered monument to everything we'd lost. And shambling through the ruins were millions of infected, a sea of undead humanity that stretched as far as I could see in every direction. I'd killed Webb, stopped his operations, but it was too late. The infection had spread beyond any possibility of containment, and killing one businessman wouldn't bring back the dead or restore civilization. I'd won my personal war and lost everything that mattered. The radio on my belt crackled, and a new voice came through, military, professional, emotionless. This is Northcom to all remaining personnel in Denver metro area. Contingency Protocol 7 Bravo is now active. Strategic nuclear strike on downtown Denver will occur at 1800 hours. Fireball radius approximately 2 miles. Heavy blast damage out to 8 miles. Radiation hazard beyond 15 miles. Evacuate immediately to Green Line positions or seek shelter in hardened underground facilities. This is not a drill. Northcom out. I checked my watch. It was 5:43 p.m. I had 17 minutes to get underground or out of the blast radius, and neither was possible from my current position. The travel plaza had no basement, no shelter, just open highway in all directions and infected as far as the eye could see. I was going to die here, vaporized in nuclear fire or cooked by radiation, and there was nothing I could do about it. I should have been terrified, should have been panicking, but instead I felt strangely calm. I'd done what I came to do, killed the man responsible for Sarah's death, for the deaths of millions. If this was the price, if I had to die to pay that debt, then so be it. I sat on the roof watching the sun sink toward the Rockies, waiting for the end, thinking about Sarah and wondering if there was anything after death, any chance I'd see her again and explain why I'd failed to save her. The 17 minutes crawled by, each second an eternity, and I found myself praying for the first time since I was a child, not to any specific God, but to the universe in general. Asking for forgiveness, asking for meaning in all this senseless death. I didn't expect an answer and didn't get one. The universe remained as silent and indifferent as it had always been. At exactly 1800 hours, the western sky turned white. Not bright, not like sunshine, but a color beyond white, beyond anything human eyes were meant to perceive. And then the shock wave hit. A wall of pressure that knocked me flat on the roof, made my ears bleed, crushed the air from my lungs. The travel plaza shook like a leaf in a hurricane, windows exploding, metal twisting, but somehow the structure held. I lay there gasping, vision blurred, watching the mushroom cloud climb into the sky, higher and higher. A monument to humanity's final solution to the problem we'd created. The infected around the travel plaza were burning, thousands of them transformed into human torches, stumbling and falling and burning until there was nothing left but ash. The heat was intense even at this distance, probably 8 or 9 miles from ground zero, hot enough to blister exposed skin, and I pulled my jacket over my head and waited for it to pass. When I finally dared to look again, downtown Denver was gone. Just gone. Replaced by a crater and a rising cloud of radioactive dust. Everything I'd known, every street I'd patrolled, every landmark I'd used to navigate the city, all of it erased in a microsecond of fusion fire. The radio gave me the aftermath. Multiple warheads, not just one. They'd hit Denver with at least 3 nuclear weapons, maybe more, creating a barrier of radiation across the Front Range that nothing living could cross. The Green Line perimeter was being reinforced with troops and armor, orders to shoot anything that approached from the east, infected or human. The Rocky Mountains had become a wall, a division between the infected east and the still fighting west, and everyone on this side was written off as a casualty. No rescue, no evacuation, no hope. Colorado Springs and Fort Collins were reporting outbreaks too. Webb's operations or copycat attacks or just natural spread, didn't matter which. The infection was everywhere, spreading faster than it could be contained, and the nuclear option was being deployed in city after city. Atlanta gone, Chicago gone, New York, Los Angeles, Houston, all reduced to radioactive craters. The global death toll was in the billions and climbing. Civilization hadn't just collapsed. It had been systematically destroyed by the combined forces of biological warfare and nuclear desperation. I survived the initial blast, but I was dying anyway. I could feel it. Radiation poisoning, probably fatal dose even this far from ground zero. I had days, maybe a week if I was unlucky. My hair was already falling out, gums bleeding, skin developing the telltale lesions. Not a good death, not quick or clean, but at least it was mine. I climbed down from the Travel Plaza roof 3 days later, when the fires had burned themselves out and the radiation had dropped to merely catastrophic levels. The infected were still out there, somehow surviving the radiation better than I was, shambling through the ruins in endless hordes. The virus had changed them in ways I didn't understand, made them resistant to things that should have killed them, turned them into the inheritors of Earth. I walked through the ashes of Denver, past melted buildings and fused glass, through streets where human shadows had been burned into concrete, and I understood that this was the future. Not recovery, not rebuilding, but endless decay. The infected would spread until there was nothing left to infect, until they'd consumed every living thing, and then they'd shamble on through an empty world until entropy took them too. Maybe in 1,000 years something new would evolve, some species hardy enough to survive in the radioactive ruins, but humanity was done. We'd had our chance and we'd blown it, not through zombie virus, but through our own stupidity, our own greed, our own inability to cooperate when survival demanded it. I made it another 4 days before the radiation sickness became too severe to ignore. I found a hospital that hadn't burned completely, broke into the pharmacy, took enough morphine to ensure I wouldn't die in agony. I climbed to the roof with my last bit of strength, sat facing west toward the mountains I'd never see again, and waited for the end. The sun was setting, painting the radioactive clouds in shades of purple and crimson, beautiful in a terrible way. I thought about Sarah one last time, about the life we'd built together and the future we'd never have, and I let myself cry for everything we'd lost. Then I administered the morphine, felt the warmth spreading through my veins, felt the pain receding, felt consciousness slipping away. My last thought before the darkness took me was simple and true. We did this to ourselves. The virus, the outbreak, the collapse, all of it was human. We were our own apocalypse, our own extinction event, and we had no one to blame but the faces in the mirror. I closed my eyes for the last time and let the darkness come, and somewhere in the ruins below, the infected continued their eternal hunt, inheritors of a dead world. But my story doesn't end there, because death isn't always final in the new world. I woke up 3 days later in the same place I'd laid down to die, except I wasn't dead and I wasn't quite alive either. The virus had taken me while I was unconscious, transformed me in ways I still don't fully understand. I could think, could reason, could remember everything I'd been, but I was also one of them now. One of the infected. And the hunger that drove them drove me too. The morphine had slowed the transformation, kept me unconscious through the worst of it, but the end result was the same. I'd become the thing I'd fought against, the monster that had killed my wife and destroyed my world. I should have put a bullet in my own head right then, should have ended it while I still had enough humanity to make that choice, but I didn't. Some survival instinct stronger than reason kept me moving, kept me hunting. And I discovered that being infected didn't mean being mindless. Some of us retained our intelligence, our memories, trapped in decomposing bodies with appetites we couldn't control. We were aware of what we'd become, aware of the horror we represented, and we were powerless to stop it. I've been wandering the ruins for weeks now, maybe months. Time has lost meaning in the endless present tense of undeath. I've seen other infected like me, former humans struggling with the duality of consciousness and hunger, trying to hold on to who they were while their bodies demanded they hunt and feed. We form loose groups sometimes, communicate in grunts and gestures, maintain some semblance of the social structures we remember from before. But eventually the hunger wins. Eventually we fall on some survivor hiding in the ruins and we tear them apart while some part of our mind screams in horror at what we've become. I've killed dozens, maybe hundreds, I've lost count. Each time I tell myself it's the last time, that I'll resist the hunger next time, but I never do. The virus is too strong, too integrated into every cell of my body, and fighting it is like fighting the need to breathe. You can hold out for a while, but eventually biology wins. The world continues to collapse around me. I've seen military units swept away by tides of infected, watched safe zones fall one by one, witnessed the last helicopters fleeing to some imaginary safety that doesn't exist anymore. The virus has spread globally, every continent, every nation, every isolated island eventually receiving its share of the infection. The few surviving governments have retreated to ships at sea or fortified bunkers underground, temporary measures that delay the inevitable. Humanity's grip on Earth is loosening day by day, and we infected are the ones prying those fingers loose. I've encountered other thinking infected who claim they've found ways to resist the hunger, to maintain their humanity despite the virus, but they're lying or deluded. There is no resistance, no cure, no redemption for what we've become. We're walking corpses animated by a virus that's better adapted to this world than we ever were, and our only purpose now is to spread the infection until there's nothing left to infect. I've tried to end myself more times than I can count, put guns to my head and couldn't pull the trigger, jumped from buildings and survived the impact, bones shattering and then slowly knitting back together. Set myself on fire and felt the pain but didn't die. Just stumbled around as a burning corpse until the flames went out. The virus won't let me die, won't let any of us die, because it needs us as vectors, as carriers, as soldiers in its war against the living. We're prisoners in our own bodies, forced to commit atrocities while some part of our consciousness watches in horror. Unable to stop, unable to even look away. This is hell, I've decided. Not some abstract theological concept, but a real physical hell where the punishment fits the crime. I was a cop who failed to protect anyone, who let my city fall, who became a killer in the name of vengeance. And now I'm condemned to kill eternally, to spread the very plague I'd fought against, to be the monster I'd sworn to destroy. Sometimes I see her in the hordes, see Sarah shambling among the infected with that same dead-eyed stare. And I don't know if it's really her or if my diseased mind is manufacturing visions from guilt and longing. I've tried to approach what I think is her. Tried to make some connection, but the infected don't recognize each other as individuals, only as part of the collective hunger. If it is Sarah, she doesn't know me, doesn't remember our life together, exists only as appetite and instinct. I like to think that's better, that she's been spared the awareness I've been cursed with, but I don't really believe it. More likely she's trapped like I am, screaming silently inside a body she can't control, watching herself do terrible things and unable to stop. The virus is democratic in its cruelty, offering torment in equal measure to all who fall under its influence. The radio sometimes still works, though the broadcasts are fewer and farther between. The last coherent message I heard was from a submarine commander somewhere in the Pacific, describing how they'd watched civilization fall from beneath the waves, how they were the last organized military unit left on Earth, how they were going to scuttle their vessel rather than face a future in a dead world. He spoke calmly, matter-of-factly about preparing for death, about the morphine they'd been saving for this purpose, about messages they were recording for a future that would never come. Then the broadcast cut off, and I imagined them sinking into the dark water, choosing a clean death over survival in the ruins. I envied them. They still had the luxury of choice, still had enough control to decide how their story ended. I'd lost that, lost everything but the shambling march toward nothing that defined my existence now. Days blur into weeks, blur into months. I've crossed most of Colorado, following the herds of infected as they sweep across the landscape like locusts, consuming everything in their path. We've reached the western slope, breached the radiation barrier the military thought would contain us, proven that even nuclear weapons aren't enough to stop the spread. The virus adapts, evolves, finds ways around every defense humanity erects. I've seen infected surviving in conditions that should be impossible. Underwater in vacuum-sealed bunkers buried under avalanches. The thing that's animating us isn't bound by the same biological limits that governed living humans. It's something other, something alien in its fundamental nature. And we're just its puppets, dancing to music we can't even hear. Fort Collins fell last week, or maybe last month. Time has no meaning. I was part of the horde that swept over their defenses, that overwhelmed their military positions through sheer numbers. I remember watching myself reach through the firing ports of a bunker and pull a soldier out, remember feeling my teeth tear into his throat while he screamed, remember the taste of his blood and the satisfaction that came with feeding, and remember too the small part of my consciousness that was still Jake Reynolds, still human, weeping at what I'd become. The soldier was young, maybe 22, probably had family somewhere, had hopes and dreams and a future, and I took all of that from him in 30 seconds of mindless violence. Then he rose as one of us, joined the horde, began spreading the infection in turn. This is how it propagates. Exponential growth. 1 infected creating 2, creating 4, creating 8. A mathematical progression that doomed humanity the moment the first person died and came back. I've seen things in my wandering that I wish I could forget, but memory is one of the few human traits the virus has preserved, perhaps as additional torment. I've seen infected children tearing apart their infected parents. I've seen whole herds of infected streaming across the plains like buffalo migrations from the old days. Except instead of grazing, they're hunting for the last survivors. I've seen military units commit mass suicide rather than fall to the infection, rows of bodies with single bullet holes in their heads. The commander always the last to fall. I've seen survivors turn on each other over cans of food, kill their companions for another day of life, resort to cannibalism not because they're infected but because they're starving. Humanity's veneer was always thin, I understand that now, held in place by abundance and the luxury of compassion. Take away the grocery stores and the police and the rules that govern society, and we're animals just like any other, driven by appetite and fear with nothing noble or elevated about us. Colorado Springs is burning now, has been burning for days, another city consumed by the infection and then by fire and finally by the nuclear solution. I watched from the foothills as the warheads hit, as the mushroom clouds climbed into the sky, as everything I'd ever known about my home state was reduced to ash and radiation. The Front Range is gone. Completely and utterly gone, transformed into a radioactive wasteland that will be uninhabitable for centuries. The infection continues anyway, spreading west toward the Pacific, east toward the Atlantic, north toward Canada, and south toward Mexico. Every border has failed, every quarantine has been breached, every last stand has ended in defeat. The infected own the world now, billions of us shambling through the ruins of civilization, and the virus shows no signs of burning itself out. Maybe it never will. Maybe this is the new normal, the new ecology. Infected predators hunting the last prey until there's nothing left but walking corpses in an empty world. I've heard rumors through the infection's strange quasi-consciousness, impressions and images shared between infected in ways I don't understand. Rumors of safe zones in Australia, of island nations that have successfully quarantined themselves, of underground cities where humanity persists like rats in the walls. I don't believe any of it. The virus is too efficient, too adaptable, too perfectly designed to spread. Even if some humans have survived in isolated pockets, it's only a matter of time before the infection reaches them. Only a matter of time before the last child takes their last breath and joins our ranks. Humanity's extinction isn't a possibility or even a probability. It's a certainty, as inevitable as entropy, and all that's left is the slow countdown to zero. I've tried to leave messages to warn survivors, if any remain, but my hands can't hold a pen for long before the tremors and decay make writing impossible. I've tried to use the radio, but my voice is a wet rasp that sounds nothing like the person I used to be. And the few times I've managed to make contact, the terror in the other person's voice as they realize they're talking to an infected has driven me away in shame. There's no communication possible between the dead and the living, no bridge across that gap, and my attempts to reach out only cause more fear and suffering. I'm a ghost haunting the ruins of my own life, unable to move on, unable to make peace, stuck in an endless present where every day is the same gray march toward nowhere. The seasons change. I notice that much. Summer heat that makes decomposition worse, winter cold that freezes flesh and makes movement difficult, spring rains that wash the blood from the streets, and autumn winds that scatter the ashes of burned cities. The Earth continues its orbit, indifferent to the catastrophe playing out on its surface, and life persists in the forms that aren't susceptible to the virus. I've seen deer adapting to browse in the ruins, birds nesting in abandoned skyscrapers, plants beginning to reclaim the streets where no human will walk again. Nature is healing in its own way, learning to coexist with the infected. And in a few decades or centuries, this will all be covered by forest and prairie. Return to wilderness as if our civilization had never existed. Maybe that's the only justice we deserve, to be forgotten completely, to leave no trace except bones buried under leaves and the slow decay of our monuments to vanity. I've stopped counting the days, stopped tracking time, stopped maintaining any connection to the calendar system humanity used to impose order on chaos. There is only now, eternal and unchanging, the walking and the hunger and the endless repetition of killing and feeding and moving on. I've become what the virus wanted me to be, a perfect vector for transmission, stripped of will and purpose beyond the biological imperative to spread the infection. Sometimes I wonder if this is what evolution looks like at the species level, if humanity was just a stepping stone toward whatever the virus is creating, if we were never the end point but just the raw material for something that comes after. The infected seem to be developing new behaviors, new forms of organization, patterns that might be the beginning of a new kind of society built on the ruins of the old. Maybe in 1,000 years there will be a civilization of the infected, and they'll look back on humans the way we looked back on Neanderthals, as the extinct precursor that made their existence possible. But probably not. Probably the infected will shamble on until we fall apart from accumulated damage, until the virus runs out of vectors and viable hosts, until the whole species collapses into a final extinction that mirrors our rise. 1,000,000 years from now, alien archaeologists might dig through the strata and find evidence of our brief fluorescence, might piece together the story of the species that built cities and then destroyed them, that reached for the stars and settled for the grave, that had all the potential in the universe and squandered it on greed and stupidity and the endless pursuit of profit. They might call us a cautionary tale, a warning about the dangers of unchecked technology and unrestrained ambition. Or they might just shrug and move on, finding nothing in our story worth remembering, consigning us to the same oblivion we consigned to so many species before us. I'm writing this in my mind since my hands no longer work well enough to write physically, preserving it in the strange hybrid of human memory and viral consciousness that defines what I've become. Maybe some of it will survive. Maybe the infection preserves information in ways we don't understand. Maybe some future iteration of intelligence will decode it from the viral RNA and understand what happened here. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just screaming into the void, creating meaning where none exists, maintaining the fiction of purpose because even undead I can't quite let go of the need to believe my existence matters. The infected around me shuffle and moan, and I wonder if they're doing the same thing. If every one of these walking corpses contains a fragment of the person they used to be, trapped and aware and suffering in silence. Or if I'm unique in my torment, if most of the infected have been granted the mercy of mindlessness while I alone remain conscious to witness the end of everything. The sun sets on another day in the wasteland that used to be America. I stand on a hill that used to overlook Denver, watching the radiation clouds catch the dying light. And I think about Sarah one last time before the darkness comes. I think about the house in Westminster, about lazy Sunday mornings and the smell of her cooking, about plans we made and dreams we shared and a future that died with her in that hospital. I think about what we could have been, what we should have been if Marcus Webb and the virus and human greed hadn't stolen it all away. I think about the badge I used to wear, the oath I used to believe in, the promise to protect and serve that I broke the day I chose vengeance over duty. I think about all the roads not taken, all the choices that led to this moment, all the small decisions that accumulated into apocalypse. And then I stop thinking. Because thinking hurts too much and accomplishes nothing. And I return to the mindless march that defines existence now, one foot in front of the other, forever and ever until there's nothing left to walk toward and nowhere left to go. The infected inherit the earth, but it's an empty victory, a Pyrrhic triumph over an enemy that was always ourselves. We've won the world and lost everything that made winning worthwhile. Claimed dominion over ruins and ashes and radioactive dust. This is the ending humanity earned through 10,000 years of civilization. This is the culmination of all our art and science and philosophy. Walking corpses in a dead world, hunting ghosts in the ruins of abandoned dreams. If there are gods, they're laughing at us. If there's a universe beyond this one, it has learned from our example and chosen a different path. And if there's any meaning to be found in this catastrophe, any lesson to extract from our fall, it's this. We had paradise, and we turned it into hell. We had time, and we wasted it. We had each other, and we destroyed ourselves. The zombies didn't prevail because they were stronger or smarter or better adapted. They prevailed because we gave up. Because we couldn't imagine a future worth fighting for. Because when faced with extinction, we chose profit over survival and individual gain over collective good. We did this to ourselves, every bit of it, and now we walk through the consequences forever. The last humans on an earth that no longer wants us and never did. And somewhere in the darkness, Marcus Webb's corpse probably walks too. Scattered pieces animated by the virus he helped spread, and I hope whatever consciousness remains in those fragments understands what he did, understands the scale of his crime, understands that no amount of insurance money was worth this outcome. I hope he's suffering the way I'm suffering, the way millions are suffering, trapped in bodies we can't control, forced to commit atrocities we're powerless to prevent. I hope hell is real and waiting for him, but I don't believe it. Hell is here. Hell is now. Hell is what we made of Earth. And we're all going to walk through it until time itself ends and even memory fades to nothing. This is the last testament of Jake Reynolds, Colorado State Patrol Officer, badge number 2847, husband to Sarah Reynolds, deceased. Last cop in a world without law. First of the aware, infected chronicler of the apocalypse. I record this not because anyone will read it, not because it will change anything or save anyone or matter in the slightest, but because bearing witness is the last human thing I can do, the final gesture toward meaning in a universe that has none. Remember us. Remember that we existed, that we built cities and loved each other and tried to matter. Remember that we failed, that we fell, that we brought the darkness upon ourselves through choices we made freely. Remember and do better if you can, if anyone ever can, if intelligence ever flowers again from the ashes we've left behind. Remember or forget, it's all the same in the end. The infected march on regardless, and the world spins in its orbit indifferent to the tragedies enacted upon its surface. And somewhere in the ruins Sarah walks without knowing me, and I walk without being able to save her. And we are both ghosts haunting the graveyard of a species that never learned when to stop, that pushed too far and fell too hard and took the whole world down with it into darkness and death and the endless hunger that has no name and no end and no mercy at all. Now let's move on to the next story. I packed a go bag with the efficiency of someone who'd done it hundreds of times. 3 days of MREs, water purification tablets, first aid kit, combat knife, Glock 19 with 4 magazines, binoculars, flashlight, multi-tool, paracord, fire starter, space blanket, and a handheld radio. My primary weapon was an AR-15 I'd built myself, with a quality optic and enough modifications to make it reliable in any condition. I loaded 6 30-round magazines and clipped them to my tactical vest. Then I added something I'd hoped never to use again. My old night vision goggles from my Delta days, smuggled home in violation of about 17 different regulations because I couldn't stand the thought of going back to being blind in the dark. I changed into woodland camouflage, laced up my combat boots, and looked at myself in the mirror. The man staring back was someone I'd tried to leave behind, but he'd been waiting patiently for 3 years, knowing he'd be needed again. The hike down to the nearest Forest Service road took 2 hours, moving carefully through terrain I knew intimately. Every deer trail, every rock formation, every stand of trees was mapped in my memory from countless patrols I'd done to keep my skills sharp. The September air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine sap and dry leaves, perfect weather for hunting season, except the only thing I was hunting was information. I reached the road and followed it east, staying in the tree line, using the skills that had kept me alive in hostile territory. Movement, concealment, observation. The fundamentals never changed whether you were in Afghanistan or Montana. I started seeing the bodies around midday. The first was a station wagon wrapped around a pine tree, the impact so violent it had bent the trunk at a 45-degree angle. The windshield was shattered outward from the inside, blood and hair stuck to the fractured glass, and the driver's seat was empty except for a torn seatbelt. No skid marks on the road, like the driver had just veered off at full speed without even trying to brake. I approached carefully, rifle up, scanning for threats. The back seat held 2 child safety seats, both empty, both covered in blood. Small handprints on the windows, smeared in patterns that suggested frantic struggling. I felt my stomach turn and forced the emotion down, forced myself to look at this clinically. Whatever had happened to the occupants, they were gone now, and I needed to keep moving. The second body was a mile further down the road, or what was left of it. A middle-aged man in hunting gear, torn open from sternum to groin, his intestines spread across the asphalt like some grotesque anatomical display. His rifle was still in his hands, unfired, which told me the attack had been fast and close. The wounds were ragged, made by teeth and fingernails, not claws or weapons. Human attack pattern. I'd seen similar injuries in villages where enemy combatants had gotten creative with prisoners, but this was different. This was feeding. Chunks of flesh were missing, not just torn, but removed, consumed. I scanned the surrounding forest, every sense on high alert, looking for movement, listening for any sound that didn't belong. Nothing. Just wind through the trees and the distant cry of a hawk. I found 3 more bodies in the next hour, all killed the same way. Torn apart and partially eaten, their faces locked in expressions of terror and agony. One was a woman still clutching a cell phone, the screen shattered but the emergency call display still visible. No signal, the phone read. No service. I checked my own phone out of habit, even though I knew better. Same message. The entire cellular network was down, which meant either massive infrastructure failure or someone had deliberately taken it offline. Neither option was good. The smoke Jenny had mentioned was visible now. Thick black columns rising from the direction of Clearwater Ridge. The kind of smoke that came from multiple structure fires burning uncontrolled. I could smell it on the wind, that acrid chemical stink of burning plastic and synthetic materials mixed with something worse, something organic and nauseating that I tried not to identify. I pushed forward, moving faster now, breaking my own tactical rules because I needed to see what was happening. Needed to confirm that my worst assumptions were correct. I reached the outskirts of Clearwater Ridge around 3 in the afternoon. The town sat in a valley between 2 ridges, a classic Montana settlement with one main street, a handful of side roads, and buildings that ranged from original frontier log structures to modern prefab construction. Population 2,847, or at least it had been last time I checked. Now it looked like a war zone. Smoke rose from at least a dozen fires, windows were smashed out of storefronts. Vehicles were scattered across the streets in random patterns like someone had just abandoned them mid-drive. I could hear screaming, distant but constant, and underneath it something worse. A low collective moan that sounded like it came from hundreds of throats at once. I took up position on a ridge overlooking the town, using my binoculars to assess the situation. What I saw made my blood turn to ice. There were people in the streets, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, but they weren't moving like people. They shambled and jerked, their movements uncoordinated but relentless, and they were hunting. I watched as a group of them cornered someone behind an overturned pickup truck. Watched as the person tried to run and was dragged down by hands that grabbed and held with single-minded determination. The feeding frenzy that followed lasted less than a minute, and when the group moved on, they left behind something that barely looked human. Through the binoculars, I could see their faces, or what used to be faces. Gray skin, milky white eyes, mouths hanging open and drooling a mixture of saliva and dark fluid that might have been blood. Some were missing chunks of flesh, wounds that should have been fatal but didn't seem to slow them down. One was dragging a leg that was broken so badly the bone was visible, white and splintered, but it kept moving with the same mechanical persistence as the others. These weren't sick people. These weren't people at all anymore. They were exactly what Jenny had described. Changed. Transformed into something that only wanted to feed. I'd seen a lot of horror in my military career. I'd seen what high-velocity rounds did to human bodies, seen the aftermath of suicide bombings, seen children used as shields and weapons and bait. But this was different. This was an entire town turned into a hunting ground for creatures that used to be neighbors and friends and family. The horror wasn't just in what they'd become. It was in knowing that somewhere inside those shambling corpses were the echoes of the people they'd been. The mechanic who'd helped me fix my truck last winter. The waitress who always remembered I liked my coffee black. The kid who bagged groceries at the supermarket and talked about joining the army. All of them gone, replaced by monsters wearing their faces. I spotted movement on a rooftop 3 blocks into town. Survivors waving frantically at something I couldn't see. There were maybe 6 of them using pieces of metal roofing as makeshift weapons to push back against the creatures trying to climb up to them. The building was surrounded by at least 40 of the infected. their moans intensifying as they reached upward with gray-skinned hands. I watched through the scope as one survivor lost their balance, tumbling off the edge into the mass below. The feeding began instantly, and even from this distance I could see the spray of blood, could see the survivors struggling cease within seconds. I needed to make a decision. The soldier in me ran the calculations. Limited ammunition, unknown number of hostiles, no support, no extraction plan, no clear mission objective. Suicide to enter that town. The smart play was to retreat to the cabin, fortify my position, wait for the National Guard or CDC or whoever was supposed to handle biological disasters. But the human in me, the part that had joined the military to protect people, kept seeing those survivors on the rooftop, kept seeing Jenny Crawford's face as she drove away toward her ranch, kept thinking about Tom and Marcus, about whether they were still alive or if they'd become part of the shambling horde. A sound behind me made me spin, rifle coming up to firing position in one smooth motion. A deer crashed through the underbrush, running blind with panic, foam streaming from its mouth. It saw me and changed direction, but its movements were wrong, too aggressive, and I realized with sick certainty that the infection wasn't limited to humans. The deer charged, and I put 2 rounds through its skull, the shots echoing across the valley. It dropped instantly, its momentum carrying it forward until it slid to a stop 10 feet from my position. I approached carefully and saw the same milky white eyes, the same gray tinge to its tissue. Whatever this virus was, it jumped species barriers. That changed everything. If animals could be infected, if the disease could spread through wildlife, then isolation wouldn't save me. A mountain lion or a wolf pack or even infected rodents could carry it to my cabin. The whole ecosystem could become a vector for transmission. I thought about the implications, about how fast something like this could spread through Montana's wilderness, through the millions of acres of forest and prairie where animals moved freely. This wasn't just a town dying. This was potentially an entire region, maybe an entire state, maybe more. The scope of the catastrophe was almost too big to process. I needed information, needed to understand what I was dealing with, and there was only one place to get it: the CDC facility. If this outbreak had started there, if someone had been researching this virus or weaponizing it or whatever the hell they were doing, then their records would contain everything I needed to know. How it spread, how long the incubation period was, whether there was any treatment or cure. The facility was 40 miles northeast across rough terrain, but it was also likely to be a death trap. Government black sites didn't go dark quietly. Whatever had happened there was bad enough to shut down all communication and keep professional security teams from responding. I was about to pull back from my observation position when I heard engines, lots of them coming from the north. A convoy of military vehicles appeared on the main highway, heading toward Clearwater Ridge at high speed. I counted 8 Humvees, 2 armored personnel carriers, and a command vehicle, all painted in woodland camouflage. Infantry deployed from the vehicles as they reached the town perimeter, establishing a defensive line with practiced efficiency. These weren't National Guard weekend warriors. These were active duty, probably from Malmstrom Air Force Base. Someone in the chain of command had decided this was serious enough to deploy combat troops. I watched as the infantry began engaging the infected, controlled 3-round bursts that dropped targets with clinical precision. The creatures went down when you destroyed enough of their brain tissue, I noted. Headshots worked. The soldiers advanced in textbook formation, clearing the main street building by building, extracting survivors when they found them. It looked good, looked professional, looked like maybe the military had this under control. Then the personnel carriers opened up with their mounted machine guns, heavy caliber rounds that shredded infected and uninfected alike. And I realized with growing horror that this wasn't a rescue operation. This was containment. They were sterilizing the zone, killing everything that moved. I watched through my scope as a family ran from a burning building, a mother and 2 children clearly alive and uninfected, and the soldiers gunned them down without hesitation. Orders were orders, and their orders were apparently to leave no one alive. I felt rage building in my chest, hot and familiar, the same rage I'd felt in Afghanistan when I'd watched command make decisions that sacrificed civilians for tactical advantage. The same rage that had gotten me quietly pushed out of Delta Force after I'd filed one too many incident reports questioning our rules of engagement. The soldiers worked for another hour, the sound of gunfire constant and overlapping, and by the time they pulled back to their vehicles, Clearwater Ridge was silent. Nothing moved in the streets. Smoke still rose from the fires, but the screaming had stopped. The moaning had stopped. Everything had stopped. The convoy reformed and headed northeast toward the CDC facility, leaving behind a town of corpses. I felt sick, not just from what I'd witnessed, but from the knowledge that this was probably standard procedure now. Probably happening in every town and city where the infection appeared. The government's response to an outbreak they couldn't control was to erase it with bullets and fire. I waited until the convoy was out of sight, then pulled back into the forest, my mind racing through scenarios and plans. The military was executing anyone in the contaminated zones, which meant I was now a target whether I was infected or not. The CDC facility was clearly ground zero for whatever this was, and if the military was heading there in force, it meant the situation was even worse than I'd thought. I needed to stay mobile, needed to avoid both the infected and the military, needed to find other survivors and figure out what the hell was actually happening. I made it back to my cabin by nightfall, every shadow making me flinch, every sound making my finger tense on the trigger. The forest felt different now, hostile and threatening, like the trees themselves were hiding something terrible. I'd hunted these woods for 3 years and never felt afraid, but fear was crawling up my spine now like an insect, irrational and overwhelming. I forced it down with the breathing exercises they'd taught us for combat stress. 4 counts in, 4 counts hold, 4 counts out. Repeat until the adrenaline stopped trying to make you do something stupid. The cabin was exactly as I'd left it, which should have been reassuring but just made me more paranoid. I cleared every room with my rifle up, checked every window, every closet, every space where something could hide. Nothing. I was alone. I secured the doors with additional bracing, covered the windows with plywood I'd stockpiled for winter storms, and created firing ports that would let me defend the structure from inside. Then I sat at my radio and started scanning frequencies, looking for anything that would tell me what was happening beyond my mountain. Most channels were dead static. The emergency broadcast system was still running its endless tone on civilian frequencies, that awful sound that meant abandon all hope. I found a military channel that was still active, encrypted but leaking enough in the clear that I could piece together fragments of communication. Code words I recognized from my military days. Pinnacle Broken Arrow, which meant lost or stolen nuclear weapons, except they were using it in a different context. Garden Plot, the contingency plan for military operations on U.S. soil during civil disturbances. Majestic, which I'd never heard before, but the way they said it suggested something beyond normal classification levels. They were talking about containment zones and acceptable losses and population density calculations, speaking in the cold, clinical language of people making decisions about mass death. I picked up a civilian broadcast around midnight, weak and crackling but unmistakably human. A woman's voice, desperate and exhausted, saying she was broadcasting from a fortified position in Great Falls, that there were maybe 200 survivors holding a shopping mall against thousands of infected, that they needed help, needed ammunition, needed rescue. She gave her position and radio frequency, begging anyone listening to send help or at least acknowledge that someone was out there. I listened to her plead for 20 minutes before her transmission cut off mid-sentence, replaced by screams and the sound of breaking glass, then static, then nothing. I sat in the dark cabin with my rifle across my lap and tried to process the magnitude of what was happening. An entire region was collapsing, maybe the entire state, maybe the entire country. The government's response was military containment and extermination. The infection spread through humans and animals, which meant traditional quarantine measures were useless. And somewhere at the center of all this was a CDC facility that had been doing research on something so dangerous that its release had triggered what looked like the end of civilization. Sleep didn't come that night. I stayed alert, watching the darkness through my firing ports, listening to the forest sounds and trying to distinguish between normal wildlife and potential threats. Around 3 a.m, I heard something large moving through the trees near the cabin. Something that moved with the irregular jerking gait I'd seen from the infected in town. I tracked it with my night vision goggles and saw a bull elk, its magnificent antlers silhouetted against the stars, but its movements were all wrong. It wandered in circles, occasionally charging at trees, foam dripping from its mouth. Infected. I let it wander past without shooting, unwilling to give away my position with gunfire. But watching it made me realize that the wilderness I'd chosen for safety was now full of potential vectors. Dawn came gray and cold, and with it came a sound that made my blood freeze. Helicopters again, lots of them coming from the south this time. I went outside and looked up to see a formation of Chinooks flying low and fast, their cargo bays full of soldiers and equipment. Behind them came attack helicopters, Apache gunships bristling with weapons. They were all heading northeast toward the CDC facility, an overwhelming show of force. Whatever was happening there, it had escalated to the point where the military was committing serious resources. I made a decision that probably saved my life and definitely changed everything that came after. I couldn't stay at the cabin. It was too isolated, too far from information, too vulnerable if the infection spread this far into the mountains. I needed to move toward the CDC facility, needed to understand what they'd been working on. Needed to find out if there was any hope of stopping this or if we were all just counting down to extinction. It was a suicide mission by any rational assessment, but rationality had left the building the moment I watched a deer with milky white eyes try to charge me. I spent the morning packing everything I could carry: weapons, ammunition, food, water, medical supplies, cold weather gear. I buried the rest in a cache behind the cabin, marking it with a rock cairn that only I would recognize. If I survived long enough to come back, I'd have resources waiting. If I didn't, well, some future survivor might find my stash and have better luck. I took one last look at the cabin that had been my sanctuary, my refuge from the world and my past. And then I walked away without looking back, because looking back meant remembering what I was leaving behind. And I couldn't afford that kind of sentimentality anymore. The hike toward the CDC facility took me through terrain that got progressively worse. Old logging roads that hadn't seen maintenance in decades. Creek beds swollen with early fall runoff. Dense forest that forced me to detour around impenetrable thickets. I moved carefully, stopping every 15 minutes to listen and observe, using every skill I'd learned in hostile territory. The forest was quiet, too quiet. The normal background noise of birds and small mammals conspicuously absent. Whatever the infection did to animals, it was disrupting the entire ecosystem. I found the first evidence of the facility's presence around noon the next day. A chain-link fence marked with biohazard symbols and stern warnings about federal property and authorized personnel only. The fence was 12 feet high, topped with razor wire, and appeared to extend in both directions as far as I could see. I followed it north, staying just inside the tree line, looking for any gap or weakness. After 2 miles, I found what I was looking for. A section where something large had crashed through, bending the fence inward and creating a gap big enough to slip through. The ground around it was torn up, lots of tracks, both human and animal, all heading away from the facility. This was an escape route, I realized. People had run through here, fleeing from whatever hell had consumed the facility. I squeezed through the gap and found myself in a cleared zone about 50 yards wide, obviously designed to give security teams a clear field of fire against intruders. The facility itself was another half-mile ahead, a cluster of low concrete buildings surrounded by multiple layers of fencing and security checkpoints. As I got closer, I could see the damage: shattered windows, doors hanging off hinges, burn marks on the walls. The main gate was wide open, the security booth empty except for what looked like dried blood spray across the bulletproof glass. I approached with extreme caution, rifle up, scanning for any movement. The compound was silent except for the wind whistling through broken windows and the creaking of a door swinging on rusted hinges. I cleared the security checkpoint building first, finding 2 bodies in CDC hazmat suits torn open with the same feeding pattern I'd seen in Clearwater Ridge. Their equipment was smashed, their radios destroyed, and one of them was missing their entire lower jaw, the bone torn away to expose the throat and spine. The main research building was worse. The lobby was a charnel house, dozens of bodies in various states of decomposition. The smell overwhelming even through the bandana I'd tied across my face. Some of the dead were in lab coats, some in military uniforms, some in civilian clothes. All of them had died violently and many showed signs of being partially consumed. I moved through the carnage with my stomach churning, forcing myself to look, to document what had happened here. This was where it started, I told myself. This is ground zero. Understanding what happened here might be the key to surviving what comes next. I found the first intact computer in what looked like a research director's office, the door still locked from the inside, the occupant apparently having barricaded herself in before dying of what looked like a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The computer was still running, password protected but not encrypted, which suggested whoever had been working here wasn't worried about data security in their final moments. I used a password recovery tool from my go bag, something I'd picked up from the Delta Tech specialists, and got into the system within 20 minutes. What I found in those files made me understand why the military had responded with such overwhelming force. The facility had been working on something called the Solanum virus, a synthetic pathogen designed as a potential bioweapon with a very specific purpose: to create controllable, predictable casualties that would overwhelm enemy medical infrastructure without destroying strategic resources. The perfect weapon for modern warfare, where capturing territory intact was more valuable than annihilating it. The virus was engineered to spread rapidly through bodily fluids, to have a short incubation period, and to cause aggressive behavioral changes that would force enemy forces to deal with their own infected personnel rather than engaging in combat. But someone had made a mistake, or maybe several someones. The virus was supposed to have a kill switch, a genetic timer that would cause infected subjects to expire after 72 hours, making it a temporary disruption rather than a permanent threat. Except the timer didn't work, or it had been deliberately disabled and the infected didn't die. They just kept going. Their bodies kept moving even as they decayed, driven by some primal hunger that the virus had hardwired into what was left of their nervous system. I found a video file dated 3 weeks ago, a security camera feed from one of the research labs. I watched as a woman in a hazmat suit deliberately broke containment protocols, smashing vials and spraying herself with what had to be concentrated virus. She was screaming something at the camera, her words muffled by the suit but her intent clear. Sabotage. Deliberate release, The timestamp showed she'd done this at 3:47 a.m., which meant minimal staff on duty, maximum time before discovery. Within 6 hours, the entire facility was compromised. Within 12 hours, the infection had spread to the nearby town of Cascade, population 873. Within 24 hours, it had reached Great Falls, population 58,000. The exponential growth from there was predictable and horrifying. More files revealed the saboteur's identity. Dr. Sarah Vance, a microbiologist with the CDC who'd been working at the facility for 2 years. Her personnel file showed a progressive radicalization, notes from supervisors about concerning statements regarding humanity's impact on the environment, about the planet needing to be cleansed of the human plague. She joined or created some kind of eco-terrorist cell, a group calling themselves the Restoration Front, who believed that the only way to save Earth was to drastically reduce human population. The Solanum virus was their weapon of choice, stolen and weaponized by someone who'd spent years learning exactly how it worked and how to make it spread. I found communications between Vance and other cell members, encrypted but stored on the facility's servers like she'd wanted them found. They talked about strikes on multiple locations, about simultaneous releases in cities across the country, about creating a cascade that couldn't be stopped. Great Falls was just the test run, the proof of concept. The main attacks were supposed to happen next week, timed to coincide with some kind of global environmental summit. Except Vance's test run had worked too well, spread too fast, and now the entire region was infected with no way to contain it. The last file I found was a personal message from Vance, recorded the day before she sabotaged the facility. She sat in front of the camera, calm and composed, and explained her reasoning like she was giving a lecture. Humanity was a cancer, she said. We'd consumed the planet's resources, driven countless species to extinction, poisoned the air and water and soil with our waste. We'd had chances to change, to reduce our impact, to live sustainably, but we'd chosen comfort and profit over survival. So now nature would correct the imbalance. The Solanum virus was just evolution accelerated, removing the apex predator that had disrupted every ecosystem on Earth. She talked about the people who would die, acknowledged that billions would suffer, but framed it as necessary amputation to save the patient. Better to lose a limb than die of gangrene, she said. Better to reduce human population by 90% than watch us destroy the entire biosphere. She talked about the survivors, how they would build a better world, how they would remember the cost of excess and live in harmony with nature. It was insane, the logic of someone who'd convinced themselves that genocide was justified, but she believed every word. The recording ended with Vance saying she'd gone to ground with other Restoration Front members, that they had supplies and secure locations to ride out the initial outbreak, that they would emerge when the infection had run its course and help rebuild civilization properly. She gave coordinates, probably meant for other cell members who hadn't been at the facility. I memorized them automatically, military habit, even though every instinct told me that hunting down a terrorist cell in the middle of an apocalypse was beyond insane. I copied everything I could to a USB drive, even though I had no idea who I'd give it to or whether it mattered anymore. Then I got out of that office and that building and that compound as fast as I could, because staying there meant breathing air that was probably contaminated and touching surfaces covered with God knew what kind of biological hazards. I made it back to the perimeter fence and through the gap just as I heard engines approaching from the south, the military convoy I'd seen heading this direction, probably coming to secure the facility and destroy any remaining evidence. I ran. Pure tactical retreat, putting distance between myself and the compound before they arrived. I was a quarter mile into the forest when the shooting started. Not the controlled bursts I'd heard in Clearwater Ridge, but heavy, sustained fire, the kind that meant they were encountering serious resistance. I kept running, branches whipping my face, my pack bouncing against my back, my lungs burning with exertion. The shooting continued for 20 minutes, then stopped with an abruptness that was somehow more terrifying than the noise had been. I found a defensive position in a rocky outcrop and waited, watching the direction of the facility through my binoculars. Smoke rose from several buildings, the familiar black smoke of petroleum fires, probably fuel storage or vehicles burning. Tiny figures moved around the compound, soldiers systematically destroying everything, making sure no evidence survived. I watched them work for an hour, then saw them pull back to their vehicles and drive away, leaving the facility burning. That night I made camp in a cave I'd found, no fire, eating cold MREs and trying to process everything I'd learned. The outbreak wasn't an accident. It was deliberate, an act of terrorism by someone who decided that humanity deserved to die. And somewhere out there, Dr. Sarah Vance and her fellow eco-terrorists were hiding, waiting for the infection to do its work, planning to emerge and build their perfect world on the ashes of civilization. The coordinates she'd given were about 60 miles west, in some of the roughest terrain in Montana. Probably some kind of survivalist compound or abandoned facility they'd converted into a bunker. Every logical part of my brain said to forget about Vance, to focus on survival, to find other survivors and try to build some kind of refuge against the collapse. But I'd spent my entire adult life hunting enemies of the United States, and Vance had killed more Americans than any terrorist I'd ever encountered. She'd unleashed a plague that was consuming the country, maybe the world, and she was hiding in a bunker waiting to inherit what was left. That wasn't justice. That wasn't right. And even in the middle of an apocalypse, some part of me still believed that people who committed mass murder should face consequences. I decided to go after her. It was stupid. It was pointless. It probably meant I'd die in the wilderness for nothing. But I was going anyway because some things mattered more than survival. I'd failed to stop this outbreak, failed to warn anyone, failed to protect the people of Clearwater Ridge and all the other towns that had been sterilized by military containment teams. But I could stop Vance. I could make sure she didn't get to rebuild anything, didn't get to feel satisfied about the success of her plague. I could give her the same mercy she'd given to millions of innocent people, none at all. I set out the next morning, heading west into mountains that got progressively more remote and dangerous. The coordinates Vance had given were in the Cabinet Mountains, a wilderness area where people could disappear for years and never be found. Perfect place for a group of terrorists to hide while the world burned. I figured I had maybe a week before I ran out of supplies, less if I encountered serious obstacles. But I'd operated behind enemy lines before, lived off the land when I had to, and I knew these mountains better than most. If Vance was out here, I'd find her. The first 2 days were relatively uneventful, just hard hiking through difficult terrain, navigating by compass and topographic memory because I couldn't risk using GPS. I saw signs of infected animals, scat that showed evidence of disease. Carcasses that had been partially consumed by predators who were probably now infected themselves. The whole ecosystem was breaking down, the virus jumping from species to species, creating a cascade of death that wouldn't stop until there was nothing left to infect. I thought about what Vance had said, about nature correcting the imbalance, and wanted to scream at the absurdity. This wasn't nature. This was a weapon, a perversion of biology as unnatural as nuclear radiation or chemical gas. On the third day, I found evidence of other humans. A campsite that had been abandoned recently, supplies scattered like people had left in a hurry. There were shell casings on the ground, lots of them, and drag marks leading into the forest. Someone had made a stand here, fought off infected or maybe other humans, then moved on or been taken. I followed the drag marks and found bodies, 3 of them torn apart with the familiar feeding pattern. They'd been dead maybe 12 hours, the early stages of decomposition just starting. I checked their pockets for anything useful and found a note, handwritten and stained with blood. If anyone finds this, the Cascade Ranch community has fallen. We tried to hold the lodge, but there were too many. Some of us are heading for the Thompson Falls shelter. Don't trust the military. They're not rescuing anyone. They're eliminating witnesses. God help us all. Cascade Ranch was a wilderness retreat about 15 miles south of my position. Expensive cabins where rich people played at being mountain men on weekends. If they'd fortified it and managed to build a community, it would have been a decent refuge. The fact that it had fallen meant the infection was spreading faster than people could adapt. I wondered if the Thompson Falls shelter still existed, if anyone there was still alive, or if it was just another tomb waiting to be discovered. I kept pushing west, and on the 4th day I saw my first human survivor since leaving my cabin. A young woman, maybe 25, moving through the forest with the skill of someone who'd spent real time in the wilderness. She was armed with a hunting rifle and moved carefully, checking her surroundings every few seconds. I watched her for 10 minutes before deciding to make contact, stepping out from cover with my rifle pointed at the ground and my hands visible. She spun toward me, her rifle coming up fast, and I said calmly, "Easy. I'm not infected. My name is Will Grant. I'm alone." She kept the rifle pointed at my chest, her eyes scanning me for any signs of infection, any indication that I was a threat. After a long moment, she lowered the barrel slightly and said, "You got any bites? Any scratches?" I stripped off my jacket and shirt, showing her my arms and torso, no marks except old scars from combat. She nodded and lowered the rifle completely. Her name was Rachel Martinez, she told me. She'd been a park ranger at Glacier National Park when the outbreak started, had watched the infection spread through the tourist areas like wildfire, had barely escaped when the military came through and started executing everyone. She'd been living rough for 6 days, heading west because there was nowhere else to go, surviving on her wilderness skills and sheer stubbornness. I asked her if she'd encountered other survivors, and she laughed, a bitter sound, and said the only other people she'd seen were either infected or too crazy with fear to trust anyone. We compared notes, shared information about what we'd seen and learned. I told her about the CDC facility, about Dr. Sarah Vance and the Restoration Front, about the coordinates and my plan to find them. She looked at me like I'd grown a second head and said hunting terrorists in the middle of an apocalypse was the stupidest thing she'd ever heard. I agreed with her but said I was doing it anyway. She considered this for a long moment, then asked if I minded company because heading west alone was probably going to get her killed, and at least if she died hunting terrorists, it would be for something meaningful. We traveled together after that, 2 survivors in a dying world, and it was better than being alone. Rachel knew the terrain almost as well as I did, could identify edible plants and safe water sources, could read weather patterns and animal behavior. I brought combat experience and tactical thinking, the ability to assess threats and plan around them. We complemented each other, and within a day we'd developed the kind of operational rhythm that usually took weeks to build. She told me about her family in Colorado, about how she'd tried to call them when the phone still worked and gotten nothing, about how she had to assume they were either dead or infected. I told her about my cabin, about the 3 years I'd spent trying to forget the war, about how the war had followed me home in the worst possible way. On the 6th day, we encountered our first serious obstacle. A group of infected blocking the narrow mountain pass we needed to cross. There were maybe 30 of them, a mix of humans and animals, all showing various stages of decay, all exhibiting that same mindless hunger. We could have gone around, added 2 days to our journey, but Rachel wanted to try something. She'd noticed that the infected responded to sound, were drawn to it like moths to flame. We could use that, she suggested. Create a distraction, get them to concentrate in one area, then slip past while they were focused elsewhere. We rigged a crude noisemaker from a battery-powered radio and a timer, set it to go off in 30 minutes, placed it on a rocky outcrop about 200 yards from the pass. Then we circled around and waited. When the radio started blasting classic rock at maximum volume, the infected went berserk, all of them converging on the sound with single-minded determination. We slipped through the pass while they were distracted, moving quickly and quietly, and were a mile away before we heard the radio die as the infected tore it apart. It worked so well we used the same trick twice more over the next 2 days, always with different types of distractions, always moving fast once the infected were focused elsewhere. It felt good to outsmart them, to use their limitations against them, but the victories were small and temporary. For every 30 infected we avoided, there were hundreds more roaming the wilderness. The mountains were becoming a death trap filled with creatures that didn't tire and didn't stop and didn't care about anything except feeding. We found the first evidence of Vance's bunker on the 8th day. A solar panel hidden among rocks, its cables leading underground. We followed the cables to a concealed entrance, a steel door set into the hillside and covered with camouflage netting. The door was locked with a military-grade security system, keypad, and biometric scanner. No way we were getting through it without explosives. But this was definitely the place. The coordinates matched, the construction was professional, and there were signs of recent activity, tire tracks and boot prints that were less than a week old. Rachel and I withdrew to a safe distance and set up observation. If this was Vance's bunker, if the restoration front was inside, they'd have to come out eventually for supplies or reconnaissance. We just had to wait and watch and be patient. I'd done this before in Afghanistan, spent days observing enemy positions, learning their patterns and habits, finding the perfect moment to strike. This was no different, except the stakes were incomprehensibly higher and the world was ending around us while we waited. We took shifts, one watching while the other slept, staying alert for any sign of movement from the bunker. On the second day of observation, the door opened and 3 people emerged, all armed, all wearing protective gear like they were expecting chemical or biological threats. They moved with military precision, clearing the immediate area before one of them spoke into a radio. More people came out, maybe 10 in total, carrying supply crates and equipment. They loaded everything into a concealed vehicle bay we hadn't noticed, 2 pickup trucks covered with the same camouflage netting that hid the bunker entrance. I studied their faces through my scope, memorizing features, looking for Dr. Sarah Vance. I found her on the 4th person to emerge, a woman in her mid-30s with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, wearing tactical clothing and carrying a submachine gun like she knew how to use it. She was talking to the others, giving orders, organizing the supply run with the confidence of someone in command. This was her operation, her bunker, her terrorist cell waiting out the apocalypse they'd created. The supply team drove off, heading south toward what I assumed were cached resources or maybe an intact store they'd located. That left approximately 6 people in the bunker, a manageable number if we had surprise on our side. Rachel and I discussed options in whispers, our faces close together to avoid sound carrying. We could wait for the supply team to return and hit them in the open, but that meant dealing with 16 people instead of 6. We could try to breach the bunker itself, but we had no idea about its layout or defenses, or we could set a trap for when the supply team came back, eliminate them first, then assault the bunker with better weapons and more ammunition. We chose the trap option, spending the rest of the day preparing. We found a choke point on the road where the trucks would have to slow down, a narrow curve between rock walls. We rigged tripwires across the road, not sophisticated but effective, attached to fragmentation grenades I'd been carrying since leaving my cabin. We positioned ourselves on the high ground with clear fields of fire, Rachel on one side of the road and me on the other, creating a deadly crossfire. Then we waited for the supply team to return. They came back at dusk, headlights cutting through the growing darkness, moving fast like they wanted to get back to the bunker before full night. The lead truck hit our tripwire and the grenade detonated under the engine block, the explosion lifting the front end and sending it careening into the rock wall. The second truck slammed on its brakes, trying to avoid the wreck, and Rachel and I opened fire. We had total surprise, superior position, and good cover. The fight lasted maybe 3 minutes, and when it was over, all 10 members of the supply team were dead or dying. We approached the wreckage carefully, clearing the vehicles and checking bodies. Most were dead, a few were wounded and screaming, and I finished them with clinical efficiency because we couldn't risk gunshots alerting the bunker and we couldn't afford to leave witnesses. It was cold-blooded murder by any legal definition, but laws didn't exist anymore, and these people had helped unleash a plague that had killed millions. I felt no guilt, just grim satisfaction. We stripped the bodies of weapons and ammunition, found supplies in the trucks, including food and medical gear. There was also communication equipment, encrypted radios that were probably linked to the bunker. I considered using them to contact Vance to tell her what we'd done, to let her know we were coming, but decided against it. Better to let them wonder what had happened to their supply team. Let uncertainty and fear work for us. The assault on the bunker happened that night around 2 in the morning, when circadian rhythms were at their lowest and even trained security would be fighting sleep. We approached from different angles, using the darkness and our knowledge of the external layout to get close without triggering any alarms we'd observed during our surveillance. The entrance was our only option, the steel door our only way in, and we needed someone inside to open it for us. Rachel had an idea. She took one of the radios from the supply team and broadcast a distress call, imitating the voice of one of the dead women, saying they were under attack by infected and needed to get inside immediately. The response was instant, a man's voice telling them to authenticate with a code phrase. Rachel improvised, her voice panicked and desperate, saying there was no time for codes, that they were dying out here, and either someone opened the door or they'd have 10 dead team members to explain to Dr. Vance. The gambit worked. The door started opening, hydraulic mechanisms grinding as the steel swung outward. Rachel and I hit it before it was fully open, moving through the gap with our weapons up, shooting anyone we saw. The entry chamber was some kind of decontamination area, chemical showers and airlocks, currently occupied by 3 people who'd been responding to the distress call. We killed all 3 before they could process what was happening, our silenced weapons making wet punching sounds that echoed in the concrete space. The bunker beyond was larger than I'd expected, a series of corridors and rooms that had probably been built as a Cold War-era fallout shelter and repurposed by the Restoration Front. We cleared it room by room the way I'd been trained to clear buildings in Iraq, smooth and fast and ruthless. We encountered 2 more terrorists in a common area, killed them both. We found a server room full of computer equipment, communications gear, and what looked like biological research stations. The Restoration Front hadn't just been hiding, they'd been continuing their work, probably planning additional releases once the initial outbreak ran its course. We found Dr. Sarah Vance in what looked like her personal quarters, a small room with a cot and a desk covered in maps and reports. She was reaching for a pistol when we entered, but I shot her in the shoulder before she could grab it, the round spinning her around and slamming her into the wall. She slumped to the floor, her face twisted with pain and rage, and I kicked the pistol away while Rachel covered the corridor. Vance looked up at me, blood running down her arm, and had the audacity to ask who I was. I told her my name, told her I'd been living in Montana when her plague started spreading, told her I'd watched an entire town die and burn. She actually smiled at that, a broken, bloody smile, and said it was working then, that the infection was spreading faster than they'd hoped. I asked her how many people she thought would die because of what she'd done, and she said as many as necessary. Said the Earth would recover, that new ecosystems would emerge, that in 100 years the planet would be healthier than it had been in millennia. I wanted to debate her, to argue about morality and the value of human life and the insanity of her logic, but there was no point. She was a true believer, a zealot who'd convinced herself that mass murder was righteous. No argument would penetrate that kind of delusion. So instead I asked her where the rest of her cell was, how many other bunkers they had, whether the releases had been limited to Montana, or if they'd actually managed to spread the virus nationally. She refused to answer, just kept smiling that horrible smile, and I realized she was proud of what she'd done. Proud of the death and suffering. Proud of the collapse of civilization. Rachel suggested we take her prisoner, use her knowledge to find the other cells, maybe develop some kind of treatment from her research. But I knew better. The Restoration Front would have countermeasures against interrogation, suicide pills, or dead man switches, or protocols to erase information if members were captured. Keeping Vance alive just meant dealing with escape attempts and watching her gloat about her success. She'd murdered millions and felt no remorse. She'd stolen any chance those people had at life, at growing old, at seeing their children grow up. She deserved the same mercy she'd shown to them. I pulled the paracord from my go bag, the same 550 cord I'd been carrying since my military days, tested and reliable and strong. Vance realized what I was planning and started screaming, thrashing despite her wounded shoulder. But I'd restrained combatants before, and she wasn't strong enough to stop me. I wrapped the cord around her throat, pulled it tight, and held it while she struggled and gasped and clawed at my hands. Her face turned purple, her eyes bulged, her body convulsed with the desperate animal need for oxygen. I held the cord tight and steady, watching her die the same way I'd watched targets die in a dozen countries, with clinical detachment and absolute certainty that this was necessary. It took 3 minutes for her to stop moving, another 2 before I was sure she was dead. I released the cord and let her body slump to the floor, checking her pulse to confirm. Nothing. Dr. Sarah Vance, eco-terrorist and mass murderer, was dead. It didn't feel like victory. It didn't feel like justice. It just felt like one small act of violence in a world drowning in violence, meaningless except that it meant she wouldn't get to see her perfect future. Rachel and I spent the next hour searching the bunker, collecting intelligence and supplies. We found maps showing other Restoration Front locations across the western United States, at least a dozen bunkers and safe houses. We found evidence that Vance had been in contact with similar groups internationally, eco-terrorists in Europe and Asia who were planning their own releases. The Solanum virus wasn't limited to Montana or even the United States. It was global, or soon would be, a pandemic that would make COVID-19 look like a mild cold. We also found evidence of the military response, intercepted communications that spelled out the government's plan in brutal detail. They were establishing containment zones around major population centers, evacuating who they could and eliminating the rest. Anyone showing symptoms was executed on sight, no exceptions, no mercy. The CDC facilities that had been researching the Solanum virus were being targeted for complete destruction. Nuclear weapons deployed to eliminate any possibility of the research being recovered or replicated. The facility in Montana was scheduled for sterilization in 72 hours. 72 hours. 3 days before they dropped a nuclear bomb on the region, killing everyone and everything within the blast radius and fallout zone. We were inside that zone, I realized. My cabin, the ruins of Clearwater Ridge, the CDC facility, all of it would be vaporized. Anyone who'd survived the infection, anyone hiding in bunkers or remote locations, would die in atomic fire. The government had decided that containing the virus was more important than saving survivors, and they were willing to sacrifice an entire state to make sure the infection didn't spread further. I showed Rachel the documents and watched her face go pale. She asked if there was any way to get outside the blast zone in 3 days, and I did the calculations in my head. We were approximately 80 miles from the designated ground zero, which put us well within the fallout area even if we survived the initial blast. We'd need to cover at least 200 miles in 3 days, through infected wilderness with limited supplies to reach anything like safety. It was theoretically possible, but realistically suicide. Rachel suggested we stay in the bunker, that it had been built to survive nuclear war, that we could ride out the blast underground and emerge when the radiation cleared. But the bunker's supplies were limited, maybe 6 months of food and water for the number of people the restoration front had maintained. For 2 people, it might last 2 years, but living underground for 2 years while the world burned above us, then emerging into a radioactive wasteland filled with infected, wasn't survival. It was just a slower death. We sat in that bunker for hours, surrounded by the bodies of terrorists and the evidence of their crimes, and tried to decide what to do. Every option was terrible. Staying meant slow death. Running meant probable death. Surrendering to the military meant certain execution. There was no good choice, no path that led to survival and safety and anything resembling a future. The apocalypse had arrived, and it didn't matter that we'd killed the person responsible or that we knew the truth about the outbreak. We were still going to die just like everyone else. Eventually, Rachel said something that changed my perspective. She said that even if we died, even if the next 3 days were our last, we could at least die doing something that mattered. The restoration front had other cells, other bunkers, other fanatics who were probably celebrating the success of the outbreak. If we were going to die anyway, we could spend our remaining time hunting them down, making sure that when the bombs fell, they fell on as many terrorists as possible. It wouldn't save the world, but it would be something. One last mission, one final act of defiance against the people who destroyed everything. I agreed because the alternative was giving up, and I'd never been good at giving up. We gathered everything useful from the bunker: weapons, ammunition, supplies, intelligence documents, explosives from the terrorists' stockpile. We rigged the bunker to collapse, demolition charges set on structural supports, timed to go off an hour after we left. Then we walked out into the night, 2 survivors on a suicide mission, hunting terrorists in the last days of civilization. The next 72 hours were a blur of violence and movement. We hit 3 more restoration front locations, using the intelligence from Vance's bunker to find them. The first was a safe house in an abandoned mining town, 4 terrorists maintaining communication equipment and supplies. We breached at dawn, killed them in their sleep, burned the building to the ground. The second was a disguised research station hidden in a cave system, 6 people working on what looked like a more virulent strain of the Solanum virus. We collapsed the cave entrance with explosives, burying them alive with their research. The third was a fortified compound near the Canadian border. At least 20 terrorists, heavily armed and paranoid. That fight was brutal. Close quarters combat in the dark, and Rachel took a round through her leg that shattered her femur. I carried her out of that compound with bullets chasing us, found a vehicle in their motor pool that actually had fuel, and drove south as fast as the roads would allow. Rachel was bleeding badly, her face pale with shock, and I knew she needed real medical attention that I couldn't provide. The nearest hospital was in Kalispell, but Kalispell was inside the strike zone and probably overrun with infected anyway. I did what I could, field dressing the wound and giving her antibiotics from our medical supplies, but I could see the pain in her eyes and knew she was dying. We made it maybe 30 miles before the vehicle died, fuel line clogged with debris or maybe just running on fumes. I carried Rachel into an abandoned gas station and set up a defensive position in the back room, barricading the doors and creating firing ports. She was feverish now, the wound infected despite my best efforts, and I knew she had maybe hours left. She knew it too, I could see it in her eyes, but she didn't complain. Just asked me to stay with her, to not let her turn into one of those things, to make it quick when the time came. We talked through that last night, sharing stories about our lives before the outbreak, about the people we'd lost and the futures that would never happen. Rachel told me about her dream of becoming a park superintendent, about the conservation programs she'd wanted to implement, about her girlfriend who'd been visiting Glacier when the outbreak started and probably died in the first wave. I told her about my friend Martinez, the one I'd carried out of Afghanistan in pieces, about the guilt I'd carried for surviving when he hadn't, about how part of me had wanted to die in those mountains and now I was getting my wish. She died just before dawn, her breathing getting shallower and shallower until it stopped entirely. I waited 10 minutes to make sure she was really gone, that she wouldn't reanimate as one of the infected. Then I did what I'd promised and put a bullet through her brainstem to make sure. Then I sat with her body in that gas station back room and felt the weight of loss settle over me like a physical thing. I'd known her for less than 2 weeks, but she'd become a friend, a comrade, someone I trusted with my life. Now she was gone. One more casualty in a war that humanity had already lost. I buried her behind the gas station, digging through rocky soil with a shovel I found in the maintenance shed, placing her in the ground wrapped in a blanket because I had no casket and no prayers. I marked the grave with a cairn of stones and stood there for a moment, trying to think of something meaningful to say. But there were no words that could capture what I felt, no epitaph that could honor who she'd been. So I just said her name, Rachel Martinez, and let that be enough. The countdown to the nuclear strike was down to 12 hours, and I was still at least 60 miles inside the blast zone. I should have been running, trying to get outside the kill radius, but I found I didn't care anymore. Let the bomb come. Let it end this nightmare quickly instead of watching it drag out over weeks or months. I'd killed Sarah Vance. I'd destroyed multiple Restoration Front locations. I'd done what I could to fight back against the apocalypse. And if that was all I accomplished before dying, at least it was something. I spent those last hours walking back toward where my cabin had been. Not because I could reach it, but because I wanted to die moving in that direction. The forest around me was dying, trees showing signs of disease, wildlife either infected or dead, streams running with contaminated water. The Solanum virus had spread through the ecosystem exactly like the CDC research had predicted, jumping from species to species, creating a cascade of ecological collapse that would take centuries to recover from if it ever did. I encountered infected dozens of times, both human and animal, and I killed them when I had ammunition and avoided them when I didn't. Each encounter was mechanical, emotionless, just another obstacle to navigate around or through. I'd lost the capacity for fear somewhere in the last 2 weeks, burned it out through constant exposure to horror. What was left was just momentum, the body continuing to move because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant confronting the magnitude of what had been lost. I found a ridge with a view to the east, toward where the CDC facility had been, where Ground Zero would be, and I sat down to wait for the end. The sun rose over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, beautiful and indifferent to the dying world below. I thought about all the sunrises I'd seen in my life, from the Hindu Kush to the Montana Rockies, and wondered if this would be the last. Probably, almost certainly. The bombs would fall and the sky would turn white with fusion fire, and everything within hundreds of miles would be vaporized. The radio I'd taken from the restoration front bunker crackled with encrypted military traffic. The countdown to launch, the coordinates being verified, the final authorization codes being transmitted. I listened to men and women carry out orders to destroy their own country. Their voices professional and detached, like they were discussing weather patterns instead of nuclear holocaust. The chain of command was functioning even as civilization collapsed, soldiers following orders even unto damnation, and part of me respected that discipline while another part wanted to scream at the insanity of it all. At 1700 hours exactly, I saw the flash. Multiple flashes, actually, the bright points of nuclear detonations spreading across the horizon like deadly flowers blooming. The CDC facility, Great Falls, Kalispell, Missoula, every major population center and research location in western Montana suddenly consumed by fusion fire. The light was so bright it hurt even behind closed eyelids, and I counted seconds waiting for the shockwave, for the blast that would tear me apart. It came faster than expected, a wall of heat and force that picked me up and threw me like a doll, slamming me into rocks with enough force to crack ribs and knock the air from my lungs. I felt my left arm break, felt lacerations open across my face and chest, felt the world tumble and spin as I was ragdolled across the ridge. Then everything went black. Consciousness fleeing from trauma and shock, and for a moment I thought this was death. That I'd finally joined Martinez and Rachel and all the others, but I woke up, which meant I wasn't dead yet, just dying slowly. The sky above was dark with smoke and ash, the sun barely visible through the pall. Everything hurt, a deep systemic pain that suggested internal injuries and trauma that would be fatal without medical treatment. I tried to move and discovered my left arm was useless, broken in at least 2 places, bone grinding against bone with every attempt to shift position. My ribs were cracked, each breath sending spikes of agony through my chest. Blood covered my face, dripping from lacerations that probably needed stitches I couldn't provide. I lay there on the ridge and tried to assess my situation with the clinical detachment of a soldier, but the truth was unavoidable. I was fucked. Radiation poisoning was already setting in. I could feel it in the nausea and weakness spreading through my body. My injuries would be fatal even with proper medical care, and I was miles from anything resembling civilization in a world where civilization had ended. The smart thing would be to use the pistol in my belt, 1 round to the brain, quick and clean. But some stubborn part of me refused to quit. Refused to give up even when giving up was the rational choice. I managed to roll onto my side, screaming with the pain of broken ribs grinding, and pulled myself upright against a boulder. The landscape around me was transformed. Fires burning in every direction, ash falling like snow, the air thick with smoke that tasted of chemicals and burning flesh. I could see the mushroom clouds in the distance, multiple columns rising into the stratosphere, spreading their poisonous cargo on winds that would carry radiation across the continent. Montana was gone, sterilized, and I was sitting in the radioactive wasteland that remained. I should have been the only living thing for miles, but I saw movement below the ridge, figures shambling through the smoke. Infected, their bodies burned and mutilated by the blast, but still moving, still hunting, still driven by the virus's implacable hunger. Even nuclear fire couldn't kill the Solanum virus, couldn't stop the infected from continuing their mindless search for prey. The apocalypse was complete. Humanity's last hope, nuclear weapons, had failed to stop the plague. We'd destroyed our own cities and still the zombies walked. The radio crackled one last time. A voice I didn't recognize broadcasting in the clear. No more encryption, no more security protocols. The voice said that the containment had failed, that the infection was spreading through wildlife into Canada and south into the Rockies faster than they could establish new perimeters. They'd confirmed Solanum-infected animals in British Columbia, Alberta, Wyoming, Idaho. The virus was jumping the quarantine zone, spreading through the ecosystem, and there was no way to stop it without destroying the entire western half of the continent. The voice said additional nuclear strikes were not authorized, that military assets were being withdrawn to defendable positions on the East Coast, that anyone still alive in the western contamination zone was on their own. Then the radio went dead, and I was alone with the sound of wind and distant fire and the moans of the infected below. I sat on that ridge watching the world burn and thought about how quickly everything had fallen apart. 3 weeks ago, I'd been splitting firewood at my cabin, worrying about winter supplies and whether the elk population would support another hunting season. Now I was dying of radiation poisoning in a nuclear wasteland while zombies roamed the ruins of civilization. The change was so drastic, so complete, that part of my mind refused to accept it. This had to be a nightmare, a PTSD hallucination, something other than reality. But the pain was too real, too constant to be anything except the truth. This was the world now. This was what Sarah Vance and the Restoration Front had created with their virus and their ideology and their absolute certainty that they knew what was best for the planet. They'd wanted to cleanse humanity, to reduce population and restore ecological balance, and they'd succeeded beyond their wildest nightmares. The planet was certainly cleaner now, with billions dead or dying and industrial civilization collapsing into barbarism. But there was no restoration happening, no nature reclaiming its rightful place. There was just death and decay and the relentless spread of a virus that would continue until there was nothing left to infect. I thought about Vance dying in that bunker, the paracord tight around her throat, her eyes bulging with panic and disbelief. I'd killed her believing it was justice, that she deserved to pay for the horror she'd unleashed, but sitting here watching everything burn, I realized justice was a concept that only existed in functioning societies. There was no justice in the wasteland, no moral order, no scales being balanced. There was just survival and death, predator and prey, the strong feeding on the weak in an endless cycle that had no meaning beyond continuation. The sun set behind the smoke, turning everything blood red. And I realized I'd survived another day despite all logic suggesting I should have died hours ago. My body was shutting down. I could feel it in the numbness spreading through my extremities, in the way my thoughts were getting fuzzy and disconnected, but consciousness persisted with stubborn refusal to quit. I wondered if this was how Martinez had felt in those last moments before the IED. If he'd been aware of his body coming apart, if he'd had time to understand he was dying. I hoped not. I hoped it had been quick, instantaneous, no suffering or fear or knowledge of the end. Night fell and brought with it cold that my damaged body couldn't fight. I shivered violently, teeth chattering, unable to stop the convulsions, even though each one sent fresh waves of agony through my broken ribs. The fires below provided light but no warmth, and I was too injured to move toward them even if I'd wanted to risk encountering the infected. So I just sat against the boulder and watched the flames dance across the ruined landscape, mesmerized by their beauty and destruction, waiting for hypothermia or radiation poisoning or infection to finish what the blast wave had started. I must have lost consciousness again because when I opened my eyes, the sky was lighter, dawn approaching through the smoke. I was still alive, which surprised me enough that I actually laughed, a sound that came out as more of a wheeze and sent fresh spikes of pain through my chest. My left arm had swollen to twice its normal size, the skin discolored and hot to the touch, infection racing through the compound fractures. My face felt tight and wrong, and when I touched it, my fingers came away covered in blood that had dried into crust. I was a walking corpse, already dead but too stubborn to stop moving. The infected below had thinned out during the night, most of them wandering off in search of prey or maybe just responding to the virus's imperative to spread. The ones that remained moved sluggishly, their burned bodies giving out as damage accumulated beyond even the virus's ability to animate dead tissue. I watched one collapse, its legs finally failing, but even prone it continued to move, dragging itself forward with its arms, determined to hunt even as its body fell apart. I thought about the virus, about its elegant design and terrible efficiency. Whoever had engineered it at the CDC had created a perfect weapon, something that spread rapidly, killed reliably, and turned victims into vectors for further infection. The behavioral changes it caused were brilliant from a military perspective, creating aggressive carriers that actively sought out new hosts instead of dying quietly in isolated rooms. The long incubation period allowed it to spread widely before symptoms appeared. The fact that it jumped species meant it could never be fully contained. It was everything a bioweapon designer could ask for, and the fact that it had no kill switch, no off switch, no way to stop it once released made it the ultimate doomsday device. Sarah Vance had known all this when she smashed those vials and released the virus. She'd understood the weapon she was unleashing, had calculated the death toll, had accepted that billions would die. And she'd done it anyway, convinced that the end justified the means, that saving the planet required sacrificing its dominant species. I wondered if she'd felt any doubt in those final moments before I strangled her, if she'd looked at what she'd accomplished and questioned whether it was worth the cost. Probably not. True believers rarely doubted even unto death. The radio crackled back to life, startling me from my thoughts. It was a different voice this time, civilian, broadcasting on an emergency frequency. "This is Samuel Chen broadcasting from Bozeman. If anyone can hear this, we've established a survivor community in the university campus. We have food, water, medical supplies, and defensible positions. We're accepting anyone who can reach us, screening for infection at the gates. Please respond if you're receiving this. You're not alone. Humanity survives." I listened to the message repeat 3 times before reaching for the radio, my right hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Bozeman was 60 miles southeast inside the blast zone and should have been vaporized by the nuclear strikes. The fact that someone was broadcasting from there meant either the city had been spared or the message was old, recorded before the bombs fell. I keyed the microphone, my voice a rasp that barely resembled human speech, and said, "This is William Grant. What's your current date and time?" The response came back immediately, Chen's voice excited and hopeful. "Grant, it's September 28th, so 6:45 hours. Where are you? What's your condition?" September 28th, 5 days after the nuclear strikes. 5 days I'd apparently lost to unconsciousness and delirium. The message was current, which meant Bozeman had somehow survived the bombardment. Maybe spared because the strikes had been focused on CDC facilities and major population centers. A university campus with a few thousand people wouldn't have been a priority target. I told Chen my position as best I could determine from landmarks, told him about my injuries and radiation exposure, told him I probably had days at most before my body gave out completely. There was a pause. Then he said they had a medical team and could send a recovery vehicle if I could make it to a road they could access. I looked at the terrain between my position and the nearest Forest Service road, calculated the distance at maybe 3 miles, and knew there was no way I could cover that distance in my condition. I told Chen as much, told him not to risk his people trying to rescue someone who was already dead, but he refused to give up. Said they'd monitor the frequency, that if I made it to the road they'd come get me, that I needed to try because every survivor mattered. I should have told him to fuck off, that wasting resources on a dying man was stupidity, but instead I found myself agreeing to try. Maybe it was the human need for connection, for the hope that someone gave a damn whether I lived or died. Maybe it was just one more example of my stubborn refusal to quit even when quitting was smart. Whatever the reason, I started the agonizing process of getting to my feet, using the boulder for support, fighting waves of nausea and pain that threatened to dump me back on the ground. It took me 20 minutes to stand fully upright, and another 10 to convince my legs they still knew how to walk. Each step was an exercise in controlled suffering, my broken ribs grinding, my shattered arm hanging useless. My radiation-poisoned body screaming that movement was impossible. But I'd been through worse, I told myself. I'd carried a 100-pound ruck through the mountains of Afghanistan. I'd operated on no sleep for days during combat operations. Pain was just information, suffering was just a state of mind, and I could push through anything if I had a goal. The goal was the road 3 miles southeast, and I focused on it with the same tunnel vision I'd used in combat. Break the distance into manageable chunks, first 100 yards to that stand of trees, then 200 yards to that rock formation, then another 100 to that burned-out vehicle. Small victories, incremental progress, never thinking about the total distance because that was overwhelming and impossible. I fell 7 times in the first mile, my legs giving out from exhaustion and injury, my body refusing to cooperate. Each time I lay there wondering if this was it, if I'd finally reached the limit, and each time I forced myself back upright because the alternative was dying alone in the ash-covered wilderness. I passed through areas of intense radiation, my dosimeter screaming warnings I ignored because avoiding hot zones would add distance I couldn't afford. I encountered infected twice, both times managing to hide until they passed, too weak to fight and too vulnerable to risk confrontation. The landscape was apocalyptic in the literal sense, dead trees reaching toward a sky choked with smoke, ash covering everything in gray powder that crunched under my boots. Fires still burned in places, fed by collapsed buildings and chemical reactions I didn't understand. I saw bodies, both human and animal, flash-burned and scattered by the blast wave, left to rot where they'd fallen. I saw the wreckage of civilization, cars melted into abstract sculptures, buildings reduced to rubble, power lines down and sparking with electricity from nowhere. The second mile nearly killed me. My water ran out and the streams were radioactive, my body dehydrating from blood loss and radiation sickness, my tongue swelling in my mouth. I found a pond that looked relatively clear and drank from it anyway, knowing it was probably contaminated but desperate enough to risk it. The water tasted of chemicals and ash, but it was wet and cold, and I drank until my stomach cramped and I vomited it back up. Then I drank again, more slowly this time, and managed to keep it down. I hallucinated through parts of that mile, seeing Martinez walking beside me, his body intact and whole instead of scattered across Afghan dirt. He told me I was doing good, that I was almost there, that I just needed to keep moving. I knew it wasn't real, knew my mind was creating comfort from trauma, but I talked to him anyway. Told him about Montana, about the cabin I'd built, about the 3 years of peace I'd found before everything went to hell. He listened with the same quiet patience he'd always had, never judging, never criticizing, just being present. When I blinked, he was gone, replaced by Rachel, her leg whole and healthy, walking without pain. She told me the road was just ahead, that I could make it, that survival meant something even in a dying world. The third mile was more crawling than walking, my legs completely spent, my arms barely able to pull my body forward. I left a trail of blood behind me, injuries reopening from the constant movement, my body cannibalizing itself for fuel. The road appeared like a mirage, cracked asphalt cutting through the wasteland, and I thought I was hallucinating again until I touched it and felt the heat-damaged surface under my hand. I collapsed on the road's shoulder and keyed the radio, my voice barely a whisper. "Chen. I'm at the road. Highway 91, I think. Mile marker 27. No response. I tried again, my thumb slipping on the transmit button from blood and sweat. "Chen. I made it to the road. Please respond. Static. Then Chen's voice, stronger than before, saying they had my position, that a vehicle was en route, that I needed to stay conscious for just a little longer. I don't remember much after that. Fragments of memory like photographs, headlights cutting through smoke, hands lifting me carefully, a woman's voice telling me I was safe now, the interior of a vehicle bouncing over rough road. Then nothing, a darkness deeper than sleep, and I sank into it gratefully because the pain finally stopped and the exhaustion finally won. When consciousness returned, I was in a bed, clean sheets, fluorescent lights overhead, the antiseptic smell of a medical facility. My left arm was in a cast, elevated and immobilized. My ribs were wrapped in tight bandages that made breathing difficult but reduced the grinding agony. IV lines fed fluids and medication into my veins, and monitors beeped rhythmically nearby. I tried to sit up and discovered I was too weak. My muscles unresponsive, my body still recovering from trauma. A nurse appeared, a young man in scrubs, and told me to stay still, that I'd been unconscious for 3 days, that my injuries were serious but survivable. I asked about radiation exposure, and he hesitated, his expression telling me everything I needed to know before he said the words. Severe acute radiation syndrome, lethal dose received. We're making you comfortable, but there's no treatment. Days, maybe weeks. I'm sorry. I'd known it was coming, had accepted my death back on that ridge watching the bombs fall. But hearing it confirmed still hit hard. The nurse asked if there was anyone I wanted contacted, any family or friends who should know. I thought about my parents, dead 20 years in a car accident. About my sister living in Seattle, probably dead now from outbreak or military containment. About the guys from Delta Force, scattered across the country, most likely gone. I told the nurse there was no one, that I was alone, and saw pity in his eyes that made me look away. Samuel Chen visited me that afternoon, a compact Asian man in his 40s with intelligent eyes and the bearing of someone who'd taken charge during crisis. He explained that Bozeman had been spared the worst of the nuclear strikes by simple geography and luck, that the university campus had been fortified and defended, that approximately 1,500 survivors had gathered there from surrounding areas. The infection was still present, still spreading, but they'd established protocols and defenses that kept it at bay. It wasn't civilization exactly, but it was survival, and that counted for something. I told Chen about Sarah Vance, about the restoration front, about the coordinates and bunkers I'd found and destroyed. I gave him the USB drive with all the CDC research, the intelligence I'd collected, everything I knew about the virus and its spread. He listened without interruption, taking notes, his expression growing darker as I described the scope of the terrorist network and their plans for global release. When I finished, he sat quietly for a long moment before saying that the information I'd provided might save thousands of lives, that knowing where the other cells were hiding meant they could be neutralized before releasing more virus. I asked him about the rest of the world, about whether the outbreak had been contained, or if this was global now. Chen's face told me everything before he spoke. The Solanum virus had spread to 43 countries, he said. Major cities on every continent were reporting outbreaks. The military response had been similar everywhere. Containment zones, mass executions, nuclear strikes on population centers that couldn't be saved. The global death toll was estimated at over 2 billion and climbing exponentially. Civilization was collapsing, not ended, but fragmenting into isolated survivor communities like Bozeman, each one fighting desperately to stay alive while the infected multiplied. Humanity wasn't extinct, Chen said, but we'd been knocked back to pre-industrial population levels in a matter of weeks, and the virus was still spreading through wildlife, through water sources, through vectors that couldn't be controlled or eliminated. The CDC's research had shown that the Solanum virus could survive in certain environmental conditions for months, meaning even if every infected human was killed, the virus itself would persist in the ecosystem, ready to infect new hosts. This wasn't an extinction event, Chen said, but it was close. Very close. I asked about my radiation exposure, about whether I'd be contagious, whether my presence in the survivor community was a threat. Chen shook his head and said the radiation would kill me before the virus could take hold, that my immune system was so compromised that infection would be redundant. It was meant to be reassuring, but just highlighted the absurdity of my situation. Dying of radiation poisoning in a world ending from a plague. Killed by humanity's attempt to stop the very thing that would kill me anyway. I spent my last days in that hospital bed, watching through the window as the survivor community went about their business of staying alive. I saw people working in gardens, growing food to supplement dwindling supplies. I saw sentries on the walls, armed and alert, scanning for infected. I saw children playing under supervision. Their laughter a reminder that life continued even in the ruins. It wasn't the world I'd known, but it was something, and maybe that was enough. The radiation sickness progressed exactly as the medical texts predicted. Nausea, hair loss, hemorrhaging, organ failure. The nurses kept me comfortable with morphine and compassion, never pretending I'd recover, never offering false hope. I appreciated the honesty. After years of military bullshit and government lies, simple truth was refreshing even when that truth was fatal. I thought about my life in those final days, about the choices I'd made and the paths I'd walked. I'd joined the military to serve my country, to protect people, to make a difference. I'd killed enemies in distant lands, seen horrors that would never leave me, carried guilt for friends lost and decisions made. I'd tried to find peace in Montana's mountains, tried to forget the war and the death and the cost of service. And when a new war came, when the apocalypse arrived, I'd fought again, killed again, made the same hard choices that had defined my military career. Had it mattered? Had any of it made a difference? Sarah Vance was dead, but her virus lived on. The Restoration Front cells I'd destroyed were gone, but others remained. I'd given Chen the intelligence to find them, but whether anyone had the resources to actually hunt down terrorists while civilization collapsed was questionable. I'd saved Rachel for a few days before watching her die. I'd killed dozens or hundreds of infected without slowing the plague's spread. My entire war against the apocalypse had been ultimately futile, a footnote in a catastrophe too large to comprehend. But maybe futility was beside the point. Maybe what mattered was the attempt, the refusal to give up even when giving up was rational. I'd fought because fighting was what I knew, what I'd been trained for, what gave my life purpose. And in the end, facing extinction, perhaps purpose was all any of us could hope for. Chen visited me on my last day, though I didn't know it was the last at the time. My organs were shutting down, my body giving up its fight against radiation damage. But my mind was still clear thanks to the morphine and sheer stubbornness. He told me they'd sent teams to 3 of the Restoration Front locations I'd identified, had found evidence of recent evacuation but managed to capture 2 terrorists before they fled. Those prisoners had given up locations of other cells under interrogation and raids were being planned. My intelligence was bearing fruit, he said. I'd made a difference. I asked him what he thought humanity's chances were, whether we'd survive this or if the Solanum virus would finish what it started. Chen was quiet for a long time before answering. He said survival was possible but not guaranteed, that it would take luck and adaptation and a willingness to change everything about how we lived. The old world was gone, he said. Industrial civilization, global trade, cities of millions, all of that was finished. What came next would be smaller, localized communities like Bozeman trying to carve out existence in a hostile world. Some would make it, many wouldn't. But humans were survivors, adaptable and stubborn, and even in the ruins there was hope. I fell asleep during his answer, the morphine pulling me under, and when I woke again it was dark and the room was empty. My breathing was labored, each breath a struggle, my chest tight with fluid that was drowning me from the inside. I knew this was it, the final hours, and I felt ready. I'd fought my war, killed my enemies, done what I could with the time I had. If there was anything after this, any judgment or accounting, I'd face it the same way I'd faced everything else, honestly and without apology. My last thoughts were of Martinez, wondering if he'd be there on the other side, waiting with that patient smile to tell me I'd done good. I thought of Rachel, buried in that rocky soil behind the gas station, her grave unmarked except by stones that would weather and fall. I thought of my cabin in the mountains, probably vaporized or rotting now. 3 years of peace erased by nuclear fire. I thought of Sarah Vance and the paracord around her throat, of her eyes bulging as she died, and felt no guilt or satisfaction. Just a distant acknowledgement that justice had been served as well as it could be in a dying world. Then the darkness came, deeper than before, and this time I didn't fight it. I let it take me, welcomed it, and whatever came next would be what it would be. My war was over. I'd done my duty, kept faith with the dead, fought until my body gave out. And if humanity survived or died in the years to come, at least I wouldn't have to watch it happen. At least I'd get to rest. The world continued after William Grant died, though no one would write his story or remember his name. The Solanum virus spread through North America exactly as the CDC research predicted, jumping through wildlife populations, creating reservoirs of infection that would persist for decades. The nuclear strikes on Montana and other containment zones had failed to stop the spread, had only killed survivors and destroyed infrastructure while the virus adapted and evolved. Within 6 months, every continent reported outbreaks. Within a year, global population had dropped to pre-agricultural levels, scattered bands of survivors huddling in fortified enclaves while the infected roamed the ruins of cities that would never be rebuilt. The Restoration Front's dream of a cleansed planet had come true in the worst possible way. Human impact on the environment had certainly decreased, but so had everything else. The ecosystems they'd wanted to save were collapsing under the weight of a synthetic virus that killed indiscriminately and spread without limit. The balance they'd sought to restore was replaced by chaos and death on a scale that made the Anthropocene look gentle by comparison. And the survivors who emerged from bunkers and hideouts found not a pristine world waiting to be healed, but a contaminated wasteland where every animal was a potential threat and every water source was suspect. Samuel Chen's community in Bozeman survived another 3 years before being overwhelmed by a combination of infected and raiders. The last transmission from the university campus, a simple SOS that went unanswered because there was no one left to answer it. Other survivor communities lasted longer or shorter depending on resources and luck, but the trajectory was clear. Humanity's population continued to decline, the virus continued to spread, and the hope of recovery grew more distant with each passing season. But some survived. In the mountains and forests, in fortified islands and isolated valleys, small groups of humans adapted to the new reality, learned to avoid the infected and test for contamination, developed protocols that let them stay alive. They were no longer the dominant species, no longer the apex predator that had reshaped the planet to suit their needs. They were prey now, hunted and threatened, living in the margins of a world that had moved on without them. But they survived, because that's what humans did, and maybe someday, generations in the future, their descendants would rebuild something worth calling civilization. Or maybe not. Maybe the Solanum virus had won, had accomplished what the Restoration Front intended, and humanity's time as the planet's rulers was over. The zombies continued to hunt and feed and spread, tireless and relentless, and the world they inherited was nothing like what had come before. Montana burned for months after the nuclear strikes, the fallout spreading across the continent, and when the fires finally died, what remained was a wasteland where nothing grew and nothing lived except the infected shambling through radioactive ruins in search of prey that no longer existed. And somewhere in the data archives of a destroyed university, in files that would never be read, was the story of William Grant. Former soldier, survivalist, the man who killed Sarah Vance and tried to stop the apocalypse with paracord and bullets and stubborn determination. His war had been futile, his victories meaningless in the scope of global catastrophe. But he'd fought anyway because some things mattered more than survival. Some things like justice and duty and the refusal to surrender mattered even at the end of the world. The plague land spread and the dead walked and humanity's light grew dimmer. But it didn't go out completely, not yet. Not while survivors still drew breath and remembered what had been lost and fought to preserve something worth passing on. The apocalypse had come, had transformed the world beyond recognition. But the story wasn't over. It would never be over as long as someone somewhere refused to give up. And in the ruins of Montana, in the radioactive wilderness where nothing should have survived, new growth began pushing through the ash. Mutations, adaptations, life finding a way despite radiation and contamination and the presence of a virus that killed everything it touched. The planet was healing, but not in the way the Restoration Front had envisioned. This was evolution in action, brutal and indifferent, creating something new from the wreckage of what had been. And whether that something would include humanity or leave them behind was a question only time would answer. Now let's move on to the next story. I never thought the end of the world would smell like burning rubber and transmission fluid. That morning started like every other morning in Detroit, with the sound of semis rumbling down Michigan Avenue and the cold October air seeping through the gaps in the garage door. I'd been working at Ramirez Auto Repair for 3 years, ever since I got back from my second tour in Iraq, and the routine had become a kind of medicine. Wake up at 5:30, brew the strongest coffee known to man, drive my beaten-up F-150 through streets that looked like war zones even before the dead started walking. The shop was in the old manufacturing district, surrounded by factories that had been bleeding jobs for decades, their windows broken and walls covered in graffiti that nobody bothered to clean anymore. My boss, Miguel Ramirez, was a good man who never asked too many questions about why I sometimes flinched at loud noises or why I preferred to work alone in the back bay. He knew I'd served, knew I'd seen things, and that was enough. The other mechanics, Jimmy and Deshawn, they kept their distance mostly, which suited me fine. I wasn't there to make friends. I was there to keep my hands busy and my mind from wandering back to Fallujah, back to the things I'd done and seen in streets not so different from these. The work was honest and it was real. When you rebuild an engine, you can see the results. You can test it, hear it run, know you fixed something that was broken. Not like the war, where nothing ever seemed to get fixed, no matter how many doors we kicked in or how many insurgents we put down. That Tuesday morning, I was under a 2008 Chevy Silverado replacing a leaking oil pan when I heard Miguel talking to a customer in the front office. His voice had that edge it got when he was trying to be polite to someone he didn't trust. I rolled out from under the truck, wiping my hands on a rag that was already black with grease, and walked to the doorway where I could see without being seen. The customer was a man I'd never seen before, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a long coat that looked too expensive for this neighborhood. He had pale skin, sharp features, and eyes that seemed to catalog everything in the room with the efficiency of a surveillance camera. When he spoke, there was an accent I couldn't quite place, something Eastern European maybe. "I need the vehicle ready by tomorrow," the man said. "No delays." Miguel nodded, his weathered face carefully neutral. "We'll do our best. But if the parts don't come in, they will come in. The man's tone made it clear this wasn't a request. He placed a thick envelope on the counter. This should cover the work and ensure your dedication to the timeline. After he left, Miguel opened the envelope and his eyes widened. I walked over and saw more cash than we'd make in 3 months. "Who the hell was that?" I asked. Miguel shook his head. Said his name was Volkov, Mikhail Volkov. Has a black Mercedes SUV with diplomatic plates. Wants a complete overhaul, new suspension, reinforced undercarriage, the works. He looked troubled. "Carlos, something about that guy. I don't like it." I'd learned to trust my gut in Iraq, and my gut was telling me the same thing Miguel's was. But we needed the money, and I'd worked on plenty of shady cars before. Half the vehicles that came through Detroit had some kind of story attached to them. "I'll handle it," I told him. "Just another job." The Mercedes arrived on a flatbed that afternoon, and when I got under it, I understood why Volkov wanted the work done fast. The suspension was shot to hell, like the vehicle had been driven through rough terrain at high speed, and there were scratches on the undercarriage that looked like they'd come from scraping over concrete barriers. More interesting were the modifications someone had already made: reinforced frame, heavy-duty shocks, and a hidden compartment in the rear cargo area that had been professionally installed. I didn't mention the compartment to Miguel. Some things you were better off not knowing. While I worked, I kept the radio on like always. The news was full of the usual stuff: economic troubles, political fighting in Washington, a factory fire in Flint that had killed 6 workers. But there were other stories too, ones that seemed strange and disconnected. A hospital in Cleveland had quarantined an entire wing due to an outbreak of what they were calling an aggressive form of rabies. Centers for Disease Control were investigating. In Pennsylvania, there'd been a violent incident at a research facility, something about a break-in and missing biological samples. The local authorities were downplaying it, calling it industrial espionage, but the reporter's voice had that quality that said there was more to the story than what they were allowed to say. I was tightening the last bolt on the Mercedes when Deshaun came running into the garage, his face covered in sweat despite the cold. "Carlos, man, you gotta see this." He pulled out his phone and showed me a video that was blowing up on social media. It was shaky footage from someone's doorbell camera in Cleveland showing a woman attacking a mail carrier. But it wasn't a normal attack. The woman was moving wrong, her body jerking and spasming, and when she bit into the mail carrier's arm, she didn't let go. She tore into the flesh like a starving animal, blood spraying across the concrete, and the sounds coming from her throat weren't human. They were wet. Hungry growls that made something primal in my brain scream danger. "They're saying it's PCP or bath salts," Deshaun said, his voice shaking. "But I've seen crackheads before, Carlos. That ain't drugs. That's something else." I watched the video 3 more times, my hands gripping the phone tighter each time. The woman's eyes were wrong. They had a cloudy, dead quality that reminded me of a dog I'd seen in Baghdad, one that had contracted rabies from the feral population. We'd had to shoot it before it could attack any of the local kids. "When was this filmed?" I asked. 2 days ago, but there's more now. Chicago, Pittsburgh, Toledo, it's spreading." That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in my apartment, a 1-bedroom in a building that had seen better decades, and listened to sirens cutting through the darkness. There were more of them than usual, coming from different directions, converging and then spreading out again like the city was bleeding from multiple wounds. I got up and looked out the window at the street below. A group of people were running, just running, no apparent destination, just pure flight instinct. A police car screamed past, lights blazing, followed by an ambulance, then another ambulance, then another. I turned on the TV and flipped through channels. Every news station was covering the same story now, though they were all dancing around what it actually meant. Unexplained violent behavior. Possible contamination event. Authorities urge calm. But I could see it in the reporters' eyes, hear it in the way their voices cracked when they described the attacks. They knew something was terribly wrong. They just didn't want to say the word that everyone was thinking. The footage they were showing was worse than the doorbell camera video. A parking garage in Chicago where security cameras had captured a man attacking 3 people in rapid succession. A hospital in Toledo where patients were turning violent, attacking doctors and nurses. A highway accident in Pennsylvania where the driver had apparently gone berserk and started biting the paramedics who tried to help him. In every case, the attackers showed the same behaviors: extreme aggression, complete loss of higher brain function, an overwhelming compulsion to bite and tear into human flesh. My phone buzzed with a text from Miguel. "Don't come in tomorrow. Cops told me to close the shop. Stay safe." I texted back, "What did the cops say?" His response took a few minutes. "They didn't say much, but they looked scared, Carlos, really scared." I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my kitchen cleaning my guns. I had 3, a Glock 19 that I kept for personal protection, a Mossberg 500 shotgun, and an AR-15 that was technically a hobby gun, but that I maintained with the same care I'd given my service rifle in Iraq. I loaded magazines, counted ammunition, and tried not to think about why I felt compelled to prepare for combat in my own city. By dawn, I had everything laid out on my kitchen table. The guns, 800 rounds of various ammunition, a first aid kit I'd assembled from military surplus, a hunting knife, and a go bag I'd kept packed since coming home from the war, some paranoid part of me always expecting that I might need to run. The sun came up over Detroit like any other morning, but the city beneath it was different. I could feel it even from my apartment. The usual sounds were wrong. There was too much silence in some directions and too much chaos in others. I made coffee and turned on the news to see a reporter standing in front of Mercy General Hospital, her face pale and tight with tension. Behind her, armed police officers were setting up barriers while people in hazmat suits moved in and out of the building. "The situation at Mercy General remains critical," she said, her voice professionally calm but her eyes wide with fear. "Hospital officials are reporting a complete loss of control in at least 3 floors of the facility. Patients and staff have barricaded themselves in various locations throughout the building. Police are advising all citizens to avoid the downtown area and to stay in their homes until further notice. We're being told that..." The camera jerked suddenly. There were screams off screen and the reporter turned, her professional composure shattering. "Oh God, they're..." The feed cut to black, then switched back to the studio where the anchor sat frozen, his mouth open, clearly receiving information through his earpiece that he didn't know how to process. I was already moving. I grabbed my go bag, secured the guns, and was heading for the door when I heard the first screams from the street below. Real screams, not distant sirens or TV sounds, but human voices raised in terror so pure it made my combat instincts kick in immediately. I went to the window and looked down to see my neighbor, Mrs. Patterson, a 70-year-old woman who always smiled at me in the hallway, stumbling out of the building entrance. She was covered in blood and her face was wrong, her jaw hanging slack and her eyes clouded with that same dead look I'd seen in the videos. She grabbed a young man who was walking past, someone I recognized as a college kid from the 3rd floor, and bit into his shoulder with such force that I could hear his screams even through my closed window. The college kid fought back, pushing her away, but she came at him again, moving with a jerky, relentless determination. He ran, clutching his bleeding shoulder, and Mrs. Patterson pursued him with that horrible, stumbling gait, her arms outstretched and her mouth working, trying to bite even though her target was out of reach. More people emerged from the building. I recognized some of them. Mr. Chen from the second floor, the Lopez family from across the hall, all of them moving with that same inhuman purpose, their eyes dead and their mouths stained with blood. I grabbed my keys, slung the AR-15 over my shoulder, stuffed the Glock in my waistband, and took the shotgun in both hands. The hallway outside my apartment was chaos. Doors hung open and I could hear fighting in several units. Someone was screaming for help in Spanish, the words getting cut off with a wet, gurgling sound. I moved toward the stairwell, keeping the shotgun up and ready. Every sense heightened the way it used to be on patrol in Iraq. The stairwell door burst open and one of them came through, a man in a bathrobe with his throat torn open and blood soaking down his chest. He saw me and lunged, that horrible growl bubbling up from his ruined throat. I didn't hesitate. The shotgun roared in the narrow hallway and the man's head snapped back, his body crumpling to the floor. The sound was deafening and my ears rang, but I was already moving, stepping over the body and into the stairwell. More of them were coming up from below, 4 or 5 at least, their hands grasping and their mouths open. I fired again, the buckshot catching 2 of them and sending them tumbling backward into the others. I didn't wait to see if they'd get back up. I turned and ran up instead of down, taking the stairs 2 at a time toward the roof access. The roof door was locked, but one solid kick near the handle sent it flying open. I burst onto the roof, the cold morning air hitting my face, and looked out across Detroit. What I saw made my stomach drop. Smoke was rising from multiple locations across the city. I could see fires burning in the downtown area, and the sound of gunfire was constant now, a staccato rhythm that reminded me of combat zones. Helicopters circled overhead, news choppers mixed with police birds, and in the distance I could hear the deeper thrum of military aircraft. My phone rang. It was Miguel. "Carlos, where are you?" "On my roof. The building's compromised. Where are you?" "The shop. I came to get some things. Carlos, you need to get out of the city. They're saying on the radio that..." His voice cut off with sounds of struggle and then a scream. "Miguel!" I shouted into the phone, but the line was dead. I tried calling back, but the call wouldn't connect. I tried again. Nothing. I looked at my phone and saw the signal flickering, the network already beginning to collapse under the weight of millions of people trying to reach each other, trying to understand what was happening, trying to say goodbye. I couldn't go down through the building. From the sounds echoing up through the roof access, more of them were in the stairwell now, maybe drawn by the gunshots. I looked around the rooftop and saw that the next building was close enough to jump to, maybe 8 feet across. I'd made worse jumps in Iraq, usually under fire. I took a running start and launched myself across the gap, my boots hitting the opposite roof hard enough to make me stumble and almost fall. I caught myself, rolled, and came up with the shotgun still in my hands. This building's roof access was unlocked. I made my way down through a structure that was older and more decrepit than mine, the stairwell smelling of urine and rot. On the 3rd floor, I encountered a woman and 2 kids huddled in a corner, their eyes wide with terror. "Please don't shoot," the woman begged. "I'm not going to hurt you," I said, lowering the shotgun slightly. "But you can't stay here. Do you have somewhere to go?" She shook her head. "My car's in the parking garage, but there's things down there." "How many?" "I don't know. I saw 3, but there might be more." I thought about Miguel at the shop, about whatever had happened to him, about the Mercedes that Mikhail Volkov had left there. Something about that man had felt wrong from the start, and now, with the city falling apart around us, I had a feeling that wasn't a coincidence. But first, I needed to get these people to safety. "Follow me," I said. "Stay close and stay quiet." We made our way down to the parking garage, the woman carrying the smaller child, while the older one, a boy of maybe 7, held onto her jacket with one hand. The garage was dark, the overhead lights flickering, and the smell hit me before I saw anything. Blood and something else, something organic and wrong, like meat left to rot in the sun. I could hear movement in the darkness, that wet, gurgling breathing that the infected made. I clicked on the tactical light mounted under the shotgun barrel, the beam cutting through the gloom to reveal the parking garage's interior. 3 of them were there, just like the woman had said, all of them wearing the remnants of business clothes, probably office workers who'd been heading to their cars when the infection took them. They turned toward the light with that horrible synchronized movement, and then they charged. The shotgun barked twice, dropping 2 of them, but the third kept coming even with half its chest cavity blown open. I switched to the Glock, putting 3 rounds into its head, and it finally went down. The gunshots echoed through the concrete space like thunder, and I heard answering sounds from deeper in the garage. More of them. Maybe a lot more. "Where's your car?" I asked the woman. She pointed to a Honda Civic near the entrance. We ran for it, and she fumbled with her keys, her hands shaking so badly she could barely get the key in the lock. Come on," I muttered, watching the darkness behind us. Shapes were emerging from between the parked cars, moving with that relentless, jerky gait. The car doors unlocked, and she threw the kids into the back seat. "Where do I go?" she asked, her voice breaking. "Away from the city. North, maybe, anywhere with fewer people." I pulled out what cash I had in my wallet and shoved it at her. "Don't stop for anyone. Don't trust the authorities if they try to set up checkpoints. Just keep moving until you find somewhere safe." "What about you?" "I have to check on someone. Go now." She peeled out of the parking space, her tires squealing on the concrete, and I ran in the opposite direction toward the street. More of them were emerging from the building now, a steady stream of infected pouring out of the entrance like ants from a disturbed nest. I broke into a full sprint, the heavy pack bouncing on my back, my lungs burning, heading toward the industrial district where the shop was located. The streets were worse than I'd imagined. Cars sat abandoned in the middle of intersections, some with doors hanging open and blood on the seats. Bodies lay on the sidewalks, some of them truly dead, and others that might just be infected that had temporarily lost interest in moving. A police car sat crashed into a storefront, its lights still flashing. The officer inside slumped over the wheel with the back of his head blown out. I couldn't tell if he'd been bitten and shot himself or if he'd been murdered by someone taking advantage of the chaos. I heard gunfire ahead and ducked into an alley, pressing myself against the wall. A group of men ran past the alley entrance, carrying bags from a looted store. One of them saw me and raised a pistol, but I had my AR-15 up faster, the red dot sight centered on his chest. We stared at each other for a long moment, and then his friends called to him and he ran on, not willing to risk a fight when there was easier prey available. The Ramirez Auto Repair was 2 miles from my apartment, 2 miles through a city that was tearing itself apart. I cut through alleys and side streets, avoiding the main roads where the chaos was worst. I saw things that will never leave my mind. A mother trying to protect her children from their father, who'd turned into one of those things. A group of infected tearing apart what looked like a delivery driver in front of his truck. A man standing on a rooftop, calmly filming everything with his phone before jumping off the edge. The city was dying, and it was dying fast. When I finally reached the shop, I found the front door hanging open. "Miguel!" I called out, but I already knew. I could smell it, that copper scent of blood mixed with the familiar odors of oil and metal. I found him in the main garage bay, lying next to the hydraulic lift, his throat torn out and his eyes staring at nothing. He'd been dead for at least an hour, his body already cool when I touched his shoulder. I closed his eyes, my hands shaking. Miguel had given me a job when I needed one, had never pushed me to talk about things I didn't want to talk about, had treated me like a human being instead of a damaged veteran. And now he was gone, killed in his own shop by something that shouldn't exist outside of horror movies. The black Mercedes was still there, sitting in the bay where I'd left it after completing the work. I looked at it and thought about Volkov, about his cold eyes and expensive coat, about the hidden compartment and the diplomatic plates. I went to the office and found Miguel's computer still running. He'd been looking at something before he died, and the browser was still open to a news article about a break-in at a CDC research facility in Maryland. The article was 3 days old, carefully worded to avoid panic, but it confirmed that biological samples had been stolen, including what it described as experimental rabies variants under development for potential vaccine research. I pulled up another window and searched for Mikhail Volkov. Nothing useful came up at first, just some business listings and social media profiles that might or might not be the same person. But then I found a photo from a conference on international trade. And there he was, standing in the background of a group photo. His face partially turned away from the camera, but unmistakable. The caption identified him as a trade representative from a Baltic country. But something about the way he held himself screamed military or intelligence. A sound made me spin around, my hand going to the Glock. One of them was in the doorway, a young woman in a waitress uniform, her name tag still pinned to her blood-soaked shirt. She stumbled toward me, her mouth open and her hands reaching, and I put 2 rounds through her forehead. She dropped, and I stood there shaking, trying to process everything. Volkov hadn't just been a customer. He'd been part of this. Maybe he'd stolen the virus himself. Maybe he'd just facilitated the theft, but either way, he was connected. And he'd brought his vehicle here to this shop to get it reinforced and ready for something. What was he planning? And where was he now? I searched the Mercedes, being more thorough than I'd been during the repair work. The hidden compartment in the back was empty now, but it had clearly contained something recently. There were scratches on the interior walls, like someone had been prying out containers, and when I swabbed my finger across the surface and brought it to my nose, I caught a chemical smell. Sharp and astringent. The kind of smell you'd associate with a medical facility or a lab. In the glove compartment, I found a GPS unit. I turned it on and checked the recent destinations. Most were in Detroit, addresses in the industrial district and near the waterfront. But one stood out, a location in the suburbs, a high-end neighborhood north of the city. I memorized the address and grabbed the GPS unit, stuffing it into my pack. Outside, the sounds of the city dying grew louder. Explosions boomed in the distance, and I could see smoke rising from what looked like the downtown area. A fighter jet screamed overhead, flying lower than any military aircraft should over a civilian area. The radio in the shop office crackled with emergency broadcasts, an automated voice repeating instructions to shelter in place and await further instructions from authorities. I couldn't stay here. The shop was too exposed, too easy to be overrun. And I needed to find Volkov. If he was part of this, if he'd helped unleash this nightmare on the city, then I was going to make him pay for it. Miguel deserved that much. All the people dying in the streets deserved that much. I loaded up the Mercedes with supplies from the shop, tools, spare gas cans, bottles of water from the break room, and a metal baseball bat that Miguel kept behind the counter for security. The vehicle handled like a dream now that I'd fixed it. The suspension smooth and responsive, and those reinforcements meant it could ram through obstacles without crumpling. I pulled out of the garage and immediately had to swerve around a knot of infected that were tearing into something in the street. One of them lunged at the Mercedes, bouncing off the hood, its face leaving a smear of blood across the windshield. I turned on the wipers, but that just made it worse, smearing the blood across my field of vision. I stuck my head out the window and drove half-blind until I could pull over and clean the windshield with a rag. While I was stopped, I saw them coming from all directions, drawn by the sound of the engine or maybe just by random chance. I jumped back in the Mercedes and floored it, the heavy vehicle picking up speed quickly, and I felt the sickening thump as I ran over one of them that was too slow to get out of the way. The drive to the suburbs should have taken 20 minutes. It took me 3 hours. The roads were blocked, jammed with abandoned cars and crashed vehicles and bodies. I had to take detours through residential streets. And more than once, I had to use the Mercedes' reinforced bumper to push wrecked cars out of the way. The infected were everywhere, shambling through yards and breaking into houses, their numbers seeming to grow exponentially with each passing hour. I saw a National Guard convoy that had been overrun, the soldiers' bodies scattered around their vehicles, their weapons missing. Some of them were getting back up, their uniforms torn and bloody, their eyes clouded. I didn't stop. There was nothing I could do for them. The address from the GPS led me to a gated community that had probably been a symbol of safety and wealth 48 hours ago. Now the gates hung open, one of them torn completely off its hinges, and I could see the aftermath of violence in the manicured lawns and McMansions beyond. I drove slowly through the streets, checking house numbers until I found the one I was looking for. A large, contemporary-style home with floor-to-ceiling windows and a circular driveway. Volkov's house. It had to be. I parked the Mercedes a block away and approached on foot, the AR-15 in my hands and every sense on high alert. The house was quiet, too quiet, and the front door stood slightly ajar. I pushed it open with my boot, keeping the rifle up, and moved into a marble-floored entryway that opened onto a living room that looked like something from an architecture magazine. The place had been ransacked. Furniture was overturned, drawers pulled out, and their contents scattered. Someone had been here searching for something. I moved through the rooms carefully, clearing each one the way I'd been trained, but the house was empty. No Volkov, no infected. Just the wreckage of a search and, in what looked like a home office, a wall safe hanging open and empty. I was turning to leave when I noticed something on the desk. A map of Detroit with locations marked in red. The marks clustered around the industrial district, the waterfront, and several large buildings downtown. I took photos of the map with my phone, my mind racing. These were target sites. Volkov had been planning something, coordinating something, and these marks represented either attack locations or... what? Distribution points? A sound from outside made me freeze. Voices. Human voices, speaking in a language I didn't understand, but the cadence and tone were clearly Eastern European. I moved to the window and looked out to see 3 men approaching the house, all of them armed with military-grade weapons. They weren't moving like civilians, they moved like soldiers with precision and caution, covering each other's angles of approach. Volkov's men. They had to be. I had maybe 30 seconds before they entered the house. I grabbed the map and stuffed it in my pack, then moved quickly to a bedroom on the 2nd floor that overlooked the front approach. I set up behind a heavy dresser, using it as cover, and waited. My heart was pounding, that old familiar combat rush flooding my system. This was different from fighting the infected. These were trained operators, and they would shoot back. They entered the house below me, and I could hear them talking as they searched the rooms. One of them called out something, probably reporting that the safe was open. Footsteps on the stairs. I steadied my breathing, centered the red dot on the doorway, and waited. The first man came through fast, his rifle up, and I squeezed the trigger twice. Both rounds caught him center mass, and he went down hard. The second man was right behind him, and he got his weapon up, firing a burst that chewed into the dresser inches from my head. I rolled left, came up firing, and caught him in the throat. He went down gurgling, his hands clutching at the wound. The third man didn't come up the stairs. I heard him shouting into a radio, and then I heard the sound of him running, getting out of the house. I moved to the window and saw him sprinting for a black SUV parked down the street. I took aim, but he was already behind cover, and then the SUV's engine roared to life and it peeled away, tires smoking. I needed to move. He'd be calling for backup, and I didn't want to be here when more of them arrived. I checked the two dead men quickly, finding military-style ID cards that identified them as private security contractors, though the company name meant nothing to me. Both had radio earpieces, and I took one, putting it in my ear. The chatter was in Russian, fast and clipped, but I caught a few words I recognized. American, witnessed, and what sounded like coordinates. They were hunting me. Whatever Volkov was doing, I'd seen too much, knew too much, and now they needed me dead. I got back to the Mercedes and drove, no longer having any clear destination except away. The radio earpiece kept crackling with Russian voices, and while I couldn't understand most of it, the tone was clear. They were coordinating a search. I pulled the earpiece out and crushed it under my boot. The sun was setting now, painting the burning city in shades of orange and red. I found myself driving toward the old factory district, drawn by some instinct I didn't fully understand. These were streets I knew, buildings I'd passed every day on my way to work. If I was going to make a stand, it would be on familiar ground. The factories loomed like tombstones in the failing light, their broken windows staring down at empty parking lots where weeds pushed up through cracked pavement. Most had been closed for years, their assembly lines silent and their workers long since dispersed to other cities or other lines of work. I chose one at random, a massive structure that had once produced automotive parts, and drove the Mercedes through a loading bay door that hung half off its hinges. Inside, the factory floor stretched away into darkness, lit only by the fading sunlight coming through gaps in the roof. Rusted machinery stood in silent rows, and the air smelled of oil and decay. I parked the Mercedes deep in the building behind a row of massive stamping presses and began to set up a defensive position. I'd barely started when I heard them, not the infected, but engines, multiple vehicles approaching fast. I killed the Mercedes's lights and moved to a position where I could see the loading bay. 3 black SUVs pulled up outside, and men poured out, at least a dozen of them, all armed and moving with military precision. They had flashlights mounted on their weapons, beams cutting through the darkness as they advanced into the factory. I couldn't fight 12 trained operators, not in a straight fight, but I had advantages they didn't. I knew this terrain, and I'd spent years learning how to fight from the shadows. I moved deeper into the factory, using the maze of machinery and support columns as cover, and waited for them to spread out. They were good, I'd give them that. They moved in pairs, covering each other, communicating with hand signals when they weren't using their radios. But they were searching for one man in a building that covered 5 acres of floor space, and they didn't know the layout. I did. I'd worked security in a place like this during a summer job back in high school, and the principles were the same. Heavy machinery, catwalks overhead, confined spaces between equipment. I let the first pair move past my position, then came up behind them silently. The knife went into the first man's kidney, and I rode him down while putting 2 rounds from my suppressed Glock into his partner's head. The suppressor didn't make the shots silent, but it muffled them enough that the other teams didn't immediately react. I dragged the bodies behind a large milling machine and kept moving. The factory was working in my favor. The acoustics were strange, sounds echoing and bouncing in ways that made it hard to pinpoint their source. I could hear the other teams calling to each other, trying to coordinate, growing more nervous as their missing teammates didn't respond. A flashlight beam swept across my position, and I froze, pressing myself against a concrete support column. The beam moved on, and I heard footsteps approaching. One man, moving alone, probably sent to check on the first team. I waited until he was within arm's reach, then grabbed him from behind, one hand over his mouth and the knife finding the soft spot at the base of his skull. He went limp, and I lowered him quietly. 3 down, 9 to go. But now they knew something was wrong. I could hear them regrouping, their voices sharp with tension. Someone was giving orders in Russian, and the teams began to move more cautiously, staying closer together. I couldn't pick them off one by one anymore. I needed a different approach. I made my way to the catwalk system that ran along the factory's upper level, climbing a rusted ladder as quietly as I could. From above, I had a better view of their positions. They'd formed up into 3 groups of 3, each group covering a section of the factory floor. Smart, but it also meant they were concentrated, easier to track. I took the map I'd stolen from Volkov's house and studied it in the dim light. The marks on it corresponded to locations throughout Detroit, but now I noticed something else. They were all near infrastructure, water treatment plants, the power grid, transportation hubs. This wasn't random terrorism. This was a coordinated attack designed to cripple the city's ability to respond to the outbreak. A voice cut through the darkness below, speaking in English this time. "Carlos Mendez, we know who you are. We know you were a soldier. You understand what is happening here. Work with us, and you can survive this." I didn't respond. It was a trick trying to get me to reveal my position. But it also told me something. They knew my name, which meant they'd identified me somehow. Probably from the shop's records or from questioning someone. Miguel, maybe, before they killed him. The voice continued. "The virus is not our creation. We simply acquired it, and we used it as we saw fit. Your government made this weapon, Mr. Mendez. We only delivered it back to you. There is a poetry to that, yes?" I lined up a shot on the speaker, a tall man standing near the loading bay, his weapon lowered as he spoke. I could have taken him, but I waited. He was trying to draw me out, and I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. "You cannot stop what has begun," he said. "The infection is spreading too fast. By tomorrow, half of Detroit will be dead or turned. By the end of the week, the whole Midwest will be a graveyard. You can die here fighting us, or you can walk away and try to save yourself." I thought about Miguel, lying dead in his shop. I thought about Mrs. Patterson and the college kid and all the people I'd seen torn apart in the streets. And I thought about Volkov, somewhere out there, the man who'd orchestrated this nightmare. I aimed carefully and fired once. The speaker's head snapped back and he dropped. The other operators opened fire immediately, their muzzle flashes lighting up the factory floor like strobes. Rounds sparked off the metal around me and I rolled away from my position, moving along the catwalk as bullets chewed through the space I'd just occupied. I returned fire, short controlled bursts, aiming for muzzle flashes and center mass. I saw one man go down, then another. But they were adapting, spreading out, using the machinery for cover. One of them found the ladder to the catwalk and started climbing, and I had to expose myself to shoot him. Taking rounds from his partner that sparked off the railing next to my head. The factory erupted in chaos, gunfire echoing off every surface, brass casings raining down from above. I was moving constantly, never staying in one position for more than a few seconds, using every bit of cover and concealment available. The AR-15's magazine ran dry and I dropped it, switching to the Glock and the shotgun I'd slung across my back. One of them got close, too close, coming up a different ladder while I was reloading. We met on the catwalk and he swung his rifle at me like a club. I blocked with the shotgun, felt my arm go numb from the impact and kicked him hard in the knee. He stumbled and I shoved, sending him over the railing. He fell 20 feet to the concrete below and I heard the crack of his spine breaking. 4 left, maybe 5. I'd lost count in the chaos. I needed to change the game again. I fumbled in my pack and found the road flare I'd taken from my truck's emergency kit. I lit it and threw it into a pool of old oil that had leaked from one of the machines. The oil caught with a whoosh, flames spreading across the factory floor, creating a wall of fire between me and the remaining operators. They fell back, their silhouettes visible through the flames, and I used the distraction to climb down and circle around to their flank. The fire was spreading, feeding on decades of accumulated grease and oil, and the temperature in the building was rising fast. Smoke began to fill the space, thick and black, making it hard to breathe. I found two of them trying to escape through the loading bay and cut them down with the shotgun. The last two had taken cover behind an overturned forklift, pinned down by the spreading fire. I could have let them burn, but I wanted answers. I wanted to know where Volkov was. "Where is he?" I shouted over the roar of the flames. "Where's Volkov?" One of them answered in heavily accented English. "You are too late. He is already gone. The operation is complete." "Where?" "Go to hell, American." I put a round through the forklift, inches from his head. "Tell me or burn. Your choice." There was a long pause, and then, "The Cadieux facility. The old automotive plant, he is there, preparing the final phase." "What final phase?" But I never got an answer because the infected arrived. They must have been drawn by the gunfire and the flames, or maybe they'd just been shambling through the industrial district and stumbled upon us by chance. They came through the loading bay and through gaps in the walls, dozens of them, their bodies silhouetted against the flames. The two operators opened fire, their weapons chattering, but there were too many. The infected swarmed over them, pulling them down, and their screams were terrible to hear, even knowing what they'd done, what they'd helped unleash. I ran. There was nothing else to do. The factory was becoming an inferno, and the infected were pouring in like a tide. I made it back to the Mercedes, started the engine, and crashed through a sidewall that had been weakened by rust and fire. The vehicle burst out into the night, and I could see infected in my rearview mirror, silhouetted against the burning building, their arms raised toward the sky as if in worship of the flames. The Cadieux facility. I knew it. Another massive factory complex on the east side, one of the old automotive giants that had been shuttered in the economic collapse. If Volkov was there, that's where I needed to go. But first, I needed supplies and a moment to think. I found both in an abandoned big-box store, one of those massive retail places that sold everything from groceries to guns. The parking lot was a graveyard of wrecked cars, and the store's windows had been smashed in, but the interior was surprisingly intact. Looters had hit it, but they'd been focused on obvious things: food, water, electronics. I went to the sporting goods section and restocked my ammunition, grabbed a new tactical vest, and found a case of MREs that would keep me fed for a week. While I was there, I saw them in the security office, huddled around a small TV that was running on battery backup. A news broadcast, though I didn't recognize the channel. The feed was shaky, clearly from a helicopter, showing an aerial view of downtown Detroit. The city was burning. Not just a few buildings, but whole neighborhoods, the flames spreading like a living thing. And between the fires, I could see them. Vast crowds of the infected moving through the streets in numbers that made my blood run cold. The newscaster's voice was barely holding together. Military sources confirm that the National Guard has been overwhelmed in Detroit, Chicago, and Cleveland. Federal authorities are now considering what they're calling containment protocols, though they won't elaborate on what that means. The CDC has confirmed that the pathogen is a modified rabies variant, spread through bodily fluids with an incubation period of anywhere from 1 hour to 12 hours, depending on the location and severity of exposure. There is no cure. I repeat, there is no cure. If you are bitten, you will turn. The only way to stop the infected is destruction of the brain. The broadcast cut to a press conference. Some general standing at a podium with the American flag behind him. His face was gray with exhaustion and stress. As of 1800 hours Eastern Time, the President has authorized the use of extreme measures to contain the outbreak in the affected metropolitan areas. I cannot stress enough that civilians in Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh must evacuate immediately. You have... He paused, consulting a document. You have approximately 36 hours before containment measures are implemented. After that point, we cannot guarantee the safety of anyone remaining in the quarantine zones. Containment measures. They were going to destroy the cities, probably with bombs, maybe chemical weapons, possibly even nuclear if things got bad enough. And they were giving us 36 hours. I checked my watch. It was 10 p.m. That meant I had until around 10 p.m. tomorrow night. Plenty of time to find Volkov and kill him, then get out of the city. Except I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Nothing ever was. I left the store and drove toward the east side, the Mercedes handling the obstacle course of debris and bodies with the smoothness of a vehicle built for exactly this kind of chaos. The streets were less crowded here, the infected spread thinner, but they were still present, shambling figures in the darkness that turned to follow the sound of my engine as I passed. The Cadieux facility loomed ahead, a massive complex of buildings surrounding a central assembly plant that could have accommodated a dozen football fields. The fence around it had been cut in several places, and I could see light coming from windows in the main building, the first electric light I'd seen in hours. Someone had power there, which meant generators and resources. I parked the Mercedes a quarter-mile away and approached on foot, moving slowly and carefully, the AR-15 loaded with a fresh magazine and my senses tuned to any sign of danger. The fence was easy enough to slip through, and once inside the perimeter I could see more clearly what was happening. There were vehicles parked near the main building, including several large trucks and what looked like a mobile laboratory setup. Men moved between the vehicles and the building, and I could hear the sound of machinery running inside. That deep industrial hum I remembered from when these places had been operational. Volkov was here. He had to be. This was too organized, too sophisticated to be anything else. I circled the building looking for a way in that wouldn't expose me. The infected were here too, I realized, not wandering freely but contained somehow. I could hear them, their moans and growls coming from inside the building. And through one window I saw cages, dozens of them, each holding one of the infected. They were studying them, taking samples, running experiments. A door on the east side of the building was guarded by two men, both armed with assault rifles and looking nervous. They were smoking cigarettes, their breath visible in the cold night air, and they kept glancing at the darkness around them as if expecting attack at any moment. I could have shot them from a distance, but I needed to get inside without raising an alarm. If Volkov knew I was coming, he might run, and I couldn't let that happen. I waited until they were both looking the other direction, then I moved. Silent and fast, crossing the open ground in seconds, coming up behind the first guard and snapping his neck before he could react. The second guard turned, his eyes going wide, his mouth opening to shout, but I was already on him, the knife finding his throat. He went down gurgling, his hands clutching at the wound, and I caught his rifle before it could clatter to the ground. I dragged both bodies into the shadows and took one of their radios, setting it to monitor only. The chatter was in English now, which meant Volkov had American personnel working for him. Probably mercenaries or private contractors who didn't care what they were helping to accomplish as long as the money was good. Inside the building, the fluorescent lights were harsh after the darkness outside. I was in some kind of loading area, pallets stacked with equipment and supplies. I could hear voices deeper in the facility, and the sound of that machinery was louder now, a rhythmic thumping that seemed to shake the floor. I moved through the corridors, clearing each room I passed, finding offices that had been hastily converted into labs and storage areas filled with medical equipment. In one room I found something that made my stomach turn. Bodies strapped to tables, infected bodies, and they'd been modified somehow. Ports had been surgically implanted in their skulls, wires running to monitoring equipment, and their restraints had IV lines attached. Someone was experimenting on them, trying to understand how the virus worked. A voice crackled over the radio I'd taken. Team 3, report status. Silence. Team 3, respond. I could hear the tension rising. They'd found the dead guards, or noticed they weren't responding. Time was running out. I moved faster, following the sound of the machinery, descending a stairwell into what must have been the old assembly floor. What I found there was nightmare made real. The assembly line had been reactivated, but instead of building cars, it was building something else. Infected were being brought in through one end, still alive, still moving, and they were being processed like products. I watched in horror as they were sedated, strapped down, and fitted with those same cranial implants I'd seen upstairs. They were being turned into... what? Weapons? Test subjects? And overseeing it all, standing on a platform above the assembly line with a clipboard in one hand, was Mikhail Volkov. He looked exactly as he had when I'd first seen him at the shop. Calm, professional, utterly devoid of emotion. He was wearing a white lab coat now, and he was giving instructions to technicians who were adjusting the equipment. I raised my rifle, centered the sight on his head, and for a moment I had him. One shot and it would be over. But I hesitated because I needed to know. I needed to understand what he was doing, what the point of all this was. That hesitation cost me. Alarms blared throughout the facility, red lights flashing, and Volkov looked up directly at me. Our eyes met across the distance, and he smiled. Actually smiled, like this was all some kind of game and I was playing exactly into his hands. "Mendez!" he called out, his voice carrying over the noise. "I wondered when you would arrive. You have proven to be quite resourceful." Guards poured into the assembly floor from multiple entrances, at least 20 of them, their weapons trained on my position. I backed toward cover, but I was surrounded, outgunned, and out of time. "Don't shoot him," Volkov ordered. "I want him alive. Bring him to me." They came at me from 3 directions, moving with professional coordination. I dropped 2 with quick shots, wounded a 3rd, but there were too many. Someone hit me from behind with a rifle butt, and I went down hard, my vision exploding in stars. Hands grabbed me, stripping away my weapons, zip-tying my wrists behind my back. They hauled me to my feet and dragged me toward Volkov's platform. Up close, he was even more unsettling than I remembered. His eyes had that same cold, analytical quality, like he was dissecting me with his gaze. "You should be dead," he said. "The virus should have taken you, or my men should have killed you. Yet here you are. Do you know why you're still alive, Mr. Mendez?" I didn't answer. Blood was running down the back of my head from where they'd hit me, and my vision was swimming. "You're alive because you're useful," Volkov continued. "A combat veteran, physically fit, mentally strong. You would make an excellent subject for our research. You see, we've been having trouble with the control mechanisms. The implants work, but the subjects tend to degrade too quickly. Someone with your training, your resilience might last much longer." "You're insane," I managed to say. "Am I? Your country has been experimenting with biological weapons for decades. We simply acquired one of their mistakes and put it to use. This virus, it could have been a cure for rabies. Instead, your scientists turned it into a weapon. We merely delivered it back to its creators. This isn't about revenge. This is about chaos, about destroying America's industrial capacity." He smiled again. "Very good. Yes, Detroit was chosen specifically because of its symbolic importance. The heart of American manufacturing, already dying, now to be killed completely. And from here, the virus spreads to Canada through the tunnel systems, to other cities through fleeing refugees. In 3 months, perhaps 6, the entire continent will be a wasteland. Russia will be the dominant superpower, and we will rebuild the world order in our image." I lunged at him, but the guards held me back. Volkov didn't even flinch. "You cannot stop this," he said. Even if you kill me, the plan is already in motion. The virus has mutated, adapted. It's airborne now, did you know that? Not fully, not as transmissible as the bite, but enough. Everyone in this facility is infected. Everyone in Detroit is infected. It's simply a matter of time before the symptoms manifest. Then what's the point of all this? I gestured at the assembly line with my chin. Why build an army of controlled infected if everyone's already doomed? Because there may yet be pockets of resistance. Military bases, government bunkers, places that conceal themselves off from contamination. We need to ensure that even they fall. These modified infected, they can be directed, given basic commands. They will breach any stronghold, overwhelm any defense. Complete and total collapse, Mr. Mendez. That is the goal, he signaled to the guards. Take him to processing, prepare him for implantation. They dragged me toward the assembly line, and I fought every step of the way. But I was one man against 20 and my hands were bound. They strapped me to one of the tables, the same kind I'd seen the infected on, and a technician approached with a syringe. This will sedate you, Volkov called from his platform. When you wake up, you'll be one of them. But you'll be conscious, trapped inside your own body, aware of everything you do but unable to control it. A fitting end for someone who thought they could be a hero. The needle touched my arm and I thrashed, pulling against the restraints with everything I had. The table rocked, but the straps held. The technician pushed the plunger down and I felt the cold rush of sedative entering my bloodstream. My vision started to blur. The sounds of the facility became distant and hollow. I thought about Miguel, about the woman and her kids I'd helped escape, about all the people I hadn't been able to save. I thought about Volkov's smile and his cold eyes, and I felt a rage so pure it burned through the sedation like fire. As the darkness closed in, I felt the table shift. Someone had made a mistake with one of the straps, and it was looser than the others. I worked my wrist, feeling the zip tie cut into my skin, feeling warm blood making everything slippery. The sedation was pulling me under, but I kept fighting, kept working that wrist, and suddenly my hand slipped free. The technician was checking the IV line, his back to me. I grabbed him with my free hand, pulling him close, and bit into his throat with all the strength I had left. He screamed, blood spraying, and I felt it on my face, in my mouth, and I didn't care. I tore at the other restraints, the sedation making my movements clumsy, and fell off the table onto the floor. Alarms were sounding again. Volkov was shouting orders. Guards were running toward me. I grabbed the technician's fallen scalpel and cut through the zip tie on my other wrist, then stumbled to my feet. The assembly line was right there, massive machinery moving with inexorable momentum, and I saw my chance. I ran toward Volkov's platform, not away from the guards but toward them, using the machinery as obstacles they had to navigate around. Volkov saw me coming and his eyes widened, the first real emotion I'd seen from him. Fear. He turned to run, but I was faster, the sedation giving way to adrenaline, and I caught him at the edge of the platform. We went down together, rolling, and I felt his fist connect with my jaw. He was stronger than he looked, trained in combat, and we grappled at the edge of the platform, both of us trying to gain the upper hand. He got his hands around my throat, squeezing, and I saw stars. But I still had the scalpel, and I drove it into his side once, twice, 3 times. He loosened his grip, and I shoved him away toward the assembly line. He tried to catch himself on the railing, but missed, and he fell onto the moving belt. The machinery didn't care that he was human. It pulled him into the first processing station, a massive stamping press designed to shape metal, and I heard his scream cut off abruptly as the press came down. When it lifted again, there was nothing recognizable left. Guards were firing at me, rounds sparking off the metal around me. I grabbed a weapon from a dead guard and returned fire, fighting my way toward an exit. The sedation was wearing off now, replaced by a sick feeling in my stomach as my body tried to process everything I'd done. I'd killed Volkov, but at what cost? I could feel the infection in me now. Or maybe it was just paranoia, but either way I knew I was running out of time. I made it to an emergency exit and burst out into the cold night air. The Mercedes was where I'd left it, and I ran for it, expecting to be cut down by sniper fire at any moment. But I made it, started the engine, and floored the accelerator. The facility disappeared behind me, and I could hear explosions starting, someone destroying the evidence of what had been done there. I drove through the night, no destination in mind, just driving to stay alive. The radio was full of emergency broadcasts now. The military was pulling back from Detroit, establishing a perimeter 50 miles out. The containment measures would begin in 12 hours. Everyone still in the city needed to evacuate immediately. But the roads out were jammed, and I could see why. The infection had spread faster than anyone had predicted. Every highway was blocked with wrecked cars and crowds of infected. The tunnel to Canada was sealed, the bridges were down, and the only way out was through an ocean of the dead. I found a parking garage in what had been the financial district, drove to the top level and stopped. I was exhausted, wounded, possibly infected, and alone. I got out of the Mercedes and walked to the edge of the roof, looking out over the city I'd called home. Detroit was dying. I could see fires burning everywhere, hear the constant sound of gunfire and screams. The infected were everywhere, and they were multiplying exponentially. Soon there would be millions of them, and they would spread beyond the city, beyond the state, beyond any ability to contain them. I thought about what Volkov had said about the virus being airborne, about everyone already being infected. Was it true? Or had it just been a psychological weapon, one last way to break me? I didn't know, and it didn't matter. The result was the same either way. As the sun began to rise, I saw them on the horizon. Military aircraft, dozens of them flying in formation. They circled the city once, and then they began to drop their payloads. Not nuclear weapons, but something else. Incendiary bombs, thousands of them falling like rain across the city. Where they hit, fire bloomed, white-hot flames that consumed everything they touched. The factory district where I'd worked went first, the old buildings exploding into infernos that reached hundreds of feet into the sky. Then the downtown areas, the residential neighborhoods, everything. The heat was intense even from miles away, and I could see the infected trying to flee the flames, shambling masses of burning bodies that collapsed and kept burning. I watched from my parking garage as Detroit burned. The fires merged into a single vast conflagration that could probably be seen from space. The smoke rose in a pillar that darkened the sky, and the heat created its own weather system. Winds howling through the streets and feeding the flames. The Mercedes wouldn't save me. Nothing would. The military had cordoned off the entire area, and even if I could escape the fires, I'd never make it through their lines. I was trapped in a dying city, watching as everything I'd known was reduced to ash and slag. I thought about fighting my way out, about making a run for it, but what would be the point? Volkov had been right about one thing. The virus was spreading. Even if Detroit was destroyed, even if every infected person in the city was burned to ash, there were already infected beyond the perimeter. The people who'd fled before the quarantine, the ones who'd escaped through the tunnels before they were sealed, they were carrying the virus with them. Canada would fall next, then the rest of the Midwest. The coasts would hold out longer, but eventually they too would be overrun. There was no cure, no vaccine, no magic bullet that would stop this. Humanity was finished, at least in any form we'd recognize. I sat on the hood of the Mercedes and watched the city burn, and I thought about all the people I hadn't been able to save. Miguel, who'd given me a job and asked for nothing in return. Mrs. Patterson, who'd always smiled at me in the hallway. The woman and her kids I'd helped escape, who were probably infected by now or dead. All the millions of people in Detroit who'd woken up that Tuesday morning thinking it was just another day, never knowing they had hours left to live. The smoke was getting thicker now, making it hard to breathe. I could feel the heat from the fires even through the concrete of the parking garage. It wouldn't be long before the structure itself became unstable, before everything collapsed into the inferno below. I had a choice. Stay here and burn, or try to fight my way out through the flames and the infected and the military cordon. I chose to fight. Not because I thought I could win, not because I had any hope of survival, but because that's what soldiers do. We fight even when the cause is lost, even when we know we're beaten, because the alternative is to just give up and die. I got back in the Mercedes, started the engine, and drove down the parking garage ramps. The streets below were an apocalyptic landscape, fires raging on both sides, infected wandering through the smoke like damned souls in hell. I turned on the headlights and drove straight through them, the heavy vehicle crushing bodies under its reinforced bumper, the heat so intense that the paint began to bubble on the hood. The road ahead was blocked by a collapsed building, so I took a side street, then another, navigating by instinct and memory through a city I barely recognized anymore. Every street was the same, fire and death and those shambling figures that had once been people. Some of them were burning, walking torches that spread the flames wherever they went. Others were still fresh, newly turned, their eyes showing confusion and fear before the virus fully took hold. I saw other survivors too, other people trying to escape, a family in a minivan racing down a cross street before a wave of infected overwhelmed them. A man on a motorcycle weaving between wrecked cars until he hit a patch of melted asphalt and went down, the infected falling on him in seconds. A group of people on foot running together, some of them armed, holding off the infected with gunfire until they ran out of ammunition. I couldn't stop to help any of them. I could barely help myself. The Mercedes was overheating, the temperature gauge climbing into the red zone, and I could smell burning rubber from the tires. The vehicle that Volkov had reinforced for his own escape was now my only chance of survival, and the irony wasn't lost on me. Ahead I saw the perimeter. Military vehicles, armored personnel carriers and tanks, their guns pointed inward at the burning city. Soldiers in hazmat suits manning checkpoints, turning back anyone who tried to approach. I could see the bodies piled up near the barriers, people who'd tried to force their way through and been shot down. I didn't slow down. I aimed the Mercedes at a gap between two APCs and floored it, the engine screaming in protest. Soldiers scattered, shouting orders, and then they opened fire. Rounds punched through the windshield, starred the glass, and I felt something burn across my shoulder. I kept my foot down, kept driving, and then I was through the gap, past the perimeter, into the no man's land beyond. More fire came from behind, heavier weapons now. 50 caliber machine guns that chewed into the Mercedes's rear. The back window exploded, the seats shredded, and something smashed into the engine block. The vehicle shuddered, lost power, and began to slow. I made it another quarter-mile before the engine seized completely and died. I kicked open the door and stumbled out, blood running down my arm from the shoulder wound. Behind me, Detroit was a wall of fire that reached into the sky. Ahead was open ground, farmland that had once surrounded the city, and beyond that, more military positions. They were shooting at anything that moved, and I was definitely moving. I ran. My lungs burned, my shoulder screamed with pain, and I could feel the infection working in me, assuming Volkov hadn't been lying. Every step was agony, but I kept moving, kept pushing forward, because what else was there to do? A helicopter appeared overhead, its spotlight pinning me in place. A voice boomed from speakers, "Stop where you are! Get on the ground with your hands visible!" I stopped, but I didn't get down. I stood there in that spotlight, covered in blood and soot, and I raised my middle finger to the helicopter. Let them see what they'd created. Let them see what their bioweapon had done to their own people. The helicopter circled once more, and then it moved on. They weren't coming to arrest me. They were just making sure I didn't get any closer to their lines. I was contaminated, potentially infected, and they had orders not to let anyone out of the quarantine zone. I walked for hours following the perimeter, looking for a gap, a weak point, anything. But the military cordon was complete. Every road was blocked, every field was monitored, every possible escape route was covered. I was trapped outside the burning city, but inside the quarantine, in a ring of death that would eventually contract until there was nowhere left to go. Night fell, and with it came the cold. I found shelter in an abandoned farmhouse, checked myself for bites, and found nothing. The shoulder wound was from a bullet, not an infected, so maybe I was clean. Or maybe the airborne variant was already in my lungs, already rewriting my DNA, just waiting for the right moment to activate. I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me reach for weapons I no longer had, lost somewhere in the chaos of the escape. I sat in the darkness and listened to the sounds of the city dying. The fires had spread beyond Detroit now, jumping to suburbs and surrounding towns. The military was trying to contain them, but fire doesn't respect boundaries or orders. By dawn, I could see smoke on all horizons. The containment wasn't working. The fires were too big, too hot, feeding on themselves and creating their own weather. And worse, I could see infected in the distance, shambling through the fields, spreading out from the city like a plague. They'd survived the fires either by hiding in basements or underground tunnels, and now they were dispersing into the countryside. I watched one group of them approach from the south, maybe 20 or 30 infected, moving with that horrible coordinated shambling that made them seem like a single organism. They passed within 100 yards of the farmhouse, close enough that I could see the details. Burned flesh hanging from their bodies, missing limbs that didn't slow them down, eyes that reflected no intelligence or awareness, only hunger. 3 days passed. I survived on canned food from the farmhouse pantry and water from a well that still worked. I watched as the military perimeter slowly contracted, pulling back as the fires spread and the infected multiplied. I watched as helicopters evacuated the forward positions, leaving behind only automated gun systems and drone patrols. On the 4th day, I heard an explosion that shook the ground, and when I looked toward the city, I saw a mushroom cloud rising. They'd done it. They'd actually done it. A tactical nuclear weapon, probably low yield, designed to create a firestorm that would burn everything to the bedrock. The fires I'd seen before were nothing compared to this. This was a sun on Earth, a miniature star that consumed everything in its radius. The shockwave hit the farmhouse hours later, shattering windows and collapsing part of the roof. I huddled in the basement, feeling the earth shake, breathing air that tasted of ash and radiation. When I finally emerged, the sky was dark with fallout and snow was falling. Not real snow, but radioactive ash, coating everything in a layer of gray death. I knew then that I was going to die here. If the infection didn't get me, the radiation would. And if I somehow survived both, the military would never let me leave the zone. I was a witness to what had happened, a reminder of their failure, and witnesses like me had a tendency to disappear. But I'd accomplished what I set out to do. I'd killed Volkov. The man who'd brought this nightmare to American soil was dead, crushed like the insect he was. It didn't save anyone, didn't stop the outbreak, didn't change the ending, but it mattered. To me, it mattered. I found a radio in the farmhouse, an old AM/FM unit that still worked. I tuned through the static until I found a broadcast, some emergency station still on the air. The announcer's voice was hollow, defeated. Reports confirm that the infection has spread through the Detroit-Windsor tunnel system into Canada before it was sealed. Ontario is requesting international assistance as Windsor, Sarnia, and London report outbreak cases. The Canadian government is implementing emergency protocols and has closed the border, but experts warn it may already be too late. In the United States, quarantine zones have been established around Chicago, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh, with forced evacuations underway. The president has declared a national state of emergency and activated all National Guard units. Citizens are advised to shelter in place and await further instructions. The broadcast went on, but I stopped listening. I knew how this story ended. I'd seen it before in different countries and different wars. Once a population reached critical mass of infected, once the infrastructure broke down and panic set in, there was no coming back. Governments would fall, militaries would fracture, and eventually the survivors would be scattered bands trying to stay alive one more day. Humanity had created the virus, weaponized it, lost control of it, and now we would pay the price. There would be no miracle cure, no last-minute rescue. The dead would walk and the living would run, and eventually there would be nowhere left to run to. I went back down to the basement and found where the previous owners had stored their emergency supplies. There was a lockbox, and in it, a revolver with 6 rounds. I sat looking at it for a long time, thinking about Miguel and all the others who died because of Volkov's plan, because of humanity's arrogance in thinking we could control forces beyond our understanding. The infection was in me. I could feel it now. A fever building in my blood, a strange tingling in my extremities. Maybe it was real, maybe it was psychosomatic, but either way, I knew what was coming. I could either wait for it to take me, wait to become one of those things shambling through the radioactive ash, or I could end it on my own terms. I picked up the revolver, checked the cylinder, and set it on the table in front of me. 6 rounds. One would be enough if I had the courage to use it. But I'd spent my whole adult life fighting, first in Iraq and then in these streets, and I wasn't sure I knew how to stop. Outside, the ash continued to fall. The radio had gone to static, the emergency broadcast ending, leaving only the hiss of empty frequencies. I was alone in a dead zone surrounding a dead city, one of countless millions who would die in the weeks and months ahead as the infection spread across the globe. I thought about God, about whether there was anything after this, whether Miguel and Mrs. Patterson and all the others were somewhere better now. I'd stopped believing in heaven somewhere between Fallujah and Detroit, but maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe there was something beyond. Some place where the dead could rest and the living could find peace. The fever was getting worse. My hands were shaking and I could feel my thoughts beginning to fragment, becoming harder to hold on to. I picked up the revolver again, feeling its weight, and thought about how easy it would be. Just one squeeze of the trigger and all of this would be over. No more fighting, no more running, no more watching the world burn. But I couldn't do it. Not yet. Some part of me, the part that had survived Iraq and the outbreak in Volkov's facility, that part refused to give up. Maybe it was hope, or maybe it was just stubbornness, but I put the revolver back down and went upstairs. The farmhouse had a small room on the 2nd floor, probably a child's bedroom once, with a window that looked out over the fields toward where Detroit had been. I sat in that room and watched the ash fall, and I started writing. I found a notebook and a pen, and I began to record everything that had happened, from the moment Volkov walked into Ramirez Auto Repair to this moment now. I wrote about Miguel and his kindness to a damaged veteran. I wrote about Mrs. Patterson's smile and the college kid's terror. I wrote about the woman and her children, about the soldiers who died defending a position they knew couldn't be held, about every moment of horror and humanity I'd witnessed. I wrote until my hands cramped and my vision blurred, and then I kept writing. Someone needed to know what had happened here. Someone needed to understand that this wasn't a natural disaster or an act of God. but a deliberate attack by a foreign power using a weapon that America itself had created. Someone needed to know about Mikhail Volkov and his cold eyes and his conviction that this was justice. The fever was worse now. I could barely hold the pen and my handwriting was becoming illegible. My thoughts kept jumping, fragmenting, reforming in strange patterns. I knew I didn't have much time left, maybe hours, maybe less. I finished writing and put the notebook in a plastic bag, then sealed it in a metal box I found in the basement. I wrote on the outside, "Account of the Detroit outbreak, Carlos Mendez, open and read." I didn't know if anyone would ever find it, if there would even be anyone left to read it, but I had to try. Then I went back downstairs, picked up the revolver, and walked outside into the ashfall. The sky was black, and the air tasted of chemicals and death. I could see infected in the distance, maybe a dozen of them shambling through the gray landscape like ghosts. They saw me and began to move in my direction, drawn by the sight of living flesh. I raised the revolver and fired once, dropping the closest one. 5 rounds left. I fired again and again, each shot precise despite my shaking hands, the muscle memory of 1,000 range sessions taking over. 4 infected down, 2 rounds left in the cylinder. More were coming, emerging from the ash like demons from hell. Too many to count, too many to fight. This was it. This was where it ended. I put the barrel of the revolver against my temple and closed my eyes. I thought about my mother, dead now for 15 years, and about my father, who I'd never known. I thought about the men I'd served with in Iraq, about the friends I'd made and lost. I thought about Miguel's smile and the sound of tools in the garage and the smell of coffee in the morning. My finger tightened on the trigger and then I stopped. Something in me, some last remnant of the soldier I'd been, refused to give in. If I was going to die, I was going to die fighting, not running, not hiding, not taking the easy way out. I lowered the revolver and faced the approaching infected. They were close now. Close enough that I could see the detail of their ruined faces, the hunger in their dead eyes. I raised the gun and fired, dropped 2 more. The cylinder clicked empty. They were on me then, hands grabbing, teeth gnashing, and I swung the empty revolver like a club. I felt their cold flesh against mine, felt their fingers digging into my arms, felt teeth scrape against my neck. I fought with everything I had, punching and kicking and biting, refusing to go down even as they overwhelmed me. Pain exploded through my body as teeth found flesh. As I was pulled to the ground under the weight of bodies, I could feel them tearing at me. Could taste blood in my mouth, could hear my own screams mixing with their hungry moans. The world was spinning, darkening, and I knew this was the end. But I'd fought. I'd survived longer than most. I'd killed the man responsible for this nightmare, and I'd recorded what happened so that maybe, somewhere, someone would know the truth. If that was all I could do, it would have to be enough. The darkness closed in, and with it came a strange peace. The pain faded, the sounds grew distant, and I felt myself drifting away from the scene of carnage, from the ruined farmhouse and the ashfall and the infected feeding on what was left of Carlos Mendez, auto mechanic and Iraq war veteran. My last thought was of Detroit, of the city that had been my home, burning in atomic fire, and of all the millions who died there. We'd lost, the dead had won, and somewhere beyond the quarantine zone, beyond the burning cities and the military cordons, the infection continued to spread, carried by refugees and wind and simple bad luck. There would be no cure, no antidote, no saving grace. Humanity had unleashed something it couldn't control, and now we would reap the consequences. The age of man was ending, and the age of the dead was beginning. And in a basement in a farmhouse outside the ruins of Detroit, sealed in a metal box, a notebook waited. Waited for someone to find it, to read it, to understand what had happened and why. Waited for a witness who might never come, in a world that might already be beyond saving. The ash continued to fall, covering everything in gray death. The infected wandered through the wasteland, shambling monuments to humanity's hubris. And somewhere in the darkness, the virus continued its work, spreading, mutating, adapting, unstoppable and eternal. This was the end, not with a bang or a whimper, but with the sound of teeth on flesh and the smell of burning cities and the taste of ash on dying tongues. This was how the world ended. Not in nuclear fire or natural disaster, but in a laboratory, in an act of deliberate malice, in the cold calculation of men like Volkov who thought they could control chaos. They were wrong. We were all wrong. And now, as I felt my consciousness slipping away as the infection claimed what was left of my body and mind, I understood the final truth. There are forces in this universe that cannot be controlled, cannot be weaponized, cannot be contained. We had reached too far, played God with powers we didn't understand, and the price was everything. The last thing I saw before the darkness took me completely was the mushroom cloud still rising in the distance, backlit by fires that would burn for weeks, a monument to our failure and our extinction. The last thing I felt was the cold teeth of the infected and the warmth of my own blood pooling beneath me. The last thing I heard was silence, vast and terrible, the silence of a world dying. And then there was nothing at all. Just the darkness and the ash and the endless hungry dead shambling through the ruins of a civilization that had reached too far and fallen into the abyss of its own making. Detroit was gone, reduced to radioactive slag and ash. The infection spread through Canada, through the tunnels we'd built to connect our nations, turning our infrastructure against us. From Windsor to Toronto to Montreal, the virus spread like wildfire, and the dead rose to consume the living. The military cordon around the American outbreak zones held for a while, but it couldn't hold forever. Refugees carried the infection beyond the barriers, either through ignorance or desperation. Some were shot at the checkpoints, but others slipped through in the chaos, in the night, through gaps in the coverage. Each one was a potential seed for a new outbreak, and there were thousands of them. Within a month, Chicago fell, then Pittsburgh, then Cleveland. The government ordered more tactical nuclear strikes, more firebombing campaigns, more containment measures, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a sandbag. The infection spread faster than they could respond, adaptive and relentless. The international community tried to help at first, sending supplies and troops and medical personnel. But then the infection reached their shores, brought by returning citizens or by the wind currents that carried the airborne variant across oceans. Europe fell next, then Asia, then Africa. Island nations held out longest, sealing their borders and shooting anyone who approached their coasts. But eventually the infection found them too. Some people survived, of course. There are always survivors. They huddled in fortified compounds, on offshore platforms, in underground bunkers, anywhere they could seal themselves off from the infected world. But survival wasn't living, not really. It was just postponing the inevitable, waiting for supplies to run out or defenses to fail or human nature to turn survivors against each other. The notebook I'd written, sealed in its metal box in the farmhouse basement, was never found. The farmhouse itself was consumed in a later bombing campaign, reduced to rubble and ash like everything else. Whatever record I'd tried to leave, whatever testimony I'd hoped would survive, was lost in the fires that consumed the world. My body, infected and reanimated, shambled through the wasteland for weeks or months. I have no way of knowing. Whatever consciousness had been Carlos Mendez was gone, replaced by the virus's simple imperative. Feed, spread, consume. I became one of millions, then billions, an endless horde of the dead reclaiming a world the living had abandoned. Cities stood empty, their streets clogged with wrecked cars and scattered bodies. Skyscrapers became tombstones, monuments to ambitions that would never be realized. Power grids failed, plunging the world into darkness. Communications networks went silent, leaving only static and empty channels. The infrastructure of civilization collapsed, and nature began to reclaim what humanity had built. But the infected remained. We didn't need electricity or food or water. We didn't need civilization. We only needed flesh. And there was always flesh, either from the dwindling survivors or from each other when nothing else could be found. We were the ultimate invasive species, the perfect predator created by accident and unleashed by design. Mikhail Volkov had wanted to destroy American industry, to cripple a rival superpower and cement Russian dominance. But he'd succeeded beyond his wildest nightmares, destroying not just America but the entire world. His virus didn't discriminate by nationality or ideology. It consumed communists and capitalists alike, turned saints and sinners into the same shambling horror. If there was a God watching all this, he must have wept at what his children had wrought. We'd been given Eden and we'd turned it into hell, not through original sin but through original stupidity, through hubris and greed and the conviction that we could master forces beyond our comprehension. The Detroit outbreak was just the beginning, patient zero in a global pandemic that would reduce human civilization to scattered remnants hiding in the dark. Within a year, 90% of humanity was either dead or infected. Within 2 years, it was 99%. The survivors told stories about what had happened, passing them down to children who might never know what the world had been like before, who would grow up in a nightmare and think it was normal. They told stories about the cities that burned, about the quarantine zones and the military's futile attempts to contain the outbreak. They told stories about heroism and sacrifice, about people who gave their lives trying to save others. But mostly they told stories about loss, about the world that had been taken from them, about the future that would never be. Some of those stories might have mentioned Carlos Mendez, the auto mechanic who killed Mikhail Volkov, the man who'd tried to record what happened so that someone would know the truth. But memories fade and stories change with each telling, and eventually even those fragments would be lost to time. The infected shambled on, a tide of hungry dead that would continue until the last human was consumed or hidden so deep that even we couldn't find them. The virus would evolve, adapt, find new ways to spread and new hosts to infect. It was patient, and it was eternal, and it had already won. In the ruins of Detroit, where the firestorm had raged and the tactical nuke had detonated, nothing lived. The ground was sterile, poisoned by radiation and chemical fires. The buildings were collapsed, melted, or simply gone, reduced to shadows burned into the pavement. It was a monument to humanity's end, a crater where a city had been, and it would remain dead for centuries. But beyond that dead zone, the infected continued their slow march. Through the tunnels to Canada, through the refugee streams to other states, through the air currents that carried microscopic particles of virus across continents. We spread like a plague because that's what we were, a disease without a cure, a judgment without appeal. The world that had been was gone. The world that would be was unimaginable. And in between, in the present moment of collapse and chaos and endless hunger, there was only survival or death, with most choosing death because survival meant becoming something less than human, something that existed only to feed. This was our legacy. Not the pyramids or the cathedrals, not the art or the music or the literature, but this. A world of walking corpses, a planet of the dead, a testament to our capacity for destruction hidden behind the mask of scientific progress. We'd reached for the stars and fell into the grave, and we'd taken everyone with us. The infection would spread until there was nowhere left to spread to. The dead would walk until there was nothing left to walk toward. And in the end, when the last human drew their last breath and joined the shambling horde, When the virus finally ran out of hosts and began to die off itself, what would remain? Empty cities and silent streets, bones picked clean and scattered in the wind, and the knowledge that we'd done this to ourselves, that we'd been the architects of our own extinction. Somewhere in the darkness, the thing that had been Carlos Mendez stumbled through the wasteland, driven by impulses it didn't understand toward prey it would never catch. It had no memory of the man it had been, no recollection of Miguel or the shop or the fight to survive. It was just hunger given form, death given motion, the final state of a species that had reached too far and fallen too hard. The ash continued to fall across the ruins of Detroit, covering everything in gray death, and the infected continued their eternal wandering, and the world continued its slow descent into darkness. There would be no rescue, no salvation, no deus ex machina to restore what had been lost. This was the end, and it was final, and it was exactly what we deserved.